Let's go a little further. Oh my God. For real, dude? Chat, are y'all in the mood for RC? Hello?
What's up, Pickles? How are you?
Doing good, man.
Good. I think it's my first time on your live. I've caught a couple of your lives. I like what you do. I think you do a good job. For sure. Just kind of, been a week and kind of reflecting on this. I was a Trump voter, but I've got a few friends that were Kamala supporters, and just kind of getting their take on everything has been interesting. I'm just kind of seeing what Kamala did wrong in your eyes. So and what would you do if, obviously I bet you've been asked this a million times, but if you're her campaign manager, is there a couple things you've done different?
I think being able to run for a bit longer would have been better. I don't think this has anything to do with policy proposals. I don't think anyone on the other side really read either side's policies. I think for the most part, the election was about rhetoric and I don't know, it sounds bitter to say, but I don't think Trump ran a honest campaign. I think he lied about a bunch of stuff. I think there's absolutely no reason to have elected Trump. But, that's what I'm here to debate.
Yeah. Do you think the celebrity endorsements now, is that kind of overrated?
No, I think people were just bitter because Trump couldn't get any. It used to be a common thing. I mean, it's been a common thing. I think now more than ever, this election meant a lot to people. And celebrities probably wanted to do as much as they could to try to push the needle in a certain direction.
Yeah, no, I got you.
But Trump taught, he capped out with Kid Rock. That's why y'all didn't say, oh dang, look, he couldn't get anybody to endorse. Even during his inauguration, the first presidency, nobody wanted to play for him. Nobody wanted to perform for him. He got pretty bitter about it.
Bro, we have Dennis Quaid, man. It's sick.
I'd have to Google who that is.
Dennis Quaid, baby.
I have to Google, man.
I'm just kidding. I'm honestly trying to think. Dennis Quaid's in The Rookie. I'm trying to think. His brother is in Christmas Vacation. He's the crazy dude.
Okay.
I don't know if that's helping. I don't know. I think, obviously, as a conservative, it made me nervous. I was like, oh man, she's got the army of Taylor Swift. She's got the Beehive. She's got all of this, influential support. And I was like, oh man. I mean, and maybe, I don't know. This was I was as shocked as, I wasn't really shocked that Trump won. It was just maybe the result of whoa. Popular. I never thought in my lifetime I would ever see a Republican win the popular vote again.
Yeah, that was wild. They're all paid actors. Go Trump. Really, what's her name? Beyonce. She's a billionaire. There's no amount of money you could pay. If I were a billionaire and I was really maybe Republican, if Kamala came to me and was like, here's $1 million, I'd be like, no. In fact, I would go around and say, hey, this bitch tried to offer, no. I think they were absolutely what's it called? Real endorsements. I think they were genuine endorsements.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of just the way this election was, and I feel like maybe, I don't know if Republicans did it in 2020, but is this a look in the mirror type of moment for Democrats? And if so, what's the move? Do you go further left? Do you try to come back center? I
don't think it's our position. So no matter what we do, the right says we are communists and socialists and stuff. So I don't even think it matters. Y'all don't read anyone's policy. So I don't think it's that. I think it's just whatever mattered to y'all was not important to us. So like y'all were always talking about like crowd sizes and like her answering certain questions. I don't know. And then like for us, it was like, hey, this economic policy doesn't look too good from Trump's side. We're going to vote for Kamala. Hey, hey, Trump's got all these felonies and he's really got a lot of luggage. So we're going to vote Kamala. I don't know, but Trump's end was, hey, everybody's getting killed. Migrants are coming over here, killing everybody. Like, vote for me. And that's not true. And, people are having abortions 2 weeks after birth. They're out here killing babies. That's not true. Policies and politics that we talk about every day. So I don't think there's anything for us to reflect on and audit on our side. I just think that hopefully when Trump is done, we have something left to like work with and run another campaign.
Sure. Who would you like to see do that in 28?
I almost want to see Kamala run again. I kind of do. I really like Kamala, and I liked her pick for VP.
Do you think if you had to do it over again, would you go with Shapiro? Sorry, let me rephrase that. If Kamala had to pick over again, would she pick Shapiro over Walz?
Nah. I think Walz was a pick to kind of kind of pick up the, I don't know, the conservative, not so conservative men. He was the hunter, he was the former military, and I think he was good on his feet. Like, he speaks good. Josh Shapiro does too. I just think that her selection also had to do with what state they were coming from. But Josh Shapiro probably has some stuff. Like if we were to do a dossier on Josh Shapiro, I bet there's some dirt that might hurt someone's chances. That's what I've kind of heard through the grapevine.
Yeah, I just think, from our point of view, it's like that's the pick that scared us. Was like, okay, I mean, like she's about to pick a guy with a 63% approval rating in the most important state in the Electoral College, and like what he won Pennsylvania by 2 points. Like,
I don't like this whole thing about approval ratings. Like Trump, this is Trump's world. Trump lives in the world of approval ratings, crowd sizes, all that stuff. So this is what he talks about. So this is what you guys like. Instead of talking about approval ratings, why don't we talk about the economy and stuff like that? This is where the culture has gone that we don't care about. We want to know like what they're gonna do, not how much shit they can talk, not how much of a big man they can look like on TV. Like we want to know what they're gonna do.
I know, but like you got to win to get into these positions, right? And like picking a guy like Shapiro, I mean, totally approval rating could be totally overrated, but it's like the perception of like her picking Shapiro to Pennsylvanians is like, okay, look, we've got a dog in this fight. We would love to see our guy in the White House, second in command.
I love Walz. I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but I love Walz.
I'm not, and it's nothing against Walz. It's more of a strategic thing where it's like, I don't think Walz moved a needle. He didn't bring over conservative men. I think he more pushed away conservative guys.
I don't know. Like, I think the bashing and stuff on the from the right was really disgusting. Like there was a fake story that came out that was like, I'm pretty sure Russian propaganda, that accused Walz of having an inappropriate relationship with a student. Like stuff like this is hard to dispel, and then stuff that like the misinformation around FEMA and their reaction to the storms. That was hard to dispel. People are still upset about that. And it's very shameful that Trump went that far, like that low, to campaign to win. Like going around saying that the governor hasn't talked to the president, he's nowhere to be found and shit, making people freak out. Like I would like disgusting campaign stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the FEMA stuff is, especially in the last couple of days, just about that employee that was telling them to skip Trump houses. Did you see that one?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was reported by. That's
not at the direction of Kamala. That's not at the direction.
No. I'm not saying it is. I'm just like,
yeah.
It's just scary that a federal employee is like saying, hey, the ones with Trump signs and Trump flags in their front yard don't don't prioritize them. We're going to skip those houses. And she's been, I'm not sure if it was a dude or a girl, but they've been fired. That's just, that's what sucks. It's like, and it definitely comes from Trump and it comes from everybody, but like how divided the political spectrum is now. That's like, you don't want to help somebody just based on who they vote for is scary.
Well, I don't know. I think it's also the matter of the politics that Trump's using to get elected. It's and the actions that Trump has taken. It just says a lot. Like, people have managed to justify voting for him, even though he's done all of these horrible things in regards to like women's rights. And then he's probably going to do even more things for women, like against women's rights. So, like, if you really care about the women in your life, I mean, they might be upset with you.
I hope not. I hope not. Sorry, I had one more question, but what do you think happens with mainstream media now?
I don't think media, like, the right has been so misinformed about stuff that when we go to fact check things, there's no solid source that they believe. A lot of them don't. So I don't know. Like, this is another thing I could try to tell you about. I don't use a lot of mainstream media to do my debates or to do my talking points. I do a lot of government resources, and even those, they don't trust those. They don't trust anybody. So I don't know what to say. I think it's a thing on some, like, not on our side. I think it's something that people need to wake up to and realize that, the media can twist and turn things, but I mean, the data's there. The data's out there. We all have the same access to the same data.
Well, it's like even Democrats, like, I saw something the other day, even like only 55% of Democrats trust mainstream media, and obviously Republicans and independents percentage are much lower than that. And it's like, no one trusts them, even though, the propaganda they spew. Like, CNN's about to go through some major layoffs right now. MSNBC is about to be sold by Comcast. It's going to be crazy. I think there's going to be a big awakening for those guys. And I mean,
what about Fox getting sued by Dominion for like $800 million?
Oh, totally. Look, I'm not here defending Fox.
The lies that CNN or whoever else may have told even come close to lying about the election?
Say that one more time. Sorry. Say that one more time.
Is there a lie in your head that you can think of that you could say that's worse than lying about the election as a major media news source?
I'm not saying Fox is credible at all. You know what I mean? I don't watch Fox. I really watch more of like the left part of it because I like hearing the opposite end of it.
I don't watch any news.
Well, it's like I don't either. This is like YouTube clips. I'm not like watching CNN or anything. I'm just seeing some clips and stuff. And I mean, really, I like just, I don't know. I feel like that stuff is part of the big reason I think Trump got elected is it was a middle finger to quote unquote establishment media.
Well, sure. Trump openly says dangerous things about the media, kind of like Hitler did, fake news. So everybody's got this distrust. Anything that comes out that's negative about Trump, it's fake. Anything that comes out that's good about Biden is fake.
Sure. So I think that's a losing not that argument. I think the Hitler Nazi thing is a losing issue for you guys. Do you agree?
Well, that's fine. No, I think it's absolute truth.
Okay, I'm just saying I'm trying to get y'all to win, right? I want to win. Like, and I think that's a losing issue when you call every person that's supporting.
I'm a white guy in America. I fucking won. What I did, though, is I voted for other disenfranchised communities. Like, I voted against my best interests, right? Like, as a white dude in America, I won, for sure, 100%. But I literally voted for marginalized communities. You did not.
The thing is, Trump is undebatably a malignant narcissist, just like Hitler. He really is. And just seeing his cabinet picks over the last few days, it is terrifying. He's got nothing but loyalists. Nothing but like unqualified, just severely unqualified loyalists. Like in very important positions of power.
Yeah.
That scares the shit out of me.
I mean, dude, there's picks on there I don't agree with either. I agree.
Like our Secretary of Defense. Holy fuck.
The Attorney General one is probably the one that concerns me the most.
Matt
Wait,
Gaetz?
Herschel Walker doesn't.
Yeah, I fucking hate Matt. I fucking hate Matt Gaetz. Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker's in charge of military defense.
Let's put Herschel Walker in charge of Secret Service.
He should be on the border tackling
Fucking
people.
weird.
That's a great idea, actually. Dude's in shape still. He's still got it.
He could hold up his badge while he does it.
That's it. I actually like that idea.
This is weird, man. This is weird. Like you're up here justifying. You're like, what part of Trump makes you think is going to better America? Like, what has he ever done for the betterment of all America?
He's more fun.
That's it.
For who? For who?
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, this is people's lives, man. This is people's lives.
I understand that. And people have been, I mean, I'm not going to act like people haven't been struggling these last 4 years too. People are always struggling.
We know, but like the fact is we're inviting someone in to do things in favor of the richest of the rich.
Yeah.
I just don't think like anybody realizes this. Like he can talk the talk, but when he walks the walks, it's for the rich people.
Yeah,
Very harmful.
I mean,
very harmful for us.
The votes didn't say that, right? Like he won a lot of union workers.
Yeah, people who are ideologues.
But he's winning the middle class.
He didn't win because of logic. No one can explain. Like pointing to everyone else who's confused does not justify your position.
You think we're all confused? Everyone that voted for him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you know the mustache guy in Germany was also voted in with 30% of the vote? Trump got 24% of the vote. 24% of America voted for Trump. 30% of Germany voted for the mustache guy. These things happens, man. Historically, this is how it happens.
Okay.
Y'all keep comparing him to him. Y'all are not going to win. Y'all keep comparing him. Y'all aren't going to win. The
It's not there. And you're going to keep losing if that keeps happening. I'm telling you.
No, we need to call it out as much as possible.
But it's not true.
Okay.
He's not Hitler, and everybody that supports him is not a Nazi.
So do you know what Lugenpresse is? He's already explained it to you.
He hasn't explained it.
It's the lying press. That's German for the lying press, and it was a very prominent saying during 1930s Germany. Does that sound like fake news?
Sure.
Do you know what Deutschland über alles is? It's Deutschland overall. It's like our version of America first. There's comparisons here, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not Nazi Germany. It's just bottom line. And like,
here's the thing: little things are going to happen. Little things are going to happen over the next 4 years, and I'm going to be here talking about them. And you come in, you come check in, and I'll say, hey, here's another thing that we were talking about. And then everybody else in the comments is going to justify. Everybody else is going to be saying it's okay. This is good.
Sure. But I'm not afraid to criticize my own party. I think there has to be a look in the mirror for Democrats as well. And you got to look in the mirror and say, why the fuck did we lose this?
All you guys need to do is come tell us which policy was too radical, and we can talk about that instead of coming to generally vaguely shame us about how we campaign.
Am I shaming you guys?
You're telling us to look in the mirror.
I'm saying that.
Maybe that might not be the perfect word, but
Sure. I'm not.
If you
And I'm
guys want to
not.
tell us what policy, we can talk about what policy. But we haven't been able to do that for the last 4 years. We don't get to talk
Totally.
policy with y'all. We talk about
Totally.
if Kamala's
And
black or if people are eating dogs.
And I never said any of that stuff. I'm not. I hope I'm not coming off as petty or shaming. I'm not. That's not where I'm trying to come from. I am. I like generally, and I've told some of my friends this that are my liberal friends. I'm like, look, I want both parties to be strong here because I want to be able to pick from two candidates every 4 years where I'm like, okay, I can pick that person, and like I'm not loyal to anybody. Like I'm conservative in my values, but like I'll vote for a Democrat if they're talking to me.
That's a conservative.
You know what I mean? I'm just no, not even conservative. It's just like, dude, I don't need a far left. Like come back to the middle a little
What
bit.
does
and
that mean, though?
make
What is
sense.
far left? You know that we are still very right of most of the developed nations. Even our liberals, we are right of them. So it's silly to say this.
Well, it's just like she's flip flopped on like some of her like leftist values, right?
No.
she-
We're talking about conservatives now, not Kamala. You were talking about conservatism and progressivism, and progressives need to come further to the center. Don't isolate Kamala. Now talk about conservatives. Why do progressives need to come closer to the center? What benefit for all of America would that hold?
Like we increased gas and oil production every year since Biden got elected, like steadily, and we've done more than Trump. So like you can go clip her saying that she's against fracking to cause like outrage, but like you do understand fracking's bad for the environment, right? Like it's not radical to be against fracking. She's made compromise and allowed it, but holy fuck, guys, like get a hold of yourselves. Trump has said we got to punish women for having abortions, but that doesn't trip you up. He says that we need to get rid of the Constitution. That doesn't trip y'all up. Says we need to shoot protesters below the knees. Like, thank you for the raid.
Whatever.
Let's talk about that. So when Trump says that
it's less than 1%. It's less than 1%.
Okay, so when Trump says that 63,000 people have been murdered by migrants, is that true?
Does he have a source?
No. What do you think it is?
I don't know. It probably could be in the hundreds.
Hundreds of thousands?
No. Hundreds.
Like a couple hundred people
You gotta
this year?
think like 10 million people. How many of 10 million people could kill somebody?
Yeah. So how many do you think it is?
I would hope that it's low.
Yeah. But Trump says it's not. Trump says that it's high.
Well, the thing about it is, here's what it is, bro. Like, if you allow asylums, right? And let's say that these people are legitimately asylums, right? And you flood the border, right, with a bunch of people that have legitimate reasons, right? Then the border gets overcrowded. And guess what happens?
What?
Buddy
You need to
over
hire
there-
judges.
No, listen. Regardless, if it gets overburdened, then guess what happens? The bad people slip through.
So we should hire more judges to vet those people then, right?
But just think about, like, no, listen, first, can we both agree that the asylum process is jacked up? There's no way that 10 million people are running scared for
you're
their life.
right. The only way
Yes,
we're
they
going to
are.
fix it is going to hire people to vet that problem, right?
Yes. So here's the issue. We have a certain amount of judges, and so we have all these people funneling into the country, and the bottleneck is the judges. And we have 6 to 7 years to wait for trial. If we had more judges, this would be 6 months. And then people wouldn't come here expecting this sweet 6 to 7 year stay. They'd be like, I'm not
So we
walking all
both
that way for
agree the
6 months.
Asylum law is messed up. They need to do
No.
something better.
This
I just don't
literally
believe that
fixes it.
10 million people that have came here are running from somebody. Why are they not
Do you
running
know what's
from
going on
another country?
geopolitically?
Politically is what?
Geopolitically, do you know what's going on?
Like in the world?
Yep.
Yes. There's a bunch of crazy stuff.
What's going
Why
on
did they run
what's
to another
going on in
country?
Venezuela right now?
what is that? I think it's like they're trying to overturn the government or something down there.
Trump tried to.
Yeah, and then he flew a bunch of Venezuelans in and gave them temporary protective status.
That's why a bunch
hey,
of them
man.
came. That's why a bunch of them came,
Just-
bro.
So
Just think about it, though. Like,
That's
bro,
what I'm
why
saying.
are
Think
they
about
not
it. A
going
whole
to
country is
somewhere else?
destabilized. They're rolling out.
Why are they not going somewhere else?
They are. They're going everywhere, and a lot of them come here.
because
what
of
percentage
location,
of
you understand. You understand people.
Venezuelans come here.
Yeah,
How
you
would we ever know
understand
that?
people. Other countries take Venezuelans as well, but the reason why they come here specifically from South America is because of location. It's that simple. So,
No,
like
so-
throughout human history, humans migrate, animals migrate. Happens all the time. When COVID happened, there was an influx of migration because a lot of south or countries in the south, they had things like vaccine deserts where they literally couldn't get vaccines to all areas of the country, and it was causing large unaliving rates. So people were migrating away from those areas. They were coming north because it was safer here. That's literally why we've seen an influx.
So, can we agree that there needs to be a little bit better vetting?
We just need more judges. That's it.
We need judges.
That's all.
We need judges. Well, we need border patrol too.
Yeah,
Which
like-
I'm like ACAB, but I do understand it's necessary in this situation. We need agents
I mean,
at the border.
the fact that you can just step on American soil and claim asylum is just.
It's been
Yeah,
that
it's a
way
little
since forever. It's been that way since
I
forever.
know.
Since the 50s, man.
And that's the thing about like why people voted for Trump. Like it just sucks because like you have to
voted
break
for him.
eggs to make omelets. You
They-
have to.
No,
And
they
if
voted
nobody
for him
takes
because
the
they
initial
think,
step-
they think that they're coming over here and murdering people. That's why they voted for Trump. And Trump's going to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants, no matter how cruel, because people think they're murdering us.
Can we acknowledge the fact you just called immigrants eggs that we have to break sometimes? That's really fucked up.
No, it's not Democrats. Listen, in order
No,
for
it's
change
not
to
Democrats.
happen-
It's immigrants. You said sometimes we need to break eggs to make an omelet.
listen,
Well, in
you
this
can
in this
take it out of
analogy,
context and do whatever you think.
immigrants are the eggs. That's
No,
weird.
what I am trying to tell you, right? In order for things to get better, you have to go through certain things. If you're going to take it however you took it, that's on you, bro. You're not going to put that in my mouth. You're not going to make me say that. What I'm trying to say, in order for sometimes the hardest choices require the greatest, like,
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that if the worse something is, the better it is. Like the harder
but
the
you
decision,
know what it
the
could
better.
mean? You know
It
what
doesn't
could
mean that he's
It could
doing
mean
bad
that
things
it
and that's
might be
eventually going
worse
to be
in the
good.
beginning, and then over time, it becomes what we're looking for.
No.
Listen, I get it. Like breaking the egg to make omelets. Sometimes
People are going to have to go through troubles temporarily so we can achieve the America that we want. Is that what you're saying?
isn't that the fucking goal?
Okay, cool. What people are going to have to go through those troubles?
All of us.
You think?
The heck,
Do you think?
like-
Do you think you, me, and Pickles
You're scared of change.
No,
You're
seriously. Do
scared
you
of
think
change.
You're
I'm not.
literally
Do you
a
think-
conservative. You guys are literally. It's in the name.
We want to progress, but do you think you, me, and Pickles, as white people in America, are going to be as affected as marginalized communities?
What do you see? What do you mean by marginalized communities?
I mean, the immigrants that you're talking about mass deporting.
I mean, if we're so marginalized, right? Why are not people immigrating to other countries?
Hey, can you answer my question? Because I know
I
it's
just did.
really difficult. No, you
just
didn't.
did.
Because you're not acknowledging that immigrants are going to suffer more than you and I will, and that's okay with you.
Oh, I mean, geez, like low key, everybody's selfish.
Thanks for admitting
Let me
it. at
ask you
least.
this: if your rent is due, and you're on your last, would you give me your rent to help me out?
No, but
No,
that's not where
everybody's
we're at.
selfish.
That's not where we're at.
saying, dude. That's not a.
Well, then
That's not
what are
where
we
we're at.
talking
And
about?
this is not like you're ready to make sacrifices to like
Yes.
Trump has primed you guys
the
to do
greater
whatever
good.
he wants. No matter how bad it gets, you're going to say it's going to get better. I don't like it.
No, listen, I'm going to tell you this, right? That's another thing about Trump, right? This term is legacy. He can't get elected again. We have a democracy here. He's got to go down and do good things and make his name be remembered as maybe a great president, a bad president. It's all on him.
It's too late. He's already bad. Hey, why did he joke about having 3 terms? That was weird. He did that.
Yeah,
today.
I don't know what the fuck that is. That'll never happen. Come on, we can sit here and say yes. Do both sides make outlandish fucking?
We gotta know. Literally, you guys have been conditioned to accept some of this crazy talk. Like if this was 10 years ago and he said one of these things, over, you guys would have deuced. You would have deuced out. But you guys have been primed for this for years and years and years. The more outrageous stuff he says, the more airtime he gets, the more controversial, the more
I think that he just says what most people think. That's it. We're not primed.
No.
It's just that we be civil, but really we be thinking it.
No,
Yikes.
I don't think these things about marginalized communities.
Well, you're also a part of the minority. A majority of people do. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Well, I mean, the election just, America spoke, bro. Like, it's not, listen, we ain't got to get into between me and you, but a bunch of people showed up for this.
They voted for
I
fascism.
mean,
I
Georgia
agree.
turned red. Like, they talk about women's rights. Women voted for Trump. They talk about, racist.
The
Every
more
chance
you
they
guys
had, they had
refer
to-
to yourself like and justify your actions and ideas with the population, the more scared I get. This is not a justification for anything in regards to Trump. Trump, like I've
You're
been
right,
showing
but
you,
it
I've been
is a
spelling it out on
democracy.
screen. I've been
It is
showing
a
you.
democracy, bro.
I'm sorry?
It's a democracy.
No,
For
I
now.
get it. We're not complaining about the election anymore. I want to tell you about policy. I want to talk to people like you and tell you why Trump's policy sucks and what we should maybe do that's better.
So the tariffs, right? You think that's bad?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes.
All right, you combo that with the no more income tax. Is that a bad thing?
Trump has told everybody.
No, I'm asking you, if you combo that with no income tax, is that a bad thing?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Why so?
So he's got no income tax. He's got no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips. He's going to lower the corporate tax from 21 to 15. Where are we going to make up for this? The tariffs is what he says, right?
It's very simple. They said the tariffs would bring about $4,000 a year to the average family, right?
No, it's going to cost the average family $4,000 a year.
The
Okay,
exact
right.
opposite, bro.
Okay. No, that's what I'm saying. It's going to cost us $4,000, right? But his goal is to get rid of income tax, which is going to bring $30,000 to the average American. Okay,
Who pays $30,000 in income tax?
a lot of people do. What the heck are you talking about?
I don't pay
No.
You don't
income
pay
tax.
you don't pay half of your shit to fucking taxes.
It's $4,000 above what they're paying now. That's the average.
It's-
They're gonna pay $4,000 above and beyond what they're paying now.
If you don't pay no income tax, right?
I'm a 1099.
right?
I'm a
Who the fuck
1099.
doesn't
I
pay
pay it all at
income
the end of
tax,
the
dude?
year.
Yeah. No. Listen, if you don't have to pay anything to that, right?
I'm not a W-2.
Anything. No, if you don't have a W-2.
There's not one. I highly doubt one person in this live doesn't pay income taxes. I don't know what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying, income tax is the end of the year. Yes, when you file your W-2s, that.
Yeah, so the thing is, the trade-off is supposed to bring us out of debt, right? It's supposed to pay the taxes. We are paying that. We're
I
still
believe
paying
that
that.
Trump said
He's
he-
just playing around with the money the way we're paying it. We are going to pay
Right.
that over and above what we're paying right now. And rich
And I
people
believe that
somehow
Trump's-
are going to have less taxes too. Everybody's supposed to have more money magically. And it doesn't make sense. But if you actually look at it, money has to like come from somewhere, bro.
It's
Right.
going to be us.
But he also with the tariffs, the tariffs, he said that he wanted reciprocal tariffs. You know what that means? A majority
No, tell
of our
us.
allies are paying less tariffs for us to ship to them than they are to us. So he basically wants to say, hey, you know what? If you're charging us 30, we're going to charge you 30.
No,
He didn't
that's
say that.
exactly what's going to happen. He's going to slap 60% blanket tariffs on China, and they're going to slap 60% back.
No, they already had 60%.
No, they.
No, they're not.
The thing about it is check it out, right? And that's the one thing
They're
about
not,
tariffs.
they're not at 60%. What are you talking about? Like, we've got a pretty good trade relationship with China.
What's the
They're
percentage?
like
there?
our biggest trade partner. It would slow
It
down. Like
depends on
they
the
would buy
product.
less things from us, which would make our companies poor, wouldn't it?
Well, no, that's not how. Okay, I'll give you a prime example. If you take Toyota,
You guys always go to
Japanese-
Toyota.
You take a Japanese, but it's a good point. If you say, hey, we slap 100% tariff on them unless they build it in America, right? They sell a lot of Toyotas in fucking America, right?
So we need
Why
to
would
build.
they not
We need to
bring
build
business
plastic
here?
straw factories here. That's something
Say
we
what?
need to we need to concentrate as a country building plastic straw factories and shoe factories. Is that something that we should focus on?
If it brings jobs to America, is that bad?
We're not that like we want to build microchips, not shoes. Biden did a thing and invested in like microchip manufacturing. That sounds way tighter than plastic straws, shoes, Hot Wheels, fucking you name it. Everything that's going to be tariffed, we're going to pay for it, and it's not going to move over here. No one's going to be like, dude, thank God, I finally pursue my dream in like manufacturing.
Okay, let me ask you this:
plastic.
Does it move for China? Does it move for China?
Does it what? Does what?
Any of the shit you just said?
Yeah,
does it move for China?
they have shaped their economy around this already, and somehow
That
you
is
think we're going to
exactly
compete?
what we are trying to do.
We don't want that. We have 8 million open jobs here with 4% unemployment. Why are we trying to bring back that shit? We should be able to select and choose like the things we want to do. We should invest in the like EVs. That's what's like next. That's what's going to take over the world next. Not plastic shit. Not
Robots,
shit.
computers.
Let China produce
I mean,
all that
but I don't
toxic
like
waste.
Elon Musk, who's like in the front runner of that.
So Elon Musk is really smart. Therefore, this economic plan has to be flawless.
Elon Musk is at
Elon
the
is
forerunner
smart.
of that.
If you're
Dude.
looking to invest in chips and AI and all that, who would you go to?
He's
In the world.
literally sucking at the teat of the government, just like we're doing for him. We're subsidizing him.
So you subsidize greatness, right? That's what you would do, right? If he was a bum, you wouldn't,
So
right?
why are we trying to get into the market of doing all this other random shit? Why are blanket tariffs needed? Why don't we
But
just
you got
do
to
like
start somewhere, bro.
no?
The egg to the omelet.
No, dude. You
No,
do
no.
targeted tariffs. You targeted tariffs.
Even Biden kept some of Trump's tariffs. Some
That
of them
doesn't
were
mean
good,
they're great.
Targeted tariffs,
bro. I just think
bro.
it's going to be good. Yes,
just
if
have a
we
hunch.
have to.
Yeah, it's just a feeling.
Listen, if we if there, I mean, we can't do no worse than we're doing now. I don't believe, like, I think that a lot of y'all just doubt him, and that's cool. And you can see how he acts. That's cool.
I read,
But it's
books.
like
I read a lot
think-
of books, and those books
Yeah.
say, "Hey, what he's done has been done in history before, and the people who
No,
did
he
that,
he
Yeah,
gave fucking
yeah.
funding to black colleges. Nobody did that before.
Oh God, let's
no,
talk about that.
He hamstringed them for
So
10 years.
Obama
What the
gave
fuck?
$4 billion. Trump gave $250 million a year for 10 years. And old Biden, what do you think Biden did, bro? How much do you think Biden did?
Oh no! Well, that's we call that trumping up. Like
How about this?
Of
so,
course.
So Trump fucked up
I got
and
the
lowered
Trump
it.
Card. You know what I'm saying?
Trump lowered it from
Trump
Obama.
lowered it from
Trump
Obama.
lowered it, and then Biden went all the way up to 16 billion.
Yes, I know.
So your
And it's sorta like
HBCU
the,
thing is
the other
BS.
Why'd you use that as an argument? If you knew that, why'd you use that as an argument?
So what was the platinum plan?
Pivot. God damn,
I thought
man.
you were the
My
one
knees
talking
are
about you
bad
didn't want
too.
to talk about minorities.
Hey, I'm a minority. That's why I'm asking.
We have 10 people in the queue.
Oh, it's all right. I get off. I know y'all. It's appreciate it, Pickles. I heard about you. I was in another chat the other day. You did a raid on a guy. You're like, oh my god, I love Pickles. No, I will say you've been respectful. You like some of these lives are just insane. They go to like bashing me and talking to me. I have my views. They
He's
may
talking
not.
about Johnny.
You know what I'm saying? They may not agree with you, you know, but at the end of the day, we're all American. And
Yeah, but you voted for fascism, dude. That's why they're mean to you, because you voted against human rights. That's why they're mean to you. And
there's nothing that
there's
you're
no
saying
reason.
now is
There
even
is
true.
no reason for people to be nice to
Not
fascists.
anything that you're saying
None.
that is true.
Did you
People
vote
that
for
are coming
Donald
through the
Trump?
borders,
Did you
they
vote for
can
Donald
go
Trump?
legally through
Cool.
a way to get
Did
to
you vote
it.
for Donald
Don't
Trump?
Just put the show up on it. Second of all, women's rights. Yes, some like half of the states. I'm like, what the fuck? I agree with you.
I know you heard the words coming out of my mouth. I fucking know you did, dude. Why are you just over talking me? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Then you literally voted for fascism. It's that fucking
Okay.
simple,
What's the
man.
definition of fascism?
Far right, paleogenic ultranationalism.
Yeah, ultra.
It's characterized by 14
You
tenets.
don't love
I can give you all 14
You
of those
love
tenets.
America, not.
Bro, yes, that's why I don't want it to slide into fascism.
Well, if you're ultra fucking American, is that a problem?
It can
That's
be,
not what
yeah.
I
It can be
said.
weaponized. Yeah, and that's what they do. That's what fascism is. They weaponize your ultranationalism.
But have they?
Yes.
Yes.
How so?
Right-wing domestic terrorism has been skyrocketing ever since 2017. You guys are 15.
75%.
You guys are 15 out of the top 16 most violent domestic terrorist groups. The right wing is 16th place is the first incident of left-wing terrorism, which is like animal rights groups.
I think they took pop shots off their cops.
I want you to explain that to me. Like, what the hell you just said?
So
The far right. I'm not asking. I'm asking Pickles. He said it to where
Pickles
I kind
is
of
busy.
started to hear
Pickles is
something.
busy. He's taking his medicine.
Kinda
So
busy right now.
what he said, what he said was the top 15 far right groups are labeled as the top 15 threats to America. Literally, the FBI came out and said the number one threat to America is right wing, far right wing nationalist groups.
And what was the other on the other side?
About 20% were other non-political or leftist attacks.
What groups are these?
Do what?
I always like sometimes like that they'll talk about January 6th, right?
No,
And I'll
we're
be
talking
like-
about the
I
mass
know.
unalivings.
My
Okay.
point that I always say that y'all use a minority to represent the majority, and that's just wrong. Like January 6th, how many people were there right winged? I give you 1 million. How many of that
No,
represents
it was like
the
40.
Republican Party? Right, but how many of I said 1 million, but how many of million represents the collective of the Republican Party?
Dude,
The person that represents the collective of the
75%.
Republican Party is the president, Trump. And he is the one who agitated and motivated people to go there, primed them for months, weeks. He had a coalition of people, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these other people. They had shirts made, bro. They were ready for this. Stop the steal rally. If you're alleging the government has stolen the election, that is a call for violence. No, even if you say this all day and then one time you say peacefully, just do it peacefully. But go down there and fight like your lives depend on it peacefully. But go down, like, no. But that's not even the worst egregious thing that he did.
You're gonna lose your country.
Yeah, this is not the most egregious thing he did.
A minority of people, like if I were to tell you to jump off the fucking bridge, there are stupid people on both sides. You can't sit there and say because 40K showed up and was fucking stupid because somebody said something.
I'm not painting all of you.
Everybody.
I'm not saying that represents everybody, but that is Trump's attempt at cooing the government, and that's Trump's attempt at cooing the government, and people voting for that again is endorsing that. And that's not the only thing that he did on that day that was horrible. He inserted fake slates of electors in all of the swing states, and tried to get himself elected with fake votes. He tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election. And he tried to fly in those fake letters of ascertainment and certify the election in his own favor.
Talk about all that, but what happened?
What do you mean? What happened?
Democracy happened. He fucking lost.
He still attempted to do it, bro.
He attempted to. Just because you attempt to murder, you can still get charged for it, even if you don't succeed.
It's still attempted murder.
Oh, like abortion, like AB. I get you.
Hey, no, bro, can you stop?
No, I get you.
This is seriously a disingenuous conversation, and it makes me think of you as a weak person. If you can't address the things we're talking about and you have to pivot, every time you get stuck in a corner, you got to pivot away. That kind of, in my opinion, makes you cowardly. It makes you cowardly. You can't address the argument. Yeah, you can't address the argument we're having, so you throw some weird ass shit from left field because you're too much of a coward to face the fucking argument.
Calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down.
We're not going to see eye to eye, and that's what this whole thing is about.
I don't fucking sit at the table of fascists. You're right. You're 100% right.
But you probably said it as a Marxist or a socialist. Like, why do y'all call people?
I'm the socialist your fucking mom warned you about.
Why do you agree? Why do you come in here and just say names out to people, even though there are people out here living, and they're probably nothing to what you're saying?
No, you're up here saying it. You're up here saying these things out loud.
We voted for that, what you're talking about? You think that we voted for that? You could be like, oh, yes, we did, because that's the way he's planned it. We have a greater hope than that.
Bro, he literally says he's going to be a dictator. And you guys are like, okay, check that box.
All right, bro. Like, in 4 years, let's see what you're talking about, because you're full of shit. He'll never be a dictator.
You're probably right. In 4 years, I'll probably be in jail because
we live in America where we have rule and law and land and all that shit, bro. And so he'll never be that.
And he says he wants to lock up the Marxists and socialists. And when they asked him to clarify, he specifically said Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff. But guess what? I'm also a socialist. Does that mean I get locked up? Hey, bro, can you shut the fuck up?
Bro.
Can you let me finish my sentence?
That never will happen.
Let me finish my sentence. So when he comes for the socialists and you don't speak up, what's to happen?
Or when he doesn't, and everything you're saying is
but he has
bullshit.
Said he's going to. Why should I not take him up on his word?
We have laws in this fucking country. Everything's not going to get passed that Donald Trump wants, just like everything that Harris wanted isn't going to get passed.
Okay, man. Like this, like when this shit starts happening, when this shit, it's not what if.
You live in America, you know what I'm saying? Yes.
I don't know what you're saying because you keep trying to overtalk me. Bro, I'm so fucking tired of you overtalking me. Seriously. He's literally saying these things out of his own face ball. And you're like, but he's not going to do it. But he's saying it continuously over and over. I'm going to kick people out of the military who are left-leaning ideas. I'm going to specifically attack Marxists and socialists. And when asked to clarify, he named 2 people from the opposite political party. This is literally fascism that we are seeing, and you are right there with it, fucking goose-stepping along with it. Fucking A, man. I don't know what else to say about America. Like, this is it. This is it. This is the downfall,
Hold
guys.
on. Thank you so much. I believe Phil for the $10. Someone was messaging me about something, and the answer is yes, Tanner. The answer is yes.
That makes a question. Was it about, am I the best mod? Yes.
No. I'm sorry,
know what
dude.
else
He's
to
like,
say
it took
to
him
him,
7 minutes. Chat, don't forget to tap the screen, and we're gonna get a new guest at 300K. But yes.
Oh, fuck. Tap faster.
Yeah. Someone said they donated $50, but I don't see it anywhere. I don't see it. Oh, maybe it's here. Oh, yep. Okay. Drop living room. Okay, got it. All right. Living room. Good having you.
Gotta go.
It was PayPal. Guys, I'm so sorry. Tell me if you do the PayPal. Thank you so much, Ashley M, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Holy cow. I'm so sorry, guys. That went 7 minutes too long. All right. Chat,
I
tap
think
the
Ashley
screen,
gets a
tap the
free
screen.
kick from that.
Yeah. Guys, can we get some W Ashleys in the chat? That is so fucking awesome. Thank you. Daddy's got bills, baby. Thank you. Who we got next? I see a few people who are chirping. You want to bring them up?
Oh, yeah. I have my phone plugged into the wall, so I can't really see the chat that well.
Pickles, thank you for having me.
Well, you're welcome. Have we talked before?
I don't know, maybe once before, but it was brief.
Was this nuts? Oh, I saw you chirping.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
It's not what I like about Trump, it's what I dislike about the Democratic Party, I believe.
Okay. What do you dislike?
I'd actually kind of just want to touch on a couple things from your previous conversation. I know he was a lot, kind of going crazy. But you kind of disavowed the fact that there are immigrants who are causing crime, right?
So
you said that most of them probably don't cause crime. I'd assume that's your stance.
So they do crime at a rate 1/3 property crime at a rate 1/3 that of a U.S. citizen and 1/4 in violent crime. There is no correlation between migration and crime.
This status from where?
The FBI.
Okay, so you're saying that just because they do less crime, it's okay to just have an influx of people who
no,
can
but it's wrong. It's
be
wrong.
criminals, right?
It's wrong to paint and illustrate them as being criminal because they're not.
No, I totally agree.
The urgency that Trump is putting behind this migration thing, it is strictly violent. He is talking about the violence that they're doing. And they're using like the isolated incidents in the news over and over, just like an episode of The Boys. Like it's literally just propaganda. Last year, 29 people. This year, in the last fiscal year, 29 people have been murdered by migrants. And if you ask Trump, it's either 15,000 or 63,000. It's this big, huge number. They're coming over. They're raping. They're killing everybody. He even said it outside the courthouse when he had court.
So 29 people is not enough for you to want, a change at the border?
No. So, like, what I look at is, like, the 40,000 gun deaths, the 16,000 other murders that happened. Like, but you guys are strangely focused on this. You guys are willing to do billions and billions of dollars to deport everyone because of this. And it's weird.
Well, that money is currently also going to house them and to, give them benefits, healthcare, all that stuff, right? So
no.
Do you think that's okay as well?
They are a net positive for the taxes.
How is that possible?
only certain people get government assistance. It's not like everybody coming across the border. Like they have to have like refugee status for that to happen.
Do you know the guidelines in getting quote unquote refugee status to get benefits?
Yes.
What's required?
Yeah.
So what you're talking about is people who may apply for temporary protective status or asylum, and the law is 8 USC 1158. And it says if you step foot on soil, either between ports of entry or at a port of entry, and your life is if you're in fear of your life because of a protected trait, such as race, religion, gender, whatever, ideology, you have a right to claim asylum. And then you have your case adjudicated here inside the states. And we do give them some help at the beginning, but in 180 days, they get a work permit, they get an ITIN, and they pay into Social Security, and they cannot draw anything out for the rest of their lives. Even if they do get approved for asylum, they still aren't citizens.
So, is there a percentage of asylum claims that are potentially fraud?
40% of them are approved, but the asylum process is very stringent. There's like 20 something things you have to meet with criteria, and it's very thorough. And I have an immigration lawyer that comes up here all the time, and he talks about it, and he says that we need to loosen them a little bit. What we really need is more judges, and if we adjudicate these claims faster, they won't take 6 to 7 years. Like, they're just here for 6 to 7 years before they see their day in court. So it's worth it to just try, even if you don't have a valid case. So
if your argument is they're having too much free time without their claim getting processed fast enough, then why is abolishing stay in Mexico a bad thing, or remain in Mexico, excuse me? Why is that, a bad thing?
So we can hire judges and adjudicate their claims in 6 months, and people won't even come here in the first place. Like, you imagine these people walking all the way from like South and Central America.
I don't think that's true, because people will just, slip the system and just never come back. All they have to do, they get a ticket saying, hey, you have to appear at the court date in 2 years, and then they just never show up for their court date, and they're just in the system.
So
they just live in America.
That's not true.
That is happening, Pickles.
No, 83% of these people show up for
Actually,
every one of their court
86%.
cases, and then 96% show up if they have a lawyer. That is
So
that is
how
a
many
very good
immigrants
rate.
have crossed in the last 4 years? Do you have a rough estimate?
Hey, look. Fucking love Rollo.
Oh, Rollo!
Hello, everyone. Hey. Yeah, hey, thanks for letting me up, man. That is
Yeah.
true. People who show up pro se without an attorney, it's about 87%, 82% without an attorney. Once they get an attorney, that number jumps up to about 92 to 94%. So the argument that people just come here, get a ticket in, and don't show up to their courts, not true.
Again,
Right.
how many immigrants came across in the last 4 years? Estimate, rough.
2.7 million.
So
According
what's
to the
20% of
EOIR
2.7 million?
I'm sorry?
What's 20% of? Why
20%
is
of
20% relevant?
2.7 million.
You
Why
guys,
is 20% relevant?
Because if only 83% show up, roughly 20% don't show up, right?
oh, okay. So,
A little bit less than that.
So,
Okay,
sure.
17%
Right.
of 2.7 million.
Now, and just to clarify though, when they don't show up, they get what is called an in absentia deportation order. And if they get caught, then they already have a final removal order and they're removed. Or they go home, or there's a way to reopen their cases,
then they get more
if they
time.
missed it by mistake.
Yes,
Well, it's called due process, right? Do you believe in due process?
of course.
Do you believe that all persons in the United States have the right to due process?
You worded that funny. Say it again.
Do you believe that all persons in the United States have the right of due process?
I believe United States citizens probably have a right to due process.
Do you believe in the Constitution?
Yes.
Do you believe in the 14th Amendment?
Who? What is the Constitution? Who is the
Do
Constitution
you
supposed
believe
to
in the
protect?
14th Amendment? I'm getting to that. Do you believe in the 14th Amendment?
What's the 14th Amendment?
It is equal protection under the law for all persons
And so the
that are
law you're
subject
saying
to the
is
jurisdiction.
asylum claims, right? Is this where
If
you're
you
going?
all-
let me talk,
the whole
if you let me
Constitution.
talk, then well, the 14th Amendment gives equal protections under the law to all persons that are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Are undocumented people, are they persons?
Yes, they are people.
Okay, persons, right? Specifically persons. Now, are they subject to the jurisdiction of the United States?
Yes.
Therefore, they have the right of due process and equal
Okay.
protections under the law.
That's great.
So not just the Constitution doesn't limit constitutional rights to U.S. citizens, because someone who would be here as a legal permanent resident, that would mean that they don't have the right of, the Constitution, right? They don't have constitutional rights. So it is all encompassing to anyone who is in the U.S. and is a person. And now the funny thing is that when you cross the border, you don't cease to be a person. You are still a person, whether you are in the side of Mexico or in the side of the United States.
Okay.
Therefore,
Thank you.
the Constitution applies to people who are here undocumented, who
Yes.
cross over, right?
Again?
And in this case, go ahead.
No, you can keep going with your legal jargon. Please finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was legal jargon. I was just talking basic constitutional rights.
Oh yes, but your knowledge of legislature and legalities is a little bit higher than I would say 99% of the people in here. That's why you're on this live, right?
Yep.
Is
Well,
that why
I'm
you
trying
just
to
happened
break it
join
down
in?
Yeah,
in
yeah,
a
I
layman's
mean-
term, right? I'm telling you where it's at.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Rolo.
I don't think I'm like condescending or anything. I'm just, breaking it down as far as how it works.
It's just funny how you just popped up. But yes, I mean, I agree. Sure,
It's
they have a
like
right
this
to
was
due
a
process.
setup.
That's correct. There are people too, right? But again, the problem is not with that. The problem is with the asylum system and how much fraud there is within it. I agree
Well,
that
who
people should
decides-
have the
who
ability to
decides-
claim asylum. People
Hold
should be
on,
here to
you're
free
making a
religious
claim.
prosecution, all of these things,
Sir, you're
but they need
making
to
a
do it the
claim that
right
is
way.
baseless. What is the right way?
What is the right? Is poverty? You should know this. Is poverty allowed for an asylum claim?
No. And that's why people who come here and claim poverty, they are returned at a rate of 39% when they show up to the border saying that they want a
So
better
why are
job
they not
to come
returned
into
at
the
100%
US?
if they claim poverty?
They-
If that's not the right way to
They
come by.
are. No. You
You
didn't
just said
understand the statistics.
39%.
If you would listen to understand instead of to respond, maybe you would understand what I just said. I said that people who show up seeking asylum and they articulate that they want to come here for a better job are returned. And 39% of the people who come here seeking asylum and cannot articulate a past persecution or fear of future persecution based on your race, nationality, religion, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion, they are returned. They are deported back to their countries.
But again,
And
Rolo, this
30
comes 2 years
39%.
after their, or
No,
6 to 7
30
years, like
No.
Pickles was saying,
He's
for their
talking
court
about
case to be
no,
processed,
no,
right?
no.
Expedited.
They get in and then they have the time.
Sir,
talking about expedited.
you are not listening. I'm
No,
saying
I'm
people
hearing
who
you loud and
present
clear,
themselves, but you're not understanding. So, what I'm saying is that people who present themselves at the border to seek
Yes,
asylum,
40% of them are
39
turned away right away. I get that.
about 39% are returned because they can't articulate the grounds of asylum, which I just told you. I'm not going to repeat them. Now, out of those who can articulate, they still have to go, and the person, the asylum officer, has to determine whether their fear is credible, right? So just because they can articulate or recite something, they have follow-up questions. They're experts, in understanding body language and everything. And if they're not credible, again, they get returned. So even those who you think are going to come here game the system, then there's another firewall. If they're not credible, then they get returned. They do have a chance to go before a judge and appeal the decision of the asylum officer. but those are failed at a great percentage. So those
in
people
your
are
mind,
then
just real
returned
quick, Rolo,
also.
just real quick.
No, not in my mind.
I just want to
factual.
ask you a quick question. Is there any flaw with the asylum process?
Oh, I can point to many flaws. I mean, we can get into that, but first we have to understand. We have to first understand what happens in the asylum process, right? So, out of those people who can pass the credible fear interview, then they're let into the country. But before that, they are fingerprinted, they're vetted, they're background checked, right? And then they have to pay their way to a sponsor. Someone has to claim them because they can't come here and, like you thought before, that they would get federal benefits for food and housing and stipends and everything. That is 100% incorrect. Those who are here seeking asylum do not, and I repeat, do not qualify for any form of federal aid, right? The only ones that qualify are the ones who have been granted asylum or refugee status. And it's for a limited time. I think it's like 8 months if you are under the poverty level. And then you get out of it. It's not for a long time, but only if you've been granted asylum. And if you know about the law, only about 4 to 7% of people are granted asylum at the end once they exhaust all of their due process, right? The procedural due process in immigration law.
Okay, real quick, healthcare.gov, if you are a lawfully present immigrant, you can get marketplace coverage.
What does that mean?
You can have healthcare, free healthcare.
Hold on. What is a lawfully present immigrant? That would be you have an LPR status, legal permanent resident. That is a lawfully present immigrant.
How do you
People
obtain
who are
that?
here as refugees, dude, people who are here as refugees are not immigrants. They're asylum seekers, right? They're not immigrants yet. I mean, not in the legal sense. But if you're a lawfully present immigrant, that would mean you have an LPR status, legal permanent residency, which is the precursor to applying for asylum. So yes, if you are here as a legal permanent resident, you do qualify for a lot of benefits because you're pretty much a citizen, except you can't vote.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. You cleared that up for me. I appreciate it, Rolo.
All right.
Rolo's the man.
So then,
Chat, please follow Rolo and give Rolo immediately. Thank you.
no, thanks, guys.
Yes,
But I
Rolo.
mean-
Thank you for saving the day, Rolo.
Now, once people understand the real process and stop fear
Why
mongering,
do you gotta
right?
be condescending?
when you when you stop listening to Trump and his rhetoric and you really understand the asylum process and how bad it is, and here's where I'm getting to the flawed part, right? My criticism of asylum law. It was created in 1954, right? That was before civil rights movement, at the height of racism, xenophobia, and American interventionism. So the people who came out of passing the Chinese Exclusionary Act, some of those people were still the ones that passed the INA of 1952, the Immigration Nationality Act, which is still current law, and also started, they signed up for the conventions, including the asylum laws, asylum conventions that we are part of. There's like 100 and something countries that participate in these. But the way that asylum law has developed in the United States is so restrictive that you know that even if you have a really solid case, you are going to lose at a rate of about 94 to 97% of the time. Not because it's a fraudulent case, that is not the case, but because the laws are so bad that you can fail your asylum claim on at least 15 different grounds, including mere discretion from the judge. So if the judge, even if you fulfill all of the asylum requirements and the judge thinks that you don't deserve to be here and get asylum, he can deny your asylum claim if he can articulate some kind of discretionary issues. Does that make sense? So that's how bad it is. That's why my argument is always that we need to reform these laws before we start putting people through the meat grinder, because accelerating asylum by just hiring immigration judges will just put people through the process and they will be denied and returned and removed at a rate of, high 90s, bad.
And this is something I don't see Trump handling with grace.
No.
Like ideally, even the Langford bill that we tried to put forward earlier this year, was too extreme for people like Rolo. And, you know,
Yes.
maybe if you're uninformed, someone like me, you'd be like, yeah, just do it. But like Trump, on the other hand, has done things like child separation policy. Like those are the extreme things. I don't think, like, we don't want him doing things like that again. What's his
But
name?
we know they're gonna happen,
Yeah,
Pickles.
the same people, or he's got Stephen Miller, and he's got what's his name,
Homan.
Homan. Yeah, he's got fucking
Yeah.
Homan. Like, he's gonna do the same shit again.
And now he's got Matt Gaetz as the head, as an AG, and guess who is under the AG, the DOJ, DHS, right?
Rolo.
The AG is the head of the Department of Homeland Security. So whatever the AG says goes. It's disgusting.
So just like how when Mayorkas moved immediately to implement a policy of mass catch and release, right? Was that a good
No.
idea?
When did
That's
that
not
happen?
never happened.
When did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Under what policy? What policy did it pass that required people to do mass catch and release?
Let me pull it up for you.
All right. I want it would be through a memo, you know. Mayorkas would have to emit a memo that would apply to all ICE agents and CBP agents, instructing them to do a mass catch and release. So just catch people, wave at them, and then release them, right? Because I guess that's what you're thinking.
So catch and release does not happen.
Define catch and release.
You know what catch and release is, Rolo.
No,
No,
it's
No.
like, this is very important to talk about because they say things like this. And you just take it to be true. Whatever version in your head is bad is what you believe. Like, they're not explaining this.
So what is catch and release? I mean, is this fishing? Are you like a fly fisherman or something? Is that what the CBP does? You know what I mean? Define to me what catch and release is in your mind or according to the people that you listen to.
Southwest Border Sector chiefs described their new policies of mass release under Secretary Mayorkas' catch and release policies. December 8th, 2023, homelandhouse.gov.
So we're
Just one
So
look at
how's-
these transcripts, and you know Border Patrol leadership sees firsthand that Secretary Mayorkas' mass parole and catch and release policies have not only led to the release of millions of
So whose
inadmissible
opinion
aliens
is that?
into our communities,
Whose opinion is
but
that?
have incentivized millions more to come to our borders
Sir,
with the knowledge that this administration will
whose
quickly
opinion
release
are you
many of
reading?
them into the interior.
Where are you
Chairman
reading
Green
that?
said,
Who?
whose opinion is that?
homelandhouse.gov.
Oh,
Right. So is this the hearing from what's his name, Tim Holman? Is this what you're hearing?
Homeland, Homeland,
Homeland what?
homelandhouse.gov.
Yeah, that's weird. Homeland House. That's nothing.
are they?
It's
Are
either
they?
Department
Is
of
it like a
Homeland
Homeland Security?
Why is it .gov
House
then?
committee?
Was it a hearing that this happened?
Yeah, this is Homeland Security. Republicans.
Yeah. So this is not an official site. These are a bunch of. If you think about who
How is
DHS,
.gov not official?
what
This is
kind
our government.
of people does Homeland Security attract, generally speaking?
Since January 20th, 2021, the Border
Wait, answer
Patrol
my
has released
question.
over 1.2 million aliens via NTA.
Yeah, notice to appear. So a notice to appear is the beginning of your removal proceedings. So it's not catch and release. People cross the border under 8 USC 1158. Pecos just told you about that. It allows people to come in, step on U.S. soil, and you don't even have to jump the border fence, man.
The OFO
You can
has
do it
reported more
beforehand.
than
Hold on, let me finish.
540,000 NTAs.
So
Yeah, and there's probably a lot more than
yeah,
that.
and
Two-
here
2.7.
and considering the fact that 83 to 96% show up to every single one of their court hearings, do you think we need to spend the money to jail these people? Think about $200 a day per person, 300 maybe. You think you want to do that?
No, I do not believe that. I
Okay,
believe
that's what this is-
policies
this
like
is-
Remain
that's
in
what this is
Mexico
talking about.
could assist with that.
So
Oh my
nuts.
God.
You're citing these numbers as if they were like bad numbers or like horrible things, you know. But when people present themselves at the border and they can articulate a credible fear and they pass background checks, they're going to be released into the community so that they can work, so that we don't have to house them, feed them, take care of them medically. We don't have to do anything. We just release them into the community. We know where they are because they have to go to their ICE check-ins.
Just
They're
release
given,
them. Like you just mentioned. You just said it yourself.
of course,
These
you
are
release them.
people
What would be the
eligible.
alternative?
They're in the immigration system. They're not just released and never to be seen again.
See, and then you just said that they were given NTAs. That is notice.
I mean,
to
Pickles, you're from
appears.
Texas, right?
Yeah,
Where in Texas, if you don't mind me asking? Because I live in Texas too. I live in Houston.
I'm in Dallas.
Okay.
So
People are dying
you-
in Texas.
Huh?
people die all over the world, my friend. That's kind of the cycle of life, the circle of life. I never seen The Lion King, but that's what happens.
But 13-year-old girls that are, sexually
come on, man.
essayed is not
Come on.
okay.
Okay,
Can
but
Come on,
the
man.
same
with
thing
that?
with 13-year-old kids getting pew-pewed at school, but you guys won't budge on the gun issue.
Is it?
It's the leading
Is it the
cause
guns that are
of
an issue, or is
it's
it security in schools that's the
It's
issue?
the leading cause of child death right now in the United States.
But
And
y'all
you
don't
guys
want
want to point
security
to
guards
29
on security
people.
guards in schools, though.
Okay, you guys want to point to
You are
29
pivoting
people,
like crazy.
and we're going to point to 40,000.
So we're going to ban
nuts-
cars then?
Nuts just pivoted away from this because his own source shows how the process is working and exactly how I described it. They turn themselves in, they are background checked, and then they are released through an NTA, a notice to appear, with a court hearing date, right? And then they present themselves for their hearings. You go to an individual hearing, and eventually you go through a master calendar hearing, kind of like a pretrial conference, and eventually you'll get a chance to present your immigration case before an immigration judge. It's called an individual hearing.
The
If they
historic
den-
number of inadmissible
if they deny
aliens
that,
illegally
if they
crossing through
deny
the
that-
border, arriving at ports of entry under Mayorkas' watch have been released through a number of different
Nuts.
pathways. More
Nuts.
than
Hold on,
1.6
hold
million
on.
individuals have been released via some sort of form of parole,
Nuts.
despite Immigration and Nationality Act limiting parole to use on a case-by-case, quote-unquote, and temporary basis.
nuts. When you say that, what did you say? Record
Border
numbers.
Patrol alone has also released well over
Hold
1
on.
million illegal
Record
aliens
numbers.
with a notice to appear on their
Stop.
own recognized.
Stop. You just talked about record numbers coming in. That is true of every administration because immigration, unlawful immigration, has been trending upwards for decades. So you could have said the same thing under Bush, under Obama, under Little Bush, Big Bush, because it has always trended upwards. So under Trump, it's going to continue to trend upwards, so then they can say that there's,
Can we make a bet, Rolo, that that's not the case?
I'm not a betting man, but
Why not?
historically,
We can bet $5, Rolo.
so you're trying to pivot, because
No,
you
I'm
just
really
kind
not.
of
I'm
you
trying to
owned
see if you actually believe what you're saying or not.
you owned yourself when it came to like the process, right? You're citing these numbers as if there was something bad, but it's really the process. So they are NTA, they are released into the community, of course, right? We're not going to hold these people
Well,
indefinitely
it's just
until they are
it's a
able to
friendly
see a
bet.
judge.
Just in 4 years, can we compare the numbers? And if
Again,
you were wrong, will you at least admit that you're wrong?
Sure. I have no problems admitting that I'm wrong.
Okay.
That's fine.
What you're
I'm
also going
gonna
to see
do a
is
virtual handshake, Rolo.
the thing is there were environmental factors that drove people to migrate. This isn't a Biden thing, and Trump
So
has
now
even
it's going to be
acknowledged
COVID,
this.
huh?
I'm
Is that what
sorry.
you're saying now? Is that where you're going? Is COVID, Pickles?
COVID is part of it, yeah, but no. Venezuela, for instance, you know what's going on there?
You can draw a direct causal link to every wave of migrants to U.S. intervention.
Yep.
And that can walk you down the path. But every time the U.S. intervenes and breaks the necks, curb stomps each country, then the natural cause within 1 or 2 years is a huge wave of migrants to the U.S. You can link that to Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras, Venezuela, Cuba, Mexico. You can have these huge causal links, because of U.S. intervention. And then we cry on why there's a lot of people coming over when it is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I
You know-
agree. There's a lot of bad U.S. intervention. This has been going on for years, like decades and
Yeah.
decades.
Do you see the
Right.
screen?
Yes. Yeah, he did that before he left.
Why do you think he did that?
Probably because all of the communism in Venezuela.
Or
Define communism.
Define ultranationalism.
Or
Ultranationalism would be at the detriment to other nations or oneself.
So that's your definition of ultranationalism
No, that's the definition of ultranationalism.
in Webster?
Yeah, go ahead and look it up. It's holding up your own nation at the detriment to other nations or oneself.
let me tell
So is
you a
it
quick
wrong to
story.
hold up the United States?
At the detriment to other nations
What,
or yourself.
what other nations
Yes,
are we putting
yes.
below us?
we're
Hey,
about
man,
to do this to
there's-
Ukraine.
There's never been a form of nationality or nationalism that has been beneficial to anybody, including the nation that is practicing it.
You didn't answer my question, Tic Tac.
Ukraine.
Okay, what was your question?
Ukraine, we're putting Ukraine down by
How about,
sending them billions and billions of dollars.
Turkish Kurdish. Yeah, that too. Yes, Turkish Kurdish war and Ukraine.
No. Ukraine, how are we putting our foot down on Ukraine? And how are we
Trump
putting
is
ourselves above that?
he's likely going to be giving a piece of Ukraine to Putin because he doesn't want to foot the.
You know the Russian
Couple
history,
hundred
though,
bi-
right, Pickles? You're a smart man.
I'm sorry, what?
You know Russian history. You're a smart man, right, Pickles?
I know a little bit.
I know a bit.
What is Ukraine also considered?
It's the former.
Not Russia.
It was the. It used
Not
to be
Russia.
the capital
Good one,
of the
Tic
USSR. Kiev was,
Okay. Yes,
and that's why Putin wants it back, right?
of course.
So you agree Putin's trying to take Ukraine?
I mean, if it ends the war, let him have this liver back, right?
So you're okay
Stop the millions
with
of deaths.
Russia taking over Ukraine just to end the war?
What's the percentage of populations of Russians in Ukraine?
So
I'm gonna- so-
Putin has installed Russian separatists in the Donbass region of
Well,
Ukraine.
he's installed them, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. They're called Little
This has
Green
been the
Men.
long game.
Look it up.
Interesting.
This is the nationalism that is the detriment to other countries we're talking about.
nuts. If Trump ends the war by handing over Ukraine to Russia, you would be okay with that?
I don't think the Ukrainians.
Answer my question.
I don't know. I don't have a say, Rolo. Neither
Come
do you.
on.
I'm not saying that you
You
have
know
a say.
this-
Answer my question. My question was very simple, my friend.
No, man. We do
Yeah.
not have a say. Whatever
Do you
happens,
believe-
I have a
happens.
say as a Texan.
I
should
come
we-
from the stance that I want lives to stop being
Eat the
lost in
cookie,
Ukraine
nuts.
and Russia.
Eat the
I don't want
cookie.
anybody to die.
No, this is
You-
silly
you
because
were
you're all
sidestepping
for
that.
you're all for Trump writing a blank check for Israel to do whatever they want to Palestine, aren't you?
I never said that. When did I say that, Pickles? When did I say that, Pickles?
The thing is,
That's
Are
what
you
Trump's
putting
doing.
words in my mouth,
You haven't
Pickles?
answered
No,
my
but this
question,
is
nuts.
political. This is
No,
this
you
is
are
Trump's
putting words in my
position.
mouth, Pickles. I
This is
never
Trump's-
said that.
No, I'm saying, but this is Trump's position.
Does that mean it's my position?
You voted for him.
Well, Pickles can at least admit he's wrong for putting words in my mouth, right?
Chill, dude. I know you didn't say it.
Can you answer my question, nuts?
So why are you implying that,
he's
Pickles?
got to
You're just
get
trying
one.
to make me
He's
look
got to
bad.
get one win,
He is
Pickles. He's
running
got to get
away.
one win.
He
I'm
is
just saying this
running
is
away.
what Trump wants to do. So like you're saying Trump is the answer to this stuff, but Trump like the Ukraine war, they've lost about 70,000 civilians. Ukraine has, and Trump alone, just for the Turkish Kurdish thing, he is solely responsible for 80,000 people dying, and you guys didn't have beef with that. Like this strangely a topic you guys bring up all the time, this Ukraine thing, because for some reason you guys want to do this America first thing.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense. The right wing messaging makes no sense because you guys don't like doing social programs. Like you guys are vehemently against spending tax dollars on America.
Even historically, America First was started in the 1920s by the Triple K. Then it was picked up by the funny mustache guy He claimed it as Deutschland über alles, which meant Germany overall. And then it was later adopted again by the Republican Party, specifically Ronald Reagan. Yeah, it's bad, man. It's bad. For him to even say that out loud is reminiscence of 1920s.
I cannot believe y'all are so twisted to believe that putting Americans first is a bad thing.
No, it's an isolationist thing that, like, in that regard.
No, it's not even though. It's not
is.
even. It's
It
really
is because
not.
you guys want, like, the only thing that you guys are America first to is Ukraine. Like, there's no other way that you guys are
No.
planning on being America first.
Are tax cuts not American first?
We need to, like, he's going to do deficit spending
No.
to the tune of $3 trillion with those tax cuts.
Pickles, I can say the same thing Rolo said about more immigrants coming over every year about deficit spending, and you know that.
No,
Deficit
Trump's
spending
tax
goes
cuts.
up every
Trump's
single
tax cuts
term.
were heavily
Yes, it
skewed
does.
for the rich.
It
What?
could get worse. You're not
Trump's
aware?
tax cuts were heavily skewed for the rich, and it
Who
gave,
pays?
it gave
Who
too many.
pays 50% of the taxes?
Okay,
Pickles?
it doesn't matter.
The
They are
1%.
hoarding
The
all of the
1%
wealth.
pays 50%
They're
of all
hoarding-
of America's taxes.
No, they're hoarding all of the
Yes.
wealth.
What?
They're hoarding all of the wealth.
So we need to mass distribute it out, right? That's what the Democrats are going to do is distribute
No,
that
we
wealth
don't.
out.
We don't want wealth distribution. We want to stop printing money
That's something we can agree on. But why don't they stop now then?
because you guys print money like a motherfucker.
Biden has printed more than Trump.
Oh, let's talk about that. M2
That's
money
weird,
supply. So
they-
Trump, during his years, 2017, he came in and it was about 13 trillion, and he
I'm
went
going to
all
pivot
the
to
way.
the talking point y'all always use. What started in 2019
He went
and
all
what
the
did
way
Trump
to
have to do to keep
19.
the economy stable?
19.3
The stimulus checks,
trillion.
right?
Hold on, there's no correlation here. You don't understand.
There
And then
is.
Biden went from
There is correlation, Pickles.
19 to 21.
for asylum. But you're not overtaxing the asylum process. You're actually letting in more people lawfully the way you guys would love to come, as you say, do it the right way. But right now there is no right way, but you keep saying that there's a right way. But when we try to reform the system, Republicans shut it down. So therefore you don't want the right way. You just want to deport brown people, which is what's happening right now.
Again,
I'm
you're
not talking
putting
to
words
you,
in my
nuts,
mouth. You know
nuts,
why they shot the bill down,
nuts,
Rolo.
nuts,
You know
yeah.
why.
Yeah, I know. And it was Republicans not wanting to do anything because Trump wanted to use the border as a
No,
talking point,
no,
and
you
it worked
know
for
the
him.
real reason why it was
Stop-
shot down by the
stop
majority
nuts.
of House Republicans.
Don't tell me that it was because of the funding for Ukraine and Israel, because that was passed separately, and it was left. The border bill was left alone, and the Republicans still didn't pass it. So if that's what you're going to say, you're 100% wrong. my
You
friend.
knew exactly what I was talking about because you knew
Well, there
why
you
it was
go.
shut down.
Yeah,
Well,
so
wrong.
that's been
It wasn't
separated.
shut down.
It's been separated now.
It was separated.
And then they
And
passed
the
that.
funding passed.
So
So they didn't pass the border bill, but they did pass the funding, which was the excuse. The Republicans still think, like you still think that they didn't pass it because it was coupled in with border
Had-
or
like everybody
funding.
agreed on this. They shook
Yeah.
They wrote it together. It's bipartisan. And then they all had to pretend like it wasn't good. They're like, "Oh yeah, no."
Which Republicans voted in favor for it? Name a couple.
It was
James
written
Langford
by
wrote it.
James Langford, a Republican.
He's a Republican out of Oklahoma, and then he turned around and voted against it, and then got pissed off and stood on stage and said Donald Trump told me to vote against it, and I like the bill.
Wait,
Isn't it funny how
it
that
never
is,
even
right?
went to a vote because Mike Johnson killed it under the Trump's direction. You know what I mean? I think that's what happened. Isn't that what happened?
I'm pretty
Did he even
sure
get to a
it's
vote?
just sitting on Mike Johnson's desk or
Yeah, so it never even went to a vote in the House, and
Yeah.
it never got to the Senate because Trump said, "I want to run on fear mongering on the border and vilifying immigrants," and it worked. Look at you; you're still here fearing immigrants,
Still
even
here
though I
talking about it.
explained. Yeah, even though I explained, the real process and how. We talked about the criminality being low. They don't tax our system. They're a net positive with
By the way, I
you
want
know, all these things.
I want to get rid of this chart real quick. So here's the M2 money supply, 13 trillion in 2017. 2021, January 19.3. Now 21,203. There you go. I'm sorry, Rolo. You can go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out that, this guy, Nuts, along with a lot of his cohorts, are the type of people that Trump targeted because he drilled into their head that we are criminals, we are rapists, we are drug mules, we come here to tax the system. And those things stick. They stick, they stick. And that's why people like that voted for Trump, because they were afraid of immigrants. They're afraid of brown people. And that's why they're so happy right now that they have Stephen Miller and all these guys who are going to deport brown people specifically, because those are the ones that are going to be targeted. Anyone here who is white and overstayed a visa are not even going to be, they're going to fly under the radar. They'll be okay. They'll catch a few here and there.
That's bold, Rolo.
But
that's
the
bold,
mass
right?
majority.
That's a bold statement, Rolo.
Dude, it's based on the numbers,
Reality.
my friend. I'm telling you what Trump has already done,
No,
not
it's
what's
bold,
going.
Rolo. You know what
I'm
you're saying
thinking
is
going
bold.
to happen.
You're really reaching, man.
Listen, you are reaching by making all these claims, and then I come up here and set you straight, and you're still, not wanting to admit.
Rolo, you're saying that
anything.
I'm afraid of brown people?
I think
That
you
is
are.
reaching,
Yes.
man.
Do we commit crimes at a higher
Everyone
rate?
commits crimes. White people commit crimes too.
Do you think
You
that
asked me to
because
source. You asked me to source it when I told you that they commit crimes at a lower rate. Did you not know that?
see, he doesn't care because he thinks that one is too many, therefore all brown people should be deported. That's the premise.
Again, y'all are just so wild and putting
Am
all
I
these
wrong?
words in my mouth, man.
Nuts, am I wrong? Didn't
Yes,
just
you
say
are
that
wrong.
twen-
You
didn't
are
just
wrong,
say that
Rolo.
29
You are wrong.
Wait,
You can be
no,
wrong, I promise
no,
you.
no,
It
no.
is okay to be wrong as well. You know
Pickles,
that, right?
Didn't he say that because there was 29 people that were
You are
unalived,
wrong. Did you hear
then
me?
they should go ahead and carry all of these deportations? Didn't he just say
Yeah.
that?
We
Did
need
you
to
hear me,
deport
Rolo?
12 million people
Chat?
because of the 29 murders.
Yeah. So therefore, even though it's a net positive in every single way you can think of, he still wants to get rid of brown people. That's just how it is. You don't want to see it that way, but I'm just simplifying and extrapolating the conversation you had with Pickles and with me and simpling it down in a way that you can understand it, but it's offensive to you because I'm stating the truth based on what you said.
So yeah, Pickles, you're right. There's only 29 murders, but there was also 2,900 DUIs, 700
DUIs?
burglaries, 1,084 assaults, domestic violence and batteries, 1,500 illegal drug possessions,
So if this was a nation of
232 illegal weapons possessions, 221 essays, and 3,276 others.
Okay,
Do you know
so
how many of those guys-
if this was a nation of 12 million people and that's the only crime that occurred, it would be the safest nation on the planet
Safe
by
fucking
leaps
nation.
and bounds. It would be the safest nation in existence of the earth.
Is America the safest nation right now?
No,
Why not?
We have highest gun violence.
because we have a bunch of Americans.
We have an insane, and we have domestic terrorism as well.
You know all the drugs and SCX trafficking that happens? Guess who they bring it for?
It's us.
Supply and
Americans.
demand. Yeah.
99%
that's
of it's bought
specifically
by
the
Americans.
So,
drugs
so
are
the
for me.
suppliers are not in the wrong, Rolo. Is that right?
I'm not saying that there's not in the wrong, but
Then
if
what are you
there's a
insinuating, Rolo?
demand,
What are you insinuating
The
then?
only criminals
Are you not
here
listening?
that are in that transaction are the U.S. citizens.
So, Pickles, you cleared it up. So the suppliers aren't criminals.
The only
Demand.
people that we can enforce the law on are the people here.
That's not true. If they come the right way, like Rolo said, they're
Supply
entitled
and
to due
demand.
process.
Wait, what? Okay,
Supply
who's
and
not
demand.
coming the right way? Who are you saying is not coming the right way?
Oh my god, y'all are funny,
This
man.
guy-
Y'all are really
this
spinning
guy's-
it. Y'all are
Wait,
really,
he
really
said-
spinning this.
Is he saying all the drugs come from the south of the border? Is that your argument?
No, they come from China, man. All the fentanyl comes from China.
Chill with the
Oh,
words.
so-
You have to say code names.
Oh, my fault. My fault. I
Do you think-
apologize.
Do you think we should build a wall on to China?
Are you trying to be funny, Tic Tac?
Yeah, I am kind of, because it doesn't make sense. You know that these narcotics are coming from other
Your
locations.
joke
than this-
didn't make sense
Then,
either.
then
did it?
yeah,
Right,
shut the
as
fuck
well.
up. I'm not done talking. So
Okay,
you know
buddy.
that these narcotics aren't coming from south of the border, but yet you still want to attack south of the border. Why is that?
Well, because actually they are coming south of the border.
What'd you say?
Because what?
You think you think the
We're
Chinese don't send it into South America and then they move it in? Is that not happening?
Well, no, 90% of it actually comes from other ports of entry other than south of the border. So
They come into
How
the
much does
coast.
10% of the
You know they have
bad drugs
semi-submergible
kill
submarines
people?
where they can put in tons of like F drugs and like other hugs and other things, and the whole couple of paisas with 50-pound MJ,
Okay, Rolo, you
bags
got me.
running across the desert. That is just a
Let's talk about
distraction.
tariffs. Let's talk about Chinese tariffs since we're
You wanna
talking about
pivot?
China.
wait, why are we pivoting?
I mean, we spoke about this for almost an hour now. You don't think it's
Yeah.
time for a subject change?
Because he got destroyed, but that's okay. Hey,
Bye, Rolo.
thanks
Weren't you
guys
dropping
for having me
down?
down. I was. I just wanted to make a point that you were so wrong, and you're not
Okay,
willing
yeah,
to
and
admit
keep going on
anything.
with your bogus claims that I'm afraid of brown people and I want to deport them all because you know that's not true.
Listen, I'm
I
not
want
gonna
to
come
find
up
a
on-
right way
I'm not
to
going to come up on
incorporate
camera
everyone.
because you might flinch and you might drop down just because I'm somewhat brown. I'm not even brown, but I'm kind of, a little bit more, not even, only when I'm tanned, I look kind of brown. So if I put on my camera, you might drop down. So I'm not going to do that because I know you're afraid of brown people. But that's okay, man.
We can both put our cameras on,
Rolo.
Rolo. I will not drop down.
No, you sure?
Yeah,
You might
I'm
be
sure.
afraid of me because I'm kind
It's
of
a walk-off
brown.
chat.
Hold on, I'm taking my shirt off. Let's do a push-up contest.
Tic Tac. I'll give you $5 right now if you can hit 10 push-ups flawlessly on camera.
All right. Let me get on that. I'm gonna get right on that. Hold on. Hold your
I
breath
can
for a
only turn
second.
left. I can only turn left. All right. Anyways,
This is
hey,
fun.
thank you guys for letting me up, man. That was fun.
All right,
Let's,
man.
I'll see you around,
Thanks
bro.
for thanks for
good
coming
night,
up, bro.
Later, TikTok.
Well,
So we can talk about tariffs now, right?
no, I don't want
Heavens to
to.
Betsy. You've been up here for
Come
47
on.
minutes. Can you
Time
come up
is
some
it?
other time?
It's midnight.
Just a
Holy
couple
shit.
more minutes, Pickles. I just want to say a couple things.
No, because I gotta pee, dude.
You can go pee. I'll talk to Tic Tac. I'll keep everyone.
There's love.
Let's
I'll
see if
keep
there's
everyone,
anybody else.
Okay, while he's peeing,
Did he leave?
do you have your shirt off for your push-ups, Tic Tac?
He fell. He tripped out. He tripped out, guys. He tripped out of the door. I swear to God, I didn't kick him. Hold on. Let me pick somebody else. Hi.
Hello. How are you doing tonight, TikTok?
Good. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I am not. I'm actually a Harris supporter.
All right. Well, we're getting to some Trump supporters. Do you got anything to say real quick?
I mean, honestly, in my opinion, and maybe this is just me, but it seems like a lot of people that voted for Trump are now just finding out that a lot of the stuff that he said he was going to do is actually going to be coming to pass, such as the Project 2025 actually being Agenda 47, as well as changing the whole name and everything like that. So, I mean, it seems like a lot of people don't do their research, and now they're basically fuck around and find out is basically what they're doing. I've been seeing a lot of posts like that lately, too.
Well, I think we got quite a few magas in queue we're gonna get to, Jessica. I appreciate you coming up here.
All right.
I'm sorry,
Have a good
Jessica.
night.
Thank you. We're gonna keep going to debates.
Got it.
Alrighty, have a good one.
You too.
I tried, man. I tried.
I just took the best pee ever, chat.
Did you even wash?
It
Did
just
you
kept
even wash?
going.
It was like Austin Powers.
Evacuation come. Evacuation come. Oh, what the Sigma chat? Why aren't these people connecting?
think we had that other guy up too long. They left.
Tap the screen, chat, or else I'm going to keep someone else up for 40 minutes. Tap the screen. Let's get to 500K, or else I'm bringing the worst person up ever, and he's going to stay.
HVAC? You don't
have to wash if you Superman it. You don't have to wash if you Superman it.
You don't have to touch it, so I don't pee on my hands. I don't have to wash them.
Yeah, you're good.
That's fair. Yeah, I freak people out at the,
All right. I don't
at
know.
the stall.
We need one of the two. I'll either invite RC or Thwarkus. Which one you want?
No, dude, prepare to be alone. Do I still play PUBG? I don't.
Which one do you want? Huh?
Hey, what's up, bub?
Are you listening to me?
What'd you
Hello?
say?
Good God, your ADHD is fucking terrible.
Yeah, I know.
I said, do you want me to invite RC or Thwarkus?
Do you want me to invite who?
Do you remember Thwarkus, the guy with the shirtless abs in the other day?
Oh, yeah. No, we're good. Yeah, no RC, no Thwarkus. Yeah, no, we're good.
All right, if I see RC in the box, I'm letting him up ASAP. I just want to let you know that he's getting up instantly. He's got a fast pass.
Tight, bro. Tight. I'm going to
Do I know RC? I don't know if I know RC.
get my email music
Oh,
ready.
you just wait. TikTok. No, TikTok. Are you sure? I swear you debated him before with when he was up here.
Maybe. I go through a lot of dumb people. I don't remember them all.
Oh, this one sticks out like a sore thumb, dude. Just get ready. Anyways, see you guys.
All right, man. Hope you're doing well.
Smoochies.
Oh, right corner? Fuck right corner. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good,
Never
dude.
mind.
I'm good.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said his name twice. Fuck.
Yellow?
What's up? My name's Nathan. I'm 39, and I voted for Trump.
Well, hello, Nathan39.
Hello? What do you like about Trump, man?
Well, he's going to improve the economy. He goes for our constitutional rights, freedom.
Oof.
And another thing, he is for the people, not the super elite. And so much that the Amish actually voted for Trump as well, and that's a first in history for the Amish to get involved in any type of politics, especially politics. Government in general. They just we're all pretty excited.
Yeah. It's good. So the economy.
We started with the Constitution? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the Constitution. So here would be my case. So if you just get on the Google machine and you say Trump, and then you type truth, social, tear apart Constitution, and you just go to images and you just click right here. It says, one of the last sentences is in here. It says, massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination, rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone such false and fraudulent elections. I don't trust him with that in particular.
Well, he actually joked about it today, too. He said that he was willing to get rid of the 22nd Amendment, which would allow him to serve a third term. But the Republicans would see what they could do about that.
He was actually mad. So, this wasn't a joke. He was mad. He was baby raging that day. So, depending on his mood, the Constitution's kind of, optional. In my perspective.
Let's not forget when he wanted to do away with due process.
That part too.
Well, in terms of the Constitution, he's for the freedom and liberty. First Amendment, Second Amendment. We the people are free.
I don't know. That's poetry. That's like jerking off with a Bible and a American flag in your hand. What does that mean? What if I were to tell you Biden wants to check people at the border for their religion and to see if they're, make sure they're not fascist or some sort of like weird economic policy that he doesn't like. Do you think that'd be okay?
At the border, it was never about a certain type of people. It's literally if they're legal or not.
I'm talking about what if he wanted to institute this kind of law? Would that be First Amendment freedom absolutist? Wanted to implement a law that made sure we only took some sort of like religion into the country? Or maybe only people who were Marxists and communists. What about that? What if we did that? Would that be good?
Well, that's just it, with Trump, we're free to be whoever we want to be.
Answer my question directly, though. Like, would that be against freedom of speech?
I mean, not really. I mean, because
how not?
That's just it. We have to protect the border. And
no, we're not even talking about the border at this point.
Yeah, like
talking
what
about
if,
in general,
like if we're doing, if we put laws in place that made you want to hide your political ideology or your religious beliefs, would that be freedom of would that be freedom of religion? Would that be pro First Amendment?
Okay, within our country, within our, I don't see Trump doing that.
Okay, but Trump has written it down on paper that he wants to do that.
Part of his plans. He said he wants to utilize the military to weed out the Marxists and the socialists throughout our population and our government. And then when they asked him to clarify what he meant by that, he specifically said Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff. Do you think it's okay to utilize our military to clear out our politicians?
Nathan, are you there, bub?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm specifically talking about the First Amendment right now, all right? Everything we're talking about First Amendment. Do you think these words and actions are pro First Amendment?
I mean, I honestly, I don't understand where you guys are getting information of how Trump is going against our First Amendment.
I'm asking you a hypothetical. If someone were to do that, would that be against the First Amendment? Before
Trump's not against the First Amendment in the first place.
Can you answer that though? Can you answer that? Would that be against the First Amendment?
What being against the First Amendment?
Oh my God.
Nathan, are you doing this on purpose?
Are you a little? Have you had a few drinks?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we're engaged in this conversation of how Trump is against the First Amendment as opposed to where he's not, and I'm trying to educate you guys on how Trump is for freedom and our liberty.
Yeah, and I'm showing you things in black and white that he's put down on paper. When I did the
research, I mean, this is the first in history where the Amish actually went in and voted.
Let's talk about policy. I don't care about the Amish. I don't respect the Amish's, like, the way they vote, especially, like, I think they're a bunch of superstitious people. I don't care. Republicans
you don't respect the fact that they just want to be left alone. They want to live back.
That. They can do they can do that all they want.
Technology.
You can do that all they want, but I don't look to them for my political ideology. So it's
You know,
this
like the
is
fact that they just want to stay back in the 19th century technology and just be
sure
left
that's
alone.
fine.
Then go
You're
join the
going on a
Amish. That's
different
not what this
tangent.
conversation's about.
Strict vetting. This is something Trump wrote down in his plans. Republicans will use existing federal law to keep foreign Christian-hating communists, Marxists, and socialists out of America. Is that pro First Amendment?
Well, socialism is in a gray area of communism, anyways.
Should we be
it's not.
checking?
It's completely different.
It is.
Should we be
It
checking
is.
people if they're socialist?
We, the people, and the Amish is a good example of it. That,
I swear to God, say Amish one more time,
oh my gosh,
bro.
Hearing-
Nobody cares about the fucking Amish. We're
that
not here to
weird.
talk
That,
about the Amish.
hold on,
We're
don't-
literally talking
that-
about things Donald Trump is saying and doing, and you're
Yes, I
deflecting
know.
away to it.
But
And you're
what
you
I'm
keep-
saying.
No, shut up.
What I'm saying is that we're
hey, bro,
independent. As the we
we're
the people,
talking
we
about
are
Donald
independent.
Trump. Stop fucking talking.
Exactly. That's
We are talking about
we're still
Donald
on the
Trump.
same topic.
And you're still trying to deflect to Amish people. We're talking about things Donald Trump said. We don't give a shit about the Mennonites.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Can you see you guys being independent, or do you want to rely on the government all the time?
Do you think we're relying on the government?
Well, the government works for us. That's why we pay taxes for them to do what we need them to do.
Chat, if you are not completely inebriated and you're a MAGA supporter, please hop in the box.
Fucking Amish. I'm starting to hate the Amish for some reason. I've never even met an Amish person.
What's going on, man?
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump
I swear to
supporter?
God.
I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Actually, I'm not going to say I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican, so I voted Republican. But just to touch on a couple of facts that you talked about as far as imprisoning people that have a different ideology. If you remember, and I'm sure you do, when Trump first came to office as president in 2016, going into 2017, they released the Mueller report, which was absolute fabrication. And they tried to prosecute him on that, impeach him on
Why
that.
did people go to prison?
It wasn't true. It's already came out that it wasn't true.
How many indictments came out from the Mueller report?
All the news organizations had to say that it wasn't true. He was not colluding with Russia.
How many indictments came out of the Mueller report?
It was after he was in office, and
How
it
many
was
indictments
all
came out of the Mueller report?
wiped away. It was all wiped away.
How many Mueller report indictments were there?
It had nothing to do with Trump. Nothing. Just
They
like
couldn't
Whitewater.
investigate
you
a
can
sitting
say it had nothing to
president.
do with Clinton, right? How many indictments came out?
I
of
don't think you
Whitewater?
understand. So what was the summary of the Mueller report? What did they say?
That Trump was not complicit in any crimes and any collusion with Russia. It was all false.
No,
and it also came
said
out that
this
Hillary
does not
Clinton.
clear him. It said it literally explicitly says this does not exonerate Trump, and we cannot
Of course it did.
continue
Of course
further.
it
We cannot continue this investigation because we cannot investigate a sitting president.
And the same thing that happened with Biden when he was investigated for the.
Okay,
for the
but now you're
classified
just saying
documents.
samesies.
No,
but
it
you
wasn't.
understand that what you just said is incorrect.
Exactly. So we're comparing the lesser of two evils here.
No, you're
right?
saying
So
things that are
Democrat Party-
incorrect. So I'm
Democrat
correcting
Party
you.
is just as complicit as Republican Party, if not more so, because they weaponized the
Hey, man,
Department
just
of
because you
Justice.
talk faster and over people doesn't mean you're right.
Joe, we gotta
Listen
stay on
to what
topic,
Pickles
bud.
is saying.
You want to talk about
We
Russia,
are- we are
Russia?
staying on
Let's talk
topic.
about it, okay?
Okay.
Do you know
How
who
did Trump
Do you know who
report-
Christopher Steele is?
How did Trump collude with Russia?
Do you know who Christopher Steele is?
My question came first. How did Trump collude with Russia?
Christopher Steele was a person who wrote the Steele dossier. Do you know what the Steele
Yes.
dossier is?
I do, and it was already proven to be false
When did they do that?
when they exonerated him. And he was
When
a
was
staffer for Hillary Clinton. He was a staffer for Hillary Clinton, and it came out that it was all false.
I'd have to see that.
I didn't know they did that. Where can I find that info?
If I go off my phone, off this actual live, and pull that up for you, then you won't hear me. But it came out that he was exonerated and it was a falsehood. Acquitted.
Tell us the site to go to.
So a Russian analyst who worked on a discredited dossier linking Donald Trump to Russia has been found not guilty of lying to the FBI. The so-called Steele dossier was used by the FBI to obtain surveillance. I'm sorry?
Read the headline.
I know. It says Trump, Russia, Steele dossier source acquitted of lying to the FBI. So he wasn't lying?
It said it was discredited.
A Russian analyst who worked on a discredited dossier linking Donald Trump to Russia has been found.
It was proven to be false. It was proven to be false.
Special counsel John Durham, who brought charges, was appointed by Mr. Trump's attorney, blah, 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 between Russia. The Steele dossier was published by a news website called BuzzFeed 10 days before Trump took office, made a number of explosive claims linking Trump to the Kremlin, including that Russia had compromising material on the Republican candidate. Mr. Dachenko had reportedly worked with ex-British spy Christopher Steele on the dossier. He went to become a paid informant to the FBI. He appeared emotional as the verdict was read. He did not comment after the hearing. Mr. Steele, a former British spy, was hired to compile a dossier by working by Washington, D.C.-based research firm Fusion GPS, which was itself retained by a law. So it doesn't say anything about it being discredited. He was cleared. It says of charges. In the headline. He was cleared. Says it in the headline. You don't understand that there's a double negative here. Acquitted of lying. He was not charged.
Because they couldn't prove that he lied, but the dossier was discredited. They couldn't prove that he lied, but the dossier was discredited.
Hello? Hello?
Dossier was just like Hillary Clinton wiped her laptop from Benghazi, and she couldn't be.
No, that was all stored on a fucking server. Jesus
okay,
Christ.
No, it wasn't. She wiped it clean. She wiped it clean. Okay. So
if he wrote a dossier and he was accused of lying in that dossier,
the FBI
stop. I'm not done talking. I am not done talking. I am not done talking. I don't know why you just started talking in the middle of my fucking sentence, man. It's really weird when people do that. They do it a lot.
No, you did the same thing.
So here's the thing. I don't give a shit. Don't.
I give a shit.
So
you're not gonna talk down to me, bro.
You're saying don't overtalk me. It's really fucking simple.
State your point. Let's go.
All right,
so the Mueller report did conclude that the Russia interfered in the election in sweeping and systematic fashion.
And Iran was doing the same thing this year.
So was it true or not?
For Kamala Harris. Does that mean that Trump had something to do with it? Does it mean Kamala Harris had something to do with Iran colluding?
No, Iran, she was not, she did that unsolicited. It was unsolicited. They said that they couldn't, it was unknown whether or not that Trump explicitly was connected to the Kremlin, but they could not investigate it any further. And then we have this, and then we have this, and then we have Russia interfering in this election.
Iran was interfering in this election on behalf of Kamala. Does that mean that she was fucking part of that too?
Not on behalf of Kamala.
No, they have an assassination on Trump out there. What do you mean they didn't want Kamala
on behalf of Kamala? No, they're trying to discredit Trump. They're trying to expose Trump.
Exactly.
It was a dossier on Trump, I think. Or on Vance.
Iran, yeah. They wanted her to win. Russia may have wanted Trump to win. I don't know. But if you can say that Russia was colluding with Trump on his behalf, then you could say the same for fucking Kamala and Iran.
No, we can't, because there haven't been investigations into it.
Because
hey, Joe, I was answering your question. Okay, because there haven't been investigations into it, and there's nothing that says that.
Not yet.
How were there 34 indictments from the Mueller report? There were 34 indictments from the Mueller report.
Yeah, none of them stuck.
Indicted 34 individuals, 3 Russian businesses on charges ranging from computer hacking to conspiracy and financial crimes. Those indictments have led to 7 guilty pleas and 5 people sentenced to prison. Former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort faced charges in 2 separate federal courts on a slew of financial crimes charges related largely to his lobbying work in Ukraine. A jury found Manafort guilty in 18 counts. He was tried within Eastern District of Virginia, within the judge declaring a mistrial on the other 10. The guilty charges
and Hunter Biden worked for Burisma. He worked
Yeah.
for Burisma.
You
while
guys are
Biden
so
was
crazy with
vice
this
president.
Burisma thing.
How is that crazy? But what you're saying isn't. How is that
Because
crazy? But what you're saying isn't.
there was nothing.
pull
There's no conspiracy with Burisma
Why were they paying him so much money? What
because he's
degree
a
did he have
fucking lawyer.
He's a
to
lawyer.
deal with? He's a lawyer, and then his
He
father,
graduated- he's
his
a lawyer
father
from
told
Harvard.
Ukraine, if you don't fire the prosecutor that is
That's
going
right.
after Burisma, I will stop aid going to your country.
That's right. That was the will of
On
the
behalf
United
of the
States
company
and
that
the
his son
UN.
worked for.
That was will
No,
of the
he wasn't
United
going
States
after
and the
Burisma.
UN.
He wasn't going after Burisma. He refused to go after the president of Ukraine at the time.
Victor
He went after the prosecutor that was trying to prove fraud from Burisma and corruption from Burisma, and he
no, it
told
was
the
Victor
president,
Shulkin.
if you do not,
Victor
if you do
Shulkin
not
was
remove him,
no.
we will stop aid.
Victor Shulkin was corrupt. He was pro-Russia. Where is Victor Shulkin now, bro? Where is he?
The prosecutor from Ukraine that was going after Burisma.
Yeah, where is he now? He's in Russia.
I don't know.
He's in Russia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He was bad. He was bad. And Biden was allowed
And
to
so
do
is
this. This
Reagan.
was the will of the United States. And the thing is, he was impeached
You
because
don't
he
see any
held.
conflict of interest there? That
No.
his son worked for Burisma?
No.
And this man was prosecuting Burisma?
No.
Wow.
He
Wow. If that
wasn't
was Trump, you
prosecuting.
wouldn't keep
That is a rumor. He was not prosecuting Burisma. Show
It's
me where
not
he's
a
been
rumor.
prosecuting
Not
Burisma.
a
Show me anything where he prosecuted Burisma. Show me, because he didn't.
And again, if I leave this live and look up facts, then I'm going to be
Do it
disconnected.
on your own time, because I'm telling you right now, they
Will
didn't
do.
have
Will
anything.
do.
He was corrupt. And what's his name? Poroshenko came out and said this on world television. He said Viktor Shulkin was a corrupt prosecutor. He was pro-Russia.
Regardless of who he was pro for, he was going after the same company that
He
Hunter
was
Biden
not
worked
going
for.
after them. This is
Yes, he
this is Russian
Yes,
propaganda.
believe me.
This is
and now look. And
anti-Biden
now look.
Russian
The
propaganda.
crazy part is Hunter Biden was getting paid by Ukraine, the Biden family, and look who Biden is
He
supporting
wasn't getting
in this
paid by
war.
Ukraine. He was getting paid by a company in Ukraine.
In Ukraine, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
You
getting
guys
paid
are
by
so
Ukraine.
simple-minded.
That's really weird. That's not weird.
That's not weird.
That's not weird to you.
What you know? What else is weird? You know what else is weird?
He's getting paid
You know what
millions
else
of
is weird?
dollars.
You know what else is weird?
By a country.
You know what else
A
is
country
weird?
that Biden is sending billions of our tax dollars to defend. And look, I have
Yeah.
no problem with Ukraine defending themselves. It's a little weird. They're not even a NATO country. Not even a
They
NATO
don't
country.
have to be in NATO
God.
for us to have an ally.
Then why are we in Haiti? Why are we in Haiti?
They don't have to.
What?
It's not exclusive to us for us to help somebody.
Yeah, but why are we helping them and not other countries that are going
Because
have an
to
agreement
he
with
promised
them.
to. Have you heard of the Budapest Memorandum?
Yeah.
Do you know what
But-
it
No, you
is?
haven't.
What? Yeah.
No,
What
you
is it?
haven't.
It's to stop the takeover of any European country from Russia.
No.
Nope. Joe, don't lie to us, man. Much more respect for you.
Look, and again, you can sit there and say corruption on this side, corruption on that side, but it works both ways. It
No,
works
you
both
guys
ways.
have like a fifth grade like level understanding, like or idea of the
absolutely not
corruption
true,
on
and
our
that's why y'all
side.
lost the election. That's why y'all lost
No,
the election. You may think you're book smart, but
No.
common sense wise,
Give me a break.
this is why y'all lost.
No, give me a break.
Yes.
You guys
yes.
have all
And you know
these
what common
like
sense is?
stupid, silly, like Pizzagate level flat Earth conspiracies, and we have actual things like Trump taking $10 million from Egypt, or getting $2 billion from the Saudis, Jared Kushner. Like we have actual evidence of Trump
Yeah, but
doing
guess
horrible
what?
things.
There's no war started after that. There's no war started in the favor of those countries that he's getting money from afterwards.
Okay,
There's no money.
or we can look at everything
look,
else. We can look at him
let's look at
pulling
China.
out of the Iran nuclear deal. We can look at him moving the embassy of Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. We can look at him signing the Abraham Accords and
And
not
what's wrong
including
with that?
Palestine.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Who did that help?
It helped Israel.
It pissed off Palestine.
know what's funny? You know what's hilarious is
It pissed off Palestine.
Democrats scream about women's rights, right? You scream about women's rights, but y'all support Gaza. who give their women absolutely no rights. It's such a walking
Bro, shut the
contradiction.
fuck
Are we
up.
supposed
You
to
don't know-
hate
you
people
don't
because
know
of their
much.
beliefs?
Oh, you shut the fuck up. Huh?
Are we supposed to
Just
hate people because of their
just
beliefs?
attacking religions now.
Oh, but you're hating on us for our beliefs, right?
Yeah, for fascism, 100%.
But they believe in Sharia.
That's not
What?
fascism. That's
No, they
just
don't.
their
Oh,
their
so
religion.
you're comparing one evil to the other. So you're saying that fascism is worse than Sharia.
Yeah.
Wow. So taking children, little girls, and marrying them off at the age of 12 to 50-year-old men, that's better than
Christianity?
fascism.
Are you talking
Are
about
you talking about
Christianity?
Alabama?
Yeah, that
They do
happens
that
in the
in Al-
modern world, right?
they
Yeah,
do
that
that
happens
in
in the
Are you
modern
talking
world.
about Republican states?
They do that
Yeah,
in
that
Alabama,
happens in the modern
bro.
world. Yeah, that
That
happens
happens in
now.
Republican states,
In
yeah.
America in
You keep
2024.
repeating yourself. That fucking literally happens in Alabama, bro.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Well, we're gonna have to pull it up for you.
There are no forced marriages at the age of 12 in the state of Alabama.
Alabama.
Sorry about that.
Age
I want to
of
know what source you're getting this from, not
I want you to show me where they forced 12-year-olds to get married in Palestine. That's what I want.
Really?
I want you to
Really?
show me the proof of your argument. Yeah.
Wow.
Really? Wow. Really?
You're crazy, bro.
really?
You're crazy. I served, bro, and I saw what happened in Afghanistan. It's the same
Then go
type of
fucking show
ideology
me.
there.
Then
than
go
as it
show
is
me.
in Palestine.
Then go show me. Go show me in Palestine where they're marrying 12-year-old girls off. Because
I'll
I
send you the
I
links.
think
alright?
they're
I'm gonna
probably
follow
running
you.
for their lives. No, I don't want you to follow me. I want you to go prove it right now.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to give me a pause of about 10 seconds to pull it up and give you the fucking link. So,
Okay.
all right.
I think the Alabama is actually 14. I think in
what the fuck? Mississippi females can marry at 15, but males at 17? That's gross. What?
yeah. So a 17-year-old can marry a 15-year-old. Missouri was bad. I think Alabama was 14. And then of course we have the if they get pregnant at 10, they can't get an abortion. What else you got?
I don't know. Silicon.
All right. Girls, not brides. Ending child marriage. Hold on. Ending child marriage in Gaza. The link
this
is
from?
UNRWA.
I believe that they have those things. In
Okay,
some
well,
places.
go to your guess. Or TikTok said
But
that,
you
that
guys,
it doesn't
but
exist. so
your
that's all.
party is the one championing these things here in the United States, which is it's just ironic to me. It's like you think we're
The thing
bigoted.
is-
Look at
First of all, I don't agree with that. Obviously, I don't agree with that at all. But I think in Gaza, it's kind of forced. It's not like the girl has a an option of whether or not
Dude,
they want to
you
marry
guys
this
are
person.
forcing women
Their parents sell them
to
off.
have kids.
and-
You guys are
and the man
forcing
takes
women to
them.
carry kids.
You think in Gaza that they allow abortion?
I don't know, but you guys here are forcing
No,
them to have kids.
It doesn't exist. It does not exist.
Okay,
The option
okay.
does not
What am I
exist.
supposed to do? Hate Palestine? Is that what you want me to do? You want
How
me to
can you
hate Gaza?
champion for them? But how can you champion for them and sit there and
Who
say that
sa-
what we
I
believe?
care about innocent people
is
being
wrong.
unalived. I'm not dehumanizing them. Why are you dehumanizing them, bro? Should we
I'm
like
not
you're telling me how
dehumanizing.
much
I'm
I
saying
shouldn't
what-
care about them? The
How
fuck?
can you be a contradictory person and say that you believe in women's rights, but at the same time support the cause of people who do not?
Bro, this is literally
at the
about
very
children
start.
at
I believe
the young
I
of
believe in the
15.
right of living, and these people are losing their lives.
First of all, he just read the headline on this, and it is "Girls Not Brides: Ending Child Marriage in Gaza," and it's talking about 15-year-old girls being married. Now, we just discussed how they're also doing that in America.
They're literally
Yeah,
there's like
but they're
every
not
other
being forced
state has a
marriages.
16-year-old marriage
are
law.
not
That's
forced-
not that different. It's
They are
actually
not forced
disgusting.
marriage. They are not forced marriages.
With parental consent, a person can marry at 16 in Alabama. That means anybody like a 40-year-old, like someone like you, can
But guess
marry a
what?
16-year-old in Alabama.
Guess what? If that 16-year-old says, I don't want to get married, she don't have to.
Yeah.
In Gaza, they have no choice.
Yeah, I'm sure a 16-year-old knows it has a 1,000%
I don't agree with
ability
it.
to consent.
I don't agree with it on
I'm
either
sure she
end.
can
What I'm
consent.
saying,
Do you think she
what
is
I'm
aware
saying
with all
is
the
it's
consent?
contradictory,
Even
and
if
that
she
there are
said
way
yes,
more women's
that's
rights in this
disgusting.
country
It's disgusting.
than there is in Gaza.
Give me a fucking
They
break.
can't
Stop
even
virtue
walk
signaling.
outside. They can't even walk outside without their face covered.
Yeah, because fucking conservative people like you are fucking with them.
Why are you just coming
What?
up here attacking people in
What?
Gaza? This is fucking weird, man.
I'm just saying it's
Conservative,
contradictory.
they are
do you
It's
they're
only weird
at
because
the,
it goes against your
they're
narrative.
dying at the hands
It's
of
only weird because it
conservative
goes against your
ideology,
narrative.
and I just don't see how you
You
don't
brought
see
up,
the
you brought up
fucking.
Israel.
You're like, look
You
how
brought up
conservative
what-
their country is. You should hate that even more.
No, you brought up the war in Israel, and I'm saying if y'all are defending that, then how can you be for women's rights here?
I can be
What?
for women's rights here all I want to be, and also care about people in Palestine dying.
Then don't be a hypocrite.
What do you mean that's
Don't
not
be a
hypocritical?
hypocrite.
We can't.
Because
How's that
those
hypocritical?
people,
I
because
should-
those people
you should
don't like you.
Are you telling
if you
me
were,
I
if
should
you were to
not
go
care about
there
people?
and try to practice the same rights you do here, you would be killed. That's my point.
Okay,
So
so what
that's
should you
why-
want? So what should
So
my
they should
opinion
be
be?
killed?
What should my opinion be?
Your opinion should be on the right side, not the wrong side.
Okay, and what's that? I should hate them?
That said nothing.
The right side is a democratic country called Israel, is fighting a country that attacked them, invaded them, and raped and killed women. And by any means necessary, we've given them all the means. Why are no Arab countries taking these Gazans? Why are they not taking them as refugees?
So you want
You
Palestinians
want us
to
to
die?
take all these refugees from Venezuela. Why is not Egypt taking the Gazan refugees?
Can you?
Why?
I can't. People keep. Can you put the black background on, man? I can't read shit in the chat.
Yeah. Also,
So you want Palestinians to die? Then is that what you're saying?
I do not. I want Israel to be safe because they're our ally in the Middle East, and I want the threat to them to subside. And the only way that's going to happen is if other Arab countries take the refugees, which they don't want to, for whatever reason.
Why do they
Or-
have to take refugees? Why can't they just have a two-state solution?
Why do we have to take refugees?
Why do other countries have to take refugees?
Why do we
Why
have to
can't-
take refugees?
Bro, I
because
swear
we're
to
part of, we
fucking
signed an
God.
agreement. We're signatories of a big,
why
huge
are we
agreement.
answering his question? I wasn't even done asking my question, and
Yeah.
you interjected a
Just
question.
please let him talk.
Joe,
Go ahead.
why can't we just offer a two-state solution so other countries don't have to take refugees? Thanks for letting me fucking finish for the third time. Fucking fuck.
We don't have the power to offer a two-state solution because Gaza does not want to negotiate, and they will continue to fight for the elimination of Israel, which is a straight fact. And we've tried the two-state solution. The aggressor is Palestine, and not even Palestine, not even the Palestinian people, not even the civilians. It's Hamas, who they voted into power, and they've built tunnels under.
They haven't had an election
Who
since
attacked?
06.
Exactly. Because they voted in Hamas, and Hamas has not allowed them to even have a democratic process. So, unfortunately, the only solution.
Because they've been attacked by Israel since 06. Well, longer than that, but
All right. So, you're anti Israel.
no, I'm anti-Israel. The state of Israel, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
so, you're pro terrorist, anti Israel. You're
No,
anti Democrat.
I'm anti-Israel for committing genocide. That's what I'm anti.
You are literally contradicting yourself. This is the craziest
I
part.
care for the innocent people of Palestine. That doesn't make me a T group.
But not the
sympathizer.
innocent people of Israel. But not the innocent people of Israel.
Sure, I care about them too.
A tiny little country surrounded by a bunch of countries that hate them,
Yeah,
who is funded by Iran, who are funded by Iran.
Yeah, holy fuck, dude! Why do you repeat yourself 3 times while I'm trying to say something? That's really fucking annoying. Like we heard you say, "It's funded by Iran" 3 times, all 3 times.
Because it's so crazy to me that the hypocrisy in what you guys say. It's
So we literally are for the people of Israel, but not the state of Israel that is causing these things to happen. That's the point we've been trying to make. Like, you're trying to make it sound like we're anti-Semitic, and you're missing the fucking point.
all right. So you're also for the people of Gaza, but not for Hamas.
Correct.
And so how does the people of Israel live side by side with the people of Gaza?
That's
When
on them, man.
Hamas and Iran both are funding people in that region to just continuously attack Israel. They're getting it from Libya, they're getting it from Palestine.
What do
They're
you
getting it from-
suggest?
You have to make Iran bow down, and if that means that,
So go to war.
unfortunately,
Okay.
innocent
So
people have to die.
More people die.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
because they're going to die regardless.
All
They're
right.
still shooting bombs over into Israel.
So we are not for Trump being no wars. Then we didn't vote for Trump because world peace. Like, you started this conversation with, you voted for Trump for his economy, because of world peace.
I didn't say any of those things.
You,
I came
you
on here
said
talking
world
about.
peace.
By the way,
No,
chat,
I did not.
Jasmine,
We
thank
got
you
more
for the
persons.
$3 for the kick fund. If you guys want to kick
So
this
now-
guy, we're gonna have more than that.
Now you guys are pro-war.
No, my conversation started off with the whole corruption thing and the First Amendment, and it had nothing to do with starting war. Now, what I do believe is obviously Iran was so scared of Trump taking office that they tried to assassinate him, or they had a plan set forth to assassinate him, and I do believe that
This
they
is
will
some
be able to-
conspiracy bullshit.
What? The Department of Justice released it. What? Biden's
Iran
Department
did.
of Justice.
They did.
Yeah.
Iran tried to kill Trump?
Yeah.
Yes.
When did that come out?
Maybe about a week ago. Yeah, last week.
I heard him about them hacking his computers. Nothing about them taking the shots.
No, they had.
what-
No, it was
what
like a big,
was-
it was a big plan.
Yeah.
So the American kid,
He was dual citizen, I believe.
huh?
Yeah.
Did not hear that.
But look, man, we all have our own beliefs, right? As far as y'all talking down to people for their beliefs, there's two sides to everything, and that's just the way the democratic process works. And we'll see how it goes. I remember being on here last week, and I remember being laughed at when I said he was going to win, but he won. Let's hope for the best. I think we all want the same things, but when you constantly hope and believe that something bad is going to happen, you get consumed by it, and you get blinded by that. And that's all I'm going to say. And I
We
think the
literally
media,
are going off the things he says. Nothing more.
but the sources that you're getting are your sources, right?
It's from Donald Trump himself. It's from Project 27. Or, yeah, Project
Donald
2047.
Trump did not author that. He
No,
did
no,
not
no.
author.
I said the wrong one. It's from Agenda 47 is what we're reading, but we also hear it from his mouth.
When Donald Trump said that he's going to use the military, like you
You're
allegedly
just going to
said,
try to explain it away, man. He said he wants to utilize the military to round up the Marxists and the socialists. When asked to clarify, he said Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff. I don't know why you guys tried to justify this away. It's what he fucking said. I'm going to take it for exactly what he said. He wants to use the military to round up Marxists and socialists within this country.
well, I'd have to see that quote. I'd have to actually see him saying it. I know he has spoke against Pelosi and Schiff, and in my opinion, I mean, the Department of Justice has weaponized politically against Trump. I mean, even Mark Cuban said that the indictment against him in New York City from Letitia James was BS. Even he said that. He said, I'm an investor. We do that stuff all the time. He said it sets a bad precedent. And Mark Cuban is no Trump supporter.
That's because he broke the law.
He
Donald
didn't break. Even,
Donald
even
Trump
Mark
wants to round
Cuban
up
said it
people.
was. Even
No,
Mark
he
Cuban said
he legit broke the law, and they proved it. They proved it twice in civil court and once in criminal court.
nobody has ever been
they want
prosecuted for
to-
that before in the state
they-
of New York ever.
He lost 34 felony counts in New York. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you not aware of that?
Every legal expert says it's a sham. Even Judge Judy, who's
Whatever,
a staunch
dude.
Democrat,
Shut the
said it was
fuck up,
BS.
dude. Whatever,
No, you
man.
shut the fuck up. See, when you get
Dude,
presented
you
with
got-
facts,
you get no
stumble
fucking credit.
and you
You get
insult.
no credit here. You get no credit here. You're like,
You're
yo,
not even
everybody.
disputing what I said.
Hey,
All
was
you
he
say is,
convicted?
shut the
Was he
fuck up.
convicted?
Shut
Cool.
the
Was he
fuck up.
convicted? Was he
It was a
convicted?
BS. It was a BS
Was he
sham.
convicted? Yes or no?
The lawyers from the White House met with Letitia James. That's been proven. That's on record.
It
So
wasn't
it was
even
basically.
Letitia James. You fucking pumpkin. Was he
What?
convicted?
You're a fucking pumpkin, bro. Tic Tac. You're like a little piece of shit in somebody's mouth. That's it.
Okay. Sounds
Tic
kinky.
Tac.
Are you into that?
Nah, I think you are by the sound of your voice.
Hey man, was he convicted of 34 counts of felonies?
It was a BS sham. And like I said,
There's a reason you refuse to answer, Joe, and the reason is because you're a coward, and you know it destroys your argument. So you just don't want to admit when you're wrong, like a coward, and you
It doesn't
continuously
destroy my
say it was a
argument. It
sham. It
doesn't
was a
destroy my
sham.
argument. Guess what?
By
Guess
saying it
what?
was a sham, at least you're admitting that the conviction did happen, but that
It
conviction
happened.
was a sham.
It happened. And guess what? It's
so
over
he
now,
was
isn't it?
convicted of 34 counts of felonies.
It's over now, isn't it? And it's funny how these charges only came after he was elected president.
And your whole point is
That's what you call.
your whole point is
You want to
the
talk about
criminal
the
got
First
away
Amendment?
with it. The
That's
criminal
what
got
you
away
want
with
to
it.
talk about the First Amendment. That's the way to eliminate your political enemies, and that is a definite violation of the First Amendment.
So Trump has that
That's
on
what they
paper.
do.
No, it's nothing to do with the
Trump
First
has that on
Amendment.
paper.
Has what on paper?
He wants to fire people in the military who are left wing. He wants to keep people out of the country who are communists and Marxists.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
He does. It's on Agenda
Okay,
47.
you're gonna have to. I want you to watch my screen, okay?
Yeah, where's Agenda 47? Where's the source coming from?
Watch my screen.
DonaldJTrump.com.
DonaldJTrump.com. Platform. Scroll down.
Okay. Yep.
Red button.
Go ahead.
Let's go all the way down. Number 2. Modernize the military. Someone else read that. I have a mouthful of shit right now.
I can't. It's blurry.
Republicans will ensure our military is the most modern, lethal, and powerful force in the world. We'll invest in cutting-edge research and advanced technologies, including an Iron Dome missile defense shield, support our troops with higher pay, and I quote, get woke left-wing Democrats fired as soon as possible.
I have no problem with that because woke left-wing liberals believe in
You're okay with the people
defunding the
saying
police.
So now you're
They
good?
believe in
Amendments taken
defunding the
away.
police. No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm not.
So now you're
not at all.
see this is
You
this
said
is
they were
the-
going to use the military to round them up, but that doesn't mean they're
That
using.
was
He's
the
saying
second part.
No,
That
this
was
is
the
he's
this
second
saying
is
to
a
get
different
them
one.
fired
This is a different
out
yeah,
of
he
their
wants to-
positions because
So fire people in the
because
military
it's
because
not
of their
working.
political ideology.
yeah. So
That's against the First
in leadership,
Amendment.
in leadership,
against the
he
First
doesn't mean the
Amendment.
troops.
It's against the First Amendment.
So
Don't
you know what
care
else
now,
is
do you?
against the First Amendment?
What?
You know what else is
You don't care now, do you, Joe?
stifling
First it was no.
the news
First it
about
was
the
it's
Hunter
not
Biden
happening. First it
laptop
was
and
it's
having
not
52
happening. Hey Joe.
Now
having
he's-
52
First
FBI.
it wasn't happening. God damn it! Why do you keep doing this, man? First you were saying it's not happening. That's not happening. You're gonna have to look it up. You're gonna have to show me. And now that we showed you, it's okay for him to do it.
Yeah.
Is that your argument? Because that's fucking ridiculous. You are now okay with the First Amendment being stripped away because of somebody's political ideologies. You are not an American, sir. You are a traitor to this country.
If you got like a little marker, Sharpie, right there. Before you go to work every day, just don't forget. Is that you with a microphone?
Me? What? What'd I do?
No, him. I'm tired of his ignorance. Definitely not a government handout. Thank you, and thank you for the $10. And I'm tired of his ignorance. Kick. All right, I think he's out of things to say anyway.
Yeah.
Chat, I love you. Tap the screen. Let's get to 500,000, or else I'm bringing someone else back just like that, and I'm keeping him here. Tap the screen, or else. Chat, I just ate a whole can of Takis Pringles. And it was everything I wished it would be.
Last time you did that, we didn't see you for 3 days because of that whole diarrhea situation.
Yeah.
You almost lost it to dehydration.
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing, man?
What's up, Mr. Man? Are you a Trump supporter?
No. No.
No? Are you friendly?
Yep.
I love it. I'll give you real quick to say something. All right? I'll give you real quick so you can give me your elevator pitch.
Okay, the reason why I voted for her because she was going to, first of all, she's going to protect our rights. That's the reason why I voted for her. Trump is trying to take all our rights away with taking the overtime where you can't get paid when you get overtime. He's talking about taking these kids, taking their benefits and still want them to have babies. But how can you make them have babies when they don't even have benefits to support their kids? And I feel like that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand that people don't want the AB or whatever, but it's just not fair to the people if we gonna take all that from them. And then you got Elon Musk in there, and he the one cheated for Trump. And everybody know he cheated. How could he get almost all them states red, and she only got a couple? He cheated, and I know he cheated.
I don't know about all that. Would have to see some evidence of that.
I don't want to start all that, but
yeah, I'd love to say that's true, man, and like, yeah, we'll point at things to say, but absolutely none of that has been proven, and I honestly don't believe that. I think it was a free and fair election until proven otherwise.
yeah, I think we need to be careful. We are not them. But thank you, Foot. Thanks for coming up. You're also driving, so get out of here.
It's been a steady night. I can't believe it's 1 o'clock in the morning, dude. Do you know when the last time I stayed up till 1 o'clock in the morning? I was probably 22 years old. I don't stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Look at you, you freaking, you crazy kiddo. You crazy
I'm going
kiddo.
wild.
Let your hair down. Let your hair down, Tic Tac.
It's not even a Friday night.
I'm so sorry, Chad. I'm trying not to chew into the microphone.
I appreciate you for that. What's up? I can't read.
No one's connecting.
It's Eagle.
What's up, Eagle?
Hey, good evening.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, like, what are we talking about? Like, why do we have to put like labels on people? Like, why do we have to put like I support someone 100% of my life? No. Do I support him being president right now? Yes.
I feel like it's a touchy subject.
Well, I mean, it's someone you wouldn't go to this person to ask for like life advice. You'd go to this person to kind of get job done.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you like about Trump?
I don't know. I think one of the biggest points I like about him is he pisses off the people I dislike more than him, like Nancy Pelosi, Mitt Romney.
Why do you not
Obama,
like Mitt Romney?
Bush,
hey, what's wrong with
Clintons.
What's wrong with Mitt
all
Romney?
These people that Mitt Romney, are you kidding me? Do you know what he did? Do you know what he does as a business venture?
What does he do?
What's he do?
He breaks down companies. After he'll buy a company, he'll break it down, and then he sells it. That's how he made all of his millions.
Wait a second. Hold on, bro. Literally, Trump is the most unethical businessman in history. You're seriously what?
Not as nearly as much as like Mitt Romney.
You're kidding me. There's website. There's books. There's documentaries.
No.
There's. What do you mean no?
Just
There's
because
documentaries.
he commits bankruptcy. And do you know how many business people commit
I'm not even talking
bankruptcy?
about. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like running scandals in casinos with the
Like,
Russian mafia.
well-
I'm talking about
Well,
like
name
not
one of those.
paying.
I don't know one of those. Tell me about one of the Russian mafia scandals.
Okay, how about this?
Trump
How
Hotel
about
in New York.
Trump stealing from a children's cancer charity, or starting a fraudulent university, or not paying
was
a
already
bunch of
proven.
Polish workers?
That was already proven. That was already proven to be
Wait.
just.
Wait, what? Which one?
It's not. Well, explain to me how much money he actually stole from this charity.
It was like $200,000 or $300,000, and it was to buy a portrait of himself.
Almost 300,000. That's a big That's a big jump there. Are you sure? Or are you just going off of what you echo off of your liberal echo chambers?
I literally sit here and I fact check myself all day, every day, and I put it in your face.
Oh, so Trump stole food and money out of the mouth of orphanage children, and
was cancer-
now he
it
is the
was
president
cancer
of the
children,
United
actually.
States.
It was a children's cancer
It
charity,
was a
actually.
cancer. It was a cancer
Is it-
children's
was it?
charity.
Yeah,
Was
it
it?
was. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you know how many? Do you know like fucked up people we have running our country? And this is the
Oh,
this
so
is the
now
kind of
this is-
shit that
this
you're
is-
worried about.
It's okay with you though.
So now everything's vaguely
than,
just
he's
really
better
bad.
than 90% of the people that run this country. I'll tell you that. He's better
So it's
than
okay
Bush.
with you then.
He's
It's
better
okay.
than Clinton. He's
So,
better than Obama.
Even though he stole from a
He's-
children's
he's
charity,
better,
he's
he's
still
better
okay.
than Nancy Pelosi. He's better
was
than
too
I
Mitch
love how they
McConnell.
just continuously talk
He's
like I didn't
better-
just ask a question.
So-
They're just set on this record and nothing could kick them off
Trump
of it.
is-
He's got to
Trump
say
is-
he's better and then list all these names. It has to
Yeah,
be
you're
one.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. This is the reason
Trump-
why a lot
Trump-
of people voted for him.
Eagle.
That 70 million people voted for him.
Yeah.
More than
Eagle.
Kamala. Only
Okay,
60 million
Eagle,
for
I know it's
Kamala.
because a lot of people are just confused and they don't know much about this stuff.
How did Kamala get 10 million less votes than Joe Biden, who sat in his basement? What the fuck happened there?
America voted for fascism.
I guess if you want to call it that, or it's nationalism. You always got to like jump to like the extreme. It's not
Well,
fascist.
nationalism is.
No.
I think
goes-
people
Nationalism goes with
people still have a
fascism.
lot
You
of
know that,
freedoms
right?
in America.
Holy
You can
fuck,
steal-
man! Stop
Hey,
talking
bro,
for a
you-
minute.
you
Let
just
somebody
talked
else
over
talk.
Get your
everybody. You gotta-
transgendered sex
You're just talking
change.
over everybody. Shut the fuck up. Literally, let
You're very
somebody else
sloppy
talk.
at the conversation thing. I'm gonna unmute you.
Nationalism
You gotta be
and
quiet.
fascism hold hands with each other. They're fucking married together. So don't sit here and try to act like nationalism isn't fascism. It's the same fucking thing. Now stop over talking. Jesus Christ, that's so goddamn annoying.
I sent you an invite to unmute.
I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying that we need to come together. We got to stop this divide
No,
stuff.
I don't come together with fascists. Not an option.
I'm not a fascist, and most
Well,
of the people
stop
that
voting
voted for
for him,
Trump
then.
are not fascist.
You
and they're
voted
not.
for fascism though.
No, because they don't support him 100%. So I'm just saying that, like, you got to look at like.
You can't support half fascism, bro.
Do you 100%?
It comes with the full ball of
support
fascism.
Joe Biden and because he basically Kamala ran on his agenda. You 100% support his agenda.
There's no way
Yeah,
you're going to be
their-
able to
their
articulate
agendas-
how it was Biden's agenda. She had her own agenda. You have no
She
proof.
had no time to. She had no time to build her base. She
Of course
ran
she
off
did.
of Joe Biden's base.
She built her own.
She did. She did a great job, but she didn't have enough time. Biden should have dropped out sooner. And then he was all
So-
upset because they pushed him out.
Okay. So to answer your question, none of Kamala's policies were fascist in nature. Do I support all of them like wholeheartedly?
say that.
No, not at all. But I would support all of them because I know none of them are fascist. Donald Trump's, on the other hand, almost all of them fascist in nature.
Yeah, there's three things. There's three things in his Agenda 47 that I can point to, like real quick, that I would say are definitely past the line, like against First Amendment, kind of fascist in nature.
So if I were to guess like what you were thinking of, if I would say something was fascist on his agenda, I would say something with that leading towards the body autonomy for women.
No.
And that's about
Why are you guessing? Why are you guessing and not just asking?
I'm not
us?
guessing. I'm just saying that's
No,
the
but
one
I'll
that
let you guess.
I would say.
It has nothing to do
You
with that.
said if I were to guess.
Has nothing to do with that. But
I'm
keep
not
going.
guessing. I'm just saying that's the one that I would say closest to where someone
no.
is losing their
We're ta-
right of a bodily autonomy.
Okay,
And that's-
we're talking about Trump firing people from the military for leaning left.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
But he's put it down on paper.
Wrote it out, said it out loud.
Like he has a bit like multi-million-dollar like campaign behind him, and you'd think that they'd tap on his shoulder and be like, "Hey, bro, like I can't get behind this one." Like, no, he published this.
Yeah, no, but I know there's a lot of fear coming, but we're gonna still hold Trump to. There's still like going to be a lot of check and balances. We still got to hold him with
He's
our
eliminating
Congress.
as many checks and balances as he possibly can, and we're watching it right now in front of our
I don't
eyes,
think
dude.
he will.
You don't think he will? Attorney General Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. I know that.
Oh.
No, I know that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
There's like I said, I mean,
You think Matt Gaetz? You think Matt Gaetz is an arbiter of the law? Do you think he knows the law?
I mean, with his Botox, I think he may be on.
I think he knows how to say yes.
Creepy side.
He knows how to say yes,
Yeah.
sir, and he knows how to put on knee pads. That's it.
No, I don't. I don't like Matt Gaetz. It's not someone I think is very good. Like I said, he's one of those guys that I looks at as like a dirty politician, and they're everywhere. There's so many of them.
Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security. That's your and my security. That's what stands between me and like outside terrorists. Do you think Kristi Noem has any fucking wherewithal whatsoever in that regard?
Not living in
a fucking
not in South Dakota.
What?
But she's not going to be the one that's going to decide like federal and national policy. Or laws.
Bro. Yes, she is.
Specifically, implementation of the laws and policies. She's going to be implementing them. Executing the laws, some may say.
Bro. She's the final say. She gets to hire and fire people who don't do what she says. It's her.
It's gonna be a long 4 years, man. You guys fucked up. And you don't even know it yet.
But like I said, we need to come together. Need to.
Like I said, I don't
Come
sit
to-
at the table with fascists.
Reach it.
Like there's nothing you're
But
gonna get
find
me to
those that-
agree with.
But find those that you don't find fascist and reach across the table. And,
Cool, but
you
the
know,
ones in charge.
And like I said, this is where people come together. You may be able to, come to like some, realization on some things that are going to make America better.
Okay.
Like some type of future.
Okay, man. Hey, you got to stop now.
All right.
So when you're asking us to give up human rights for a better economy, there's nothing we are going to agree on. Understand?
I don't think we're losing really that many human rights. I'm doing fine.
Are you a white man?
Yes.
Are you straight?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it's hard for you to see these things then.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. If they made a law that specifically targeted gay people, said that, hey, it's illegal to be gay, would you find that law problematic?
Yeah. I believe in
So
gay
if
marriage, and I think
if
a lot
they
of
make
people that
laws, if they make laws in Republican or red states that say it's illegal to have gay marriage, would you have a problem against that?
yeah.
Donald Trump said if he got in again, he would consider appointing judges to the Supreme Court that would overfill the B. Hodges. Like, these things are under attack. Just like abortion, just like voting rights, just like disability rights, just like gay marriage, just like interracial marriage. All these things are under attack, man. All of them. And you guys are just like, well, I didn't think you would.
All right, what else do you like about Trump?
Like I said, I think if I would say a second thing, I mean, just that I've known him my whole life. I mean, it's someone that that we've all like known. I've known him since like the early 2000s. That's the weirdest thing. I almost feel like it's a psyop type thing, because he was such a celebrity before, and then suddenly he was villain. He was turning to the villain, and then he was actually he stood up to people I dislike the most in politics. So it's like it's almost like a character that's been developed into a lot of people's heads. He's been around forever.
He's a narcissist, and when you put him in the political sphere, you see what actually happens when he's backed into a corner. So calling people names on a debate stage, and like doing very racist things, like saying Obama's from Kenya, not born here, like creating, like stirring up chaos like that just to make a name for himself. I think that was a very big, horrible thing that put a target on his head. He deserves every bit of hate, every single ounce of it, and more.
Yeah. But look at the celebrities that we put on a pedestal that have done some things that we look past, and we still look at them like they're like Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods.
But these people didn't try to overturn.
I'm just trying to make a point.
These people didn't try to steal the election.
People like look past that stuff, and that's when people like because they get put in, they become a celebrity in someone's heads that they're like, oh, they wouldn't do that, and that's when like Trump, he said it himself. He's like, I could do this, and they would still vote for me.
And it's true.
Because he's a celebrity.
It's true.
He's a celebrity, and so it's a psyop in people's heads.
This is the thing. You're so immune to criticizing Trump that everything is a psyop. That's what I'm talking. This is the scary part. We have a history of this going back way before Trump ran for president. He has a disgusting, horrible history, criminality, and being a fraud and a con man. And he's best buddies with the guy that got him out of trouble every time. And all the same plays. Oh, I'm being victimized. I'm being persecuted. Same exact plays. You're just now seeing it because he's in the spotlight.
Yeah, but I mean, and I think it's just a something for the time. Like, I mean, if it's not Trump, it's Kamala, and I mean, I would support either one. I'm just saying that it just happened. And what are we going to do now? We just have to make the best of it.
That's not
I don't know.
Make the best of it, man. Is not, no.
Yeah, make the best of fascism. I get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm here to teach people maybe next election not to vote this way, because most of these people, they're just extremely uninformed. They have no idea. I've never had I have never debated before in my life before 2 months ago, and I never knew anything about politics before 2 years ago, and somehow I'm up here able to talk to you guys, and I feel smart, and that's very sad.
It's kicking ass. I don't think we're going to have another election. Well, we will in 2 years, but nothing after that. I foresee our democracy being gone within 2 years.
Could be.
But hopefully I'm just being hyperbolic and pessimistic as fuck, and everything turns out all right. But I read too much, and like the playbook he's going off of is literally the playbook from Mussolini. I've seen this happen. I've read about it. It's pretty creative, actually. Deal away with the media. You take control of the media. That way you have the influence on what propaganda gets put out to the publics. And within 2 years, you've had their ear for the last 2 years, and only their ear for the last 2 years. Nobody else has been in their ear. Who do you think is going to get elected in 2 years? The people you want to get elected. So then you have full control of both parties and the judicial system and the executive branch. And you can do whatever the fuck you want, because then you can start changing the Constitution. That's how it works in the past. That's how it worked with Mussolini. That's how it worked with Schmittler. That's how it's working here. It's called Schedule F. You can look at it. It's his plan.
You still there?
Thank you guys. I gotta check out, but I mean, like I said, I appreciate the conversation and I'm, like I said, I self-reflect, and I hope that we can come together as Americans.
All right, girlfriend.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
How much longer you got?
I don't know. I've been on for 5 hours. Chat, tap the screen.
Oh, we got 9 people in queue.
Yeah, guys, Tic Tac and I both have Cash App Venmo in the bio. If you guys are trying to buy us a coffee or Excedrin, it's the best way to do it. Or a Monster.
I work for Monsters.
Tic Tac, pick me out a good op. Pick me one out. If you're opposition, say Mag in the chat. Morning from Scotland. From Scotland. From Scotland.
Did anybody scream?
What's that?
Did anybody say anything in the chat?
Don't talk to me like that.
All right. I picked one. Jammer, are you friendly?
Jamar.
Yeah.
Jamar.
You're a little bit quiet, bro.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, friendly.
No, all right.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to give you a quick one.
Uh-huh.
I'm an American living in Canada right now. And from up here, America looks fucking wild as fuck, bro. Like, it's crazy. I also want to point out that, I'm a little older than a lot of you guys. I'm from the 80s. And I grew up in New York. Us New Yorkers knew Trump the entire time. It's a lot of these newbies, like this guy who says, I known Trump for the 2000s. He had no fucking clue. We knew. He had no idea. And that's a lot of what happened. And I don't know, the miseducation and the lack of education in America is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Agreed.
And I just feel like, these guys, it's very interesting when you debate these guys with facts, they pivot to rhetoric.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Okay, chat. Okay, we are kind of roaring, so my moderators will kick you if you're friendly. We love you. If you're friendly, I'm so sorry, bro, Jamar. If you're friendly, you will get kicked out by my moderators.
We gotta keep it strong right now.
Hello, I am a friendly. I'm going to leave now, but I just wanted to say I appreciate everything that you guys do, and keep on keeping on.
Yep.
Right,
yep. Big fan of the sandwiches.
Uh-oh. We lost one.
Hello? Whitaker?
Is this the same guy?
Are you there?
Yep.
That's the same one.
Yeah, I'm about to leave.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Sorry about that.
Go on, get.
Let's try Italian way was up here.
Italian?
Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm a really Italian, and I have dual citizenship, but I am friendly, please.
Oh,
the
okay.
reason why I requested to talk because the other guy
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I don't. That wasn't me.
Chat, if you're friendly, they'll get you.
Somebody's.
It's a hair trigger right now. They'll get you. Oh, Revo. Revo. Hello.
I don't like this PFP.
Revo. It's me, Pickles. Hello. Revo, it's me. Next.
Looked like there were no blackface in their picture.
Connect. Almost to 500k chat. Tap the screen. What'd you say, Travis?
Was that LB? What's her name? I can't see. Who? My eyes are crossed and blurry. No, I'm just kidding.
Who?
El Hind.
Been tapping when I'm not tapping, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Matt Gates is great. What the frig? Matt Gates, are you on an alt account? That's something I can see him doing.
He's doing the. What was it? John Barron?
Pickles is badass. I've heard Pickles is 7 foot tall. Hello?
What's up, Kenny?
What's going on?
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, turn Trump supporter.
I thought this was Ken Reynolds for a second.
Turn Trump supporter. I don't know. I got into your guys' live here a couple times, just listening. You guys going back and forth with other people. I'm just trying to wrap my head around.
If you were to rate my
figuring
live,
out, like
if you were to rate my live 1 through 10, what would you say?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have. I'm indifferent. I mean, I can't
Like
really
a 7?
rate it because I've been.
Give it a
Yeah, I
7.
could say a
Give it
7.
What about an 8?
Yeah, 7, 8. I mean, it's not even about rating the live, whatever it is. Like I'm indifferent to all these opinions. I've been hearing different lives. So polarizing to see so many people on their opinions and views. I just do I've been doing a lot of deep diving on things that have been said and blah blah blah. I mean, I was a lifelong Democrat, and the reason why I chose the way I did. If you look at, just through history, like if you look at old interviews of whatever Trump was talking about, the way, when he was asked before he became a presidential nominee and all that, I'm talking about 90s and 80s, his opinions and views didn't really change much from the way he was talking about. If you look at those past interviews, he was one of the early ones that was, you guys say that, he's against gay marriage and you're losing your rights and all this, that. I mean, he was one of the ones that was saying, like, he was always pro-choice, like the American way.
No,
but
he
if you
said
look at all the Democrats,
women should be punished.
Yeah, man.
No. If you look at his interviews from back before he actually became a president, before he actually ran for his presidency.
Yeah, he's Democrat.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, when you look at his views on
Can
life.
you stop the banging in the background, man? Whatever you're like.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm working here. When you look at his interviews of what he talked about, how the Democrats were talking about gay marriage back in like the early 2000s, and Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, like they weren't, supportive of gay marriage and all these things in the beginning. They've turned that script. When they figured out, like, hey, this is how we can get more supporters, blah, 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 all this, that. So they've changed their views on gay marriage.
So Donald Trump changed his views.
I feel like
no, he didn't, because if you look at
Can you just make like a really concise point? What are you trying to say?
Yeah. Well,
So what I'm
I
trying
think
to say, so what I'm saying is what I've heard a few times now over the course of these last couple hours, popping in and out of this live, is that Trump is against people's rights and women and all this that. But if you look at what he was talking about, even in the 90s and 80s and all these interviews that he was doing before he ever thought
already
about
said this.
becoming right. But what I'm saying is his views is that he was pro-choice.
So he had those views before, but he's literally advocated for them more recently against those same exact views. So
Against
that's our
against
point.
what though? But
Women having abortion and people having gay marriage. Those two things in particular.
But he's not against those things.
He literally has. Jesus fucking Christ! And thank you for the $5 in Cash App. Thank you very much.
I'm just asking,
I'm
like,
gonna
so-
buy a Excedrin with it.
So what I'm asking is though,
Kenny,
where has that changed? Where has he said that he's against gay marriage?
Kenny,
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
tell
trying
you.
to figure out.
I'm gonna tell you right now. But before that, chat. If you guys want to join our Discord, come to my TikTok. Come to my TikTok page, and move. Come to my TikTok page right here. Ooh, we're about to hit 31,000. Also follow the stream, and click
Nice.
on my link tree, and then click on the first tab. It says join the Discord server, and you're in. You have to click on the rules. You have to click on the rules, and you have to hit thumbs up. Sorry for the quick intermission, but I had to do this before. Oh shit, I got an update today. We got an update. It's a big Discord update, chat. Anyways, yeah, do that, and also please do gift my co-host TikTok. Do not gift Kenny unless you suck. I'm just kidding. Gift Kenny if you like what he's saying.
No, but I'm just trying to see like when he said that, because I haven't heard it in any
He
interviews.
said it. He said it on the stage with Hillary Clinton. He said, if I get appointed, I'm gonna appoint one, maybe even two Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe, and then he overturned Roe. And then later in an
But
interview,
Ruth Bader was against Roe too. I mean,
bro,
do you know?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. He literally installed the judges to overturn it. I don't care.
But but
Like,
overturning.
you're literally trying to put this on Ruth Bader all of a sudden.
No,
And
I'm
Donald
not
Trump
trying to-
installed. Donald Trump appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices that decided to overturn it. Don't try to put this on Ruth Bader.
Okay, so here,
Okay.
so let's
Okay,
take
cool. So
Roe
you
v. Wade.
You agree then that he did do that.
Okay, so yes, but here
Okay, then
now
that
now
would be
hear me out.
attacking women's rights, correct?
Okay, now listen to me for 1 second before we get into this whole topic about. So Roe v.
Make
Wade
it
got
quick,
overturned, right? That got overturned. The power to choose women's rights about abortion and all this got put back into the states.
No.
Trump, yeah. So the
No.
states now are allowed to decide what they want. So-
Women's privacy went away when it comes to abortion between the women and their doctor. That privacy is no longer private. It's accessible by the government. That's what happened. When Roe went away, that was about privacy.
So, but people can still get abortions, yes or no?
In certain
Not-
states, they'll
not in
allow
all
it.
states, yeah.
I
So
mean,
are you
I
telling me- are
I
you
live
telling me
I
a
live in
woman-
Georgia.
Cool.
I live
How
in
do you hear
Georgia.
more of the worst
I don't care.
states?
So
yeah,
are you
but what
telling- okay.
But what I'm saying
try-
is,
I'm
like,
just trying to
certain
finish
states
my
have
point.
taken, certain states have taken an extreme. Like, well, let's say red
Right.
states. Certain states have taken it to an extreme where they banned abortion. Blah blah blah. They're still figuring that out. But there's been interviews where Trump was advocating for, like, he doesn't want the extreme to where you can in the 3rd trimester to be
But
able to
that's
get
not-
an abortion.
That's not happening though. It's literally allowed at the states. So right now, what we're looking at in this country is depending on where a woman is located geographically, depends on what rights she has. That
Which is up to the states.
That, and you're okay
Yeah.
with her not having rights, depending on
I'm
where
not
she's
talking.
at?
I'm not
Bro.
talking about. I'm not talking about whether or not, like,
Okay, what-
I'm
what's
pro. So before I get attacked, before like I'm against women's rights and stuff, I'm pro-choice. What Trump has advocated for is to advocate for states to have a stance on the way Nevada
have
has
an
their abortion
opportunity
rights.
to ban it.
Right,
Like,
so-
it was protected at first, and now they have an opportunity to ban it. That's all you get. No one
So-
got extra opportunities to have more abortions. Just people got to ban it.
Yeah. And why should politicians be making this call for women? This should be strictly the woman and a physician who understands, anatomy and physiology and reasons a woman might need AB. Why has that gone to the decision for politicians to make?
Well, I mean, they just didn't want to have the federal government involved in making those decisions.
Doesn't
They
answer my
wanted it. They
question.
kicked it back to the states.
And why should the politicians within the states get that call? Because I want you to know I don't know how many there are, but there's plenty of states it's not even on the ballot. We didn't even get to have a say in it. So it's
But
going
that's up to your state.
Oh my God. And
Right,
why
but
is that better? Why is it
Well,
better?
It has nothing to do with taking away women's rights or not.
It
They just didn't
has.
want to have the federal government involved in any of that stuff anymore.
Right.
So they gave it back to the
The
power of the
government.
people.
Okay, listen. Within the second and third trimester, the state was intervening, even with Roe in place. So the state was going to intervene at some point or one point or another. Now, the state is involved from the moment of conception. We have the government inside our body telling us what we get to do and not do. Why is that okay? Why does some old white man I'll never meet in my entire life in my state get to tell me and my doctor what we can do?
So then what you guys need to do is vote for somebody else in your state that would more so have your views. I mean, I'm not saying.
Well, that's what Roe did. That's what Roe did, and you're voting for the man that got rid of it.
So what I'm trying to tell you though is that Trump actually advocated for all of the states to adopt a similar abortion right to what Nevada has. Nevada has pretty actually lenient abortion laws that you can actually get an abortion up until 21 weeks. After 21 weeks, it would be deemed illegal, or it would have to be.
With Roe. That's what it was with Roe. What you're wanting or what you think is good is what Roe did.
It's pretty much like 2 weeks away from Roe.
Yeah, like you are literally wanting what we want, but you're voting for the guy that got rid of it.
But they kicked it back to the states for the states to decide. They just don't want what they're trying to do is they don't want to have big government like making those types of decisions
They're
all
inviting
the
more
time.
government into medical centers. They're inviting more government into the hospital and into the clinics. This is more government inside of your medical decisions. This is big government.
They don't want.
This is huge.
Yeah,
people are dying now
This is
because of
state
this.
government.
This intervention the
difference
government
between-
is playing for you. It's killing people, and it's making doctors leave states.
I don't know. I live in a pretty red state, and I haven't really seen
Which
any
state
of
do you
the
live
abortion views change in Georgia.
Okay,
You
people are
have
fleeing
the
your
strictest
state.
stand-
People, OBGYNs are fleeing your state to the tune of
Yeah.
like 20%, bro. You have healthcare deserts popping up everywhere.
Women have no ability to go get cancer screenings, cervical cancer screenings now because of these laws. So it's impacting more than just women that want an AB.
I mean, I have a mom and a sister that they still go do the regular screenings with their doctors.
This is going to get
Like they've
harder,
always
though.
have
You're
been.
not realizing how much harder it's going to get. Like in my state of Kentucky, we have a rather long, like months-long wait before we can get seen just as a new patient and to get the screenings that we need. Georgia is having these doctors that we need to do that leaving left and right. And so in the coming years, it's going to get really hard. And you're probably not noticing it because you're not making the appointments for them. You don't know how long their wait time is.
I mean, I've seen the wait times, and they honestly haven't changed.
So you go every year for the past few years to your mother's.
I don't, but she's regularly scheduled to go do all of her appointments, her mammograms, and all that stuff.
Okay, now let's just
And it
not talk
hasn't
about
changed.
the routine things.
Dude, okay.
Say there's an emergency.
Watch Georgia's
Well, even
six-week
an
abortion
emergency,
ban,
like, I mean-
worsening states OBGYN shortage. There's already a shortage.
I talked to doctors and nurses that are very much aware of this, but you seem to know more. Like how?
I'm not saying I'm not saying that I know more, but I'm
82
saying like that.
82 of Georgia's 159 counties have no OBGYNs, and that was before Roe was overturned.
And because of this is also why fetal and maternal unalivings are up. Women are losing their life, dude. This isn't just like, oh, well, it doesn't affect me, so I don't care. Maybe care a little bit here.
I mean, I do care, but I'm saying is like if it was popping up the way it is, I mean, it'd be all over the news.
That banging in the background is way loud.
Sorry, sorry, I'm unhooking a car here off of my.
All right, do you need to
my truck?
focus on work?
No, I'm fine. I mean, I'm just saying like it's the same issues that are coming up. But like I've heard it a few times. But I mean, like I said, what Trump advocated for the states to apply is something completely against, you know, what you guys are saying that he's completely against.
He said that he is responsible for this and that it is a beautiful thing, that we can thank him for it. Just because he says, oh, personally, I'm pro-choice, he's not going to cater to what he wants. He's catering.
I mean, for him, I mean, it's, again, like I said, I mean, he wants the states to be able to make those decisions.
And that's dumb because now this
exactly. Yes, he wants the states to enact their trigger laws that they had in place that he knew were there so that they could ban abortion, because the Heritage Foundation knew exactly what they would do when they handed him a list of Supreme Court judges to put on the Supreme Court. This was this is their intention. They are pro-life activists. This is not something that's neutral. This is banning abortion. As much as Trump wants to say it, Trump's intentions were to ban abortion.
And he wants a national ban. He's been talking about a national ban.
He hasn't been talking about a national ban.
He has. I don't remember exactly when it was, but
yeah, but who has been? He from all his interviews that he's done, even from the late '90s, he's been saying that he doesn't like abortion, but that he's pro-choice, that he wants people to have a choice. So I don't really understand where that comes into, like he wants to, you know, ban abortion completely. Just because he's against something doesn't mean that he still says that then whatever he.
He got a call, maybe. I don't know.
So,
yeah. Like, dude, I don't know why you can't see what he's actually doing. You're like, but in the 90s, he said this. But in 2017, he did this. That literally banned it.
It doesn't matter what he says half the time, or more than half the time. It doesn't mean that's what he's going to do. He's going to do whatever gets him votes, which was overturning Roe v. Wade, and he's going to do whatever, you know, keeps him in power, which is, like, I guess, Christian nationalists, and they want to see.
Well, you guys can't talk about Christian nationalists. Like, I mean, you're like, I'm number one. I'm like, I'm for instance, I'm not a nationalist, and I'm not a Christian, so it doesn't like that. I
didn't say that
he got my vote, so that's like a ridiculous statement. That's the like you're putting.
That is what Trump is doing. That's exactly what he's fallen in line with, is the Christian ideal, Christian nationalist ideal way of life.
You know, he stood on stage and called himself a nationalist. You know that, right?
Yeah, because he wants to make this nation better. I don't know what there's.
Do you think that's a good thing?
Do you think it's a bad thing?
I think it's a horrible thing.
It's a bit extreme.
So somebody that loves their country so much and wants to make it better for everybody, that's a bad thing.
If you loved your country, you would not be doing what he's doing.
You guys have to realize that he's built, so you guys don't understand. So, like, I've traveled all over the world. I've traveled all over the Middle East. Like, what they have done, for instance, with oil, the, like, amount of beauty that they have made in their countries, like Dubai and UAE and Kuwait and all that stuff, like, the amount of beauty that they have made, like, everything is almost in gold. Like, if if you ever get the opportunity to
That's
travel
not,
out,
what are you talking about? That's not
So what I'm-
nationalism. That's not what we're talking about.
so what I'm saying is those people that love their country so much, they have no reason to leave. They don't want to leave and go anywhere and wage a war. Like, why do you think they don't go out and wage war somewhere, wherever you want to
so
think?
you think nationalism is going to give everything laden in gold? The fuck are you saying?
What is this even?
This country has so many.
Nationalism is a very bad thing. It's extremely detrimental to all other nations and even yourself.
It's
For
holding
you
us
to be up here-
superior.
Okay,
So you're saying, so what you're saying is with this nationalism, you're saying that if you want to have all these roads paved out of gold, that's a bad thing. That you want everybody's way of life to increase and
that's not what nationalism is. You've got
Then what
this
is it?
fairy tale ideal of nationalism. That's not it. I've already told you. It's far right, paleogenic, like this mythical form of national rebirth that is going to make us great again, and it's detrimental to every other nation, even the citizens of the nation.
But here's my question though. Like,
Okay.
I understand that since World War II, like America's taken this whole like, oh, we gotta be, the cop for the world and blah 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 and all this that. I get that, right? But what is so wrong with turning our backs on other countries? Like, why do we have to care about some other country about what's going on in their home?
I mean, allies.
Like, you're not gonna like, if you take everyday life for example, if you start going through some problems, do you really think that your neighbor is gonna come out and loan you like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to get you out of the hole for whatever you're going through? Like, they're not gonna do that.
So that's not how geopolitics works. That's not the same thing. You get that, right? Like, making that comparison is kind of fucking silly.
But we're talking about, like, so we're just talking on a smaller scale. Why does America have
No,
to care
you
about
can't-
what's going
you
on?
don't
Yeah, but
micro scale that.
Why do you want to
So-
be so isolated? Why do you want to be like North Korea? Like that's
it's not being like North Korea, but like, you have to realize that we're spending so much money elsewhere that it's ridiculous that we don't have health care. It's pretty ridiculous that
So you want universal health care?
universal health care is not a bad thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So
You know what I mean? Like,
What about
it's
universal education.
so like I said, I've done a lot of things. Like, I've
It's
been
yes or
around
no, man.
college sports.
It's just yes or no. Do you want
So my-
universal health care and universal education?
So what I like is, let's say, for instance, a Scandinavian country sends one of their kids to America to get an education. That Scandinavian country will pay whatever amount necessary for that kid to get a diploma here in the U.S.
This is a really
So,
long
yeah.
way to say yes.
So I am for it, but again, us spending billions of dollars somewhere else into other countries for
you
what
guys,
interest?
you are so lost. This is what I want to show you. Okay, this is our military budget. How much did we send to Ukraine?
Oh, I know our military.
How much did we send to
I
Ukraine?
mean, it's close to $200 billion, if not
right,
more.
Right. So 200 billion, only 40, it's like 48 of that went overseas. The rest of it just stayed right here. But when we sent this money, did this number go up right here? This is our budget for 2023. Did this number go up? Hello?
Hey, sorry, I wasn't seeing that. What was it?
Does this number, does it go up when we send money to Ukraine?
No.
Exactly. So we take a piece of this pie, it's the military budget, and we send that to Ukraine. All right? If you don't like this money going to Ukraine, it just goes straight back to the military. It does not go to feed people or to educate people or to do anything else that you're talking about. It just goes straight back here where the Republicans voted it to be.
So you're okay with that pie graph being the way it is, like that huge budget
that's
there?
why I vote blue.
But you have to. I mean, like, think about voting blue, right? You just have to realize that, like, the people that just endorsed Kamala Harris, like, Dick and Liz Cheney, like those are warmongering people. Like
They've
those are
always
the
been on
ones.
your side, and that was not a deal breaker. So don't give me that shit.
No, for me, I was not a fan of George Bush at all and his policies and
Okay,
all
but
the
it
wars
wasn't a
that they
deal
did
breaker
down
for
in the
you.
Middle East.
It wasn't a deal breaker. You humbled up
I
with
didn't
them?
vote for them.
Okay, you're
I didn't
still
vote
on the
for them.
side with every one of the Nazis, everyone in the KKK, every one of the right-wing extremists, and the Boogaloo Boys, and the white nationalists, and all of those. You're standing side by side with them, and Liz Cheney voted this one time with us, and I'm supposed to be freaked out?
It's not us. See, that's the thing, though. Like, this is the whole problem of this whole system. It's like it's either us or them or whatever. Like, that's the whole issue of what's going on.
That's what you're doing.
Like, it shouldn't be.
I'm painting it to you to say how absurd it is that this is an issue. This isn't even talking point. I'm sorry that one of the world's Satan's virtue signaled our direction once, but they live on your side. They live on your side.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
they
your
would have.
creatures.
They would have literally. They're not my creatures. It's not what I believe in. But what I'm saying is, like, those same people that you were supposed to vote for, those would have been in office for the next 4 years in the president's year that were supposed to be the current vice president. Like, if she got those people would have been in her ear doing the same things that you were against when Bush was in office. I mean, it just it doesn't make sense. Why would you vote for
I've never had to
that?
justify any of that. I've never had to. I've never had, the one time that the devil says, hey, Trump's even more evil than me, I don't feel like you have a case. I don't care.
And it seems maybe to your core, you have the same values as us or similar enough that you should be on our side of things here. But you're just so infatuated with this one caricature of himself, Trump.
No, I mean, it's not just the one thing. I mean, if you look at, for instance, like this other idea of these tariffs was like a huge talking point about all this stuff. This stuff isn't supposed to, you have to look at it 10, 15, 20 years from now what it could do.
Yeah, no, but okay, that's just one thing. I'm fixing to drop because I have to take my daughter to the dentist in the morning. So I just wanted to say I was, came up to speak on the Roe v. Wade. All of these women have lost their lives, including mothers. Children have lost their mother because of Trump's how Trump thought, he could get the best vote by suiting the Christian nationalists here. He got rid of that. Infant mortality is up. Maternal mortality is up. Abortions in general, I believe, or I guess at least abortions, I don't know if in general, but abortions are up. It's just left a trail of death behind him is what he's done. And you're supporting him, and you refuse to acknowledge what we're telling you. You just try you pretzel your way around things when we say him giving it to the states is the worst thing he could have done as far as big government. If you don't like government, why the hell did you empower the government to have more control?
We change it back down.
Control of what?
Our rights.
So we're talking about big government and small government. It went to to states. We're not talking about the federal government. You don't want the federal government to be dictating every little thing that you do in your life.
Just because it's at a state level doesn't mean it's smaller government. They have a bigger grasp. They are more interfering than ever. That is big government. They're in the fucking doctor's office with us now.
Yeah. And before it was the federal government protecting us, not telling us what to do, but protecting us and giving us a choice in what we do.
So why not move then to a state that you agree with?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll pack my 7-year-old up. I'll go find a new house. I'll go find a job somewhere that I've never ever been before. I'll leave the only family that, that still give a crap about me. I'll leave all that behind, my friends behind, and I will just grow a money tree or pull wads of cash out my ass so I can move away just so I can have equal health care as someone in a blue state. Do you not understand how absurd that is? That's not fair.
So then what you can do is then you can vote for your state government
Bro,
officials that would
just
vote
stop.
into
It was
what
already
you want.
it was already protected at a federal level. Why are you okay with taking women's privacy rights away?
For 50 years, bro. 50 years? Set us back 50 years, dude.
We've already had a fight and fought
Sad.
for this, and now
Very sad.
this.
You guys trying to sell it to us. Like, we gave it to the states.
That's not selling it
Fuck
to
outta
anybody.
here. No, you're selling it to us. That's what Trump is a con man. You're selling it to us the same way he sold it to you. This is not shit, I promise.
And if it was such a good idea, why are all these people unaliving? Why is that happening? And is that what the plan was for all these people to unalive? Like, that sounds like a pretty
Unalive what?
awful plan. If given to unalive ourselves, our women are passing away because they're denied care. They're denied abortion care. They're passing away from it.
I mean,
And
like
not
I said,
just that,
I live in a state that like is.
I know where you live,
it's a
and I know
republic.
what's going on
Yeah,
in your
but
state.
but what I'm saying is like I mean I haven't been hearing these crazy stories of.
Oh, do you
know,
look? Do you bother?
Yeah,
to
I mean
look?
I read the news every single day.
Oh, okay. What news? Fox?
No, not Fox. I mean I do my own research. I don't trust any of the big medias.
So what do you use? What do you use? Like, name a source that you go to for information.
I do my own research.
On what?
Hold on. on any topic. On any topic.
No, I mean
use
like
community
not
notes.
the topic. I mean the source. What are
I
you
use
using?
community notes. I'll go to
Community
independent
notes?
like
On what?
I'll go.
Facebook? I'm really fed
No,
up
I don't have
because
Facebook.
it's just not hard information to find out. Because when I look up the news, I see names of these women that have lost their life.
Does this search bar look like this?
Like, you don't look into these things, dude. Just admit it.
Yeah, I don't use Google.
What do you use? A scroll? Is there a scroll in your backyard that you referred to?
Nah, so Google is like specifically made to be
Oh
able
my
to feed
God.
into whatever you usually look
See,
at. So I
the
mean,
thing-
it's just
The thing is, we're able to critique this information that we're getting to see if it's credible or not. All the information is on there, and a lot of it is crap, but a lot of it is accurate. And when you use critical thinking, when you use logic and reason, and you see what sources are valid, that's the information to pull from. That's the source to pull from, I mean.
You have to use primary sources, Kenny.
Court
primary
documents.
sources of what?
I just
Like
asked.
I look at so I go and I'll look at like
So, Kenny,
I'll
this
look
is
at the
important.
Senate's.
Hey, let me just give you a little. This is going to be a cheat sheet for you, right? Primary sources are original documents, court documents, things that people say out of their mouths, testimonies. These are original documents that are written down and you can reference to, or said in front of a video and you can reference to it. A secondary source is going to be like a CNN, even a Fox News, MSNBC. Those secondary sources are going to report on the primary source. And a good secondary source will always, always, always have a link back to the primary source, so that way you can check that secondary source. So the secondary source is going to tell you about the story, tell you what happened in the story, and then it's probably going to give you the opinion about whatever leaning way they are. But you can always go back to the primary source. And if you stick with that, Kenny, you're going to be gold.
And by the way, I just used AskJeeves.com for the first time in forever. It's real bad.
It's still around?
Don't use it. I just did 3
I didn't even
pages
know.
of straight ads. Straight ads, 3 pages. The first 3. Reference.
Jesus.
Yeah, wild.
Did you get any references after that?
There was literally nothing. My question for Ask Jeeves was, is Trump a bad man?
Yeah.
And it didn't. Nothing came up.
I mean, to sit there and deny this information is even out there is wild. And I mean, it's everywhere. It's not made up.
Are you going somewhere, Kenny?
Trump
I think
is
we
a
got quite a few people in
Holmesian
the
bad
box.
man. That's the first. This is the ACLU that posted this too. the civil rights activist group. Oh my
While
god.
I'm up here, oh, he's gone. While he's up here, I'm sure you have, but did you see the Scottish Parliament speech on Trump's win?
Yes. Yes.
And I've been really wanting y'all to use that. I've been spamming Harry, you, and Parker. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, this is the honest opinion of the world, not the people that jump in on our lives and comment from Australia and we're MAGA. Like, that's what real people are thinking and saying. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. But thank you for having me up. I better get my house
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Love
Kix.
y'all. Love
W
you, chat.
Kix in the chat. Much love.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not.
Dope.
I guess I'm actually just kidding. I literally just joined this.
Oh. She got sniped. Well,
Chat,
stay-
if you
stay
are
around.
friendly, my mods will boot you out. They'll boot you out unless you come up for to talk on behalf of us for abortion or something. Hello? Hello?
Butt dial. They keep joining. I don't know who's doing it, so I'm gonna let them keep doing it.
Truth Humor.
Get to the chopper.
Hello, Christine? Christine? Christine's not here. The Truth Hammer. The girthy Truth Hammer.
What's going on, Pickles? Can you hear me?
The Truth
What's
Hammer.
happening? I don't know. My service might be kind of crappy. Can you hear me?
It's okay.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Barely. Can you
Can you
get
hear me,
closer and-
Pickles?
You have to get closer and scream real loud.
Okay.
Maybe we can.
No, I love what you're doing here, and you guys changed my mind. I am Canadian, and the reason I think why so many people... How's that? Is that better?
It's a little better.
Let me try.
Is he fucking with us?
Is that better?
Are you about to drive Truth Hammer?
Yeah, I just disconnected from my machine.
Okay. That's much better.
No,
All
no,
right. What the hell?
I'm Canadian. Wasn't a Trump supporter until tonight, obviously. Just because I know why, so many people do like him, and obviously aren't educated enough to know all the details, like you guys have said tonight. But I do know why they lean that way, and it's because of the wokeism crap. Is mostly from what I hear from talking to people around the world, is they're just tired of it in our faces. And I think that might be a Democrat play as well. And I don't trust either side. I think it's just another divide and conquer thing that's been happening since Rome. It's just divide and conquer. Sports do the same thing. My team's better than your team. People watch the Super Bowl more than they vote for president. They keep us distracted, and then they implant who they want in there, in my opinion.
Yeah, they scapegoat a lot of stuff and politicize a bunch of stuff to get people stirred up about it. And that's what we do. We come up here and we show people facts.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Trudeau, though? Because I do believe, like, I can't stand the guy, and he has ruined our country, like, since he's been in. I've never seen so many homeless, even in my small town that I grew up in. I've never seen homeless there, and the drug problem here is unbelievable. He's being investigated for a lot of stuff now, too. I don't think he'll be in there very long, but I did meet his competition, Pierre Poilievre. I don't know if you know anything about him. I met him, and I asked him some hard questions to see how genuine he was. And I do believe he's the common sense choice.
No idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
really. This sounds like the same kind of like rackets that happened here in America. So like, they don't have like data to back up or policy to back up how they would fix things like homelessness. They just say, look at all the big cities. There's homeless people everywhere. And then we ask.
But for instance, Pierre, when I asked him this.
We ask conservatives, hey, what would you do to stop like homelessness? They would say nothing. Like, you got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. They don't want to fund any sort of programs to help homeless people. So it's just a racket.
Well, here's what Trudeau does, for instance.
He's like Trump, and he's like Canadian Trump.
Pierre is Timu Trump.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
And I think that's the bought and paid for media that Trudeau pays for with our tax money too. That's not bullshit. That's a fact. But for instance, like Trudeau, we have the tax. We're getting taxed on the environmental tax. I can't think of the term right now. What it's called, the carbon tax. Sorry, and it got brought up. Inflation here is so high, but we're a carbon neutral country. That means that we pollute. Like, our trees clean more than we pollute. Like, we need like 30 billion trees to clean to pollution that we actually pollute in this country, but we have over 350 billion trees. You get my point? I talked to Pierre about this, said, what's your plan, for the climate change and, ending this inflation and blah, blah, blah. He says, well, for instance, India wants our natural gas. Trudeau won't give it to them. If we give our natural gas, get our resources out to market, that will lower India's emissions down by half, bringing the money back into Canada and lowering tax
honestly,
here.
I don't care about this, man. I'm
No,
trying
but
to
I mean the
follow
same
you,
people
but I really
that are
don't
for
care.
against. No, but this like Kamala Harris is the Trudeau side.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, like I'm not. I don't know Canadian politics, and I don't fucking care. Like we're fighting fascism here. I don't care what Trudeau's
Yeah, they've
doing.
got. It sounds like they've got like maybe last election's recycled political talking points happening on the right over there. Hello?
Yeah. Seems like right wing is kind of traveling across the world.
Hello?
What do you mean right wing?
I mean right wing. What do you think I mean?
No, I think you mean that the people that care about America is right wing.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys don't really. You guys do. Or you guys are all rhetoric mostly. If you guys cared about America, you'd look at the policies and the laws people pass.
What's rhetoric? We live in this country. Ain't nothing rhetoric. What you're spewing is rhetoric.
Sir, can you tell me what rhetoric is?
Yeah. It's lying about what is actually going on.
Oh.
That's what rhetoric is.
Just lying. Rhetoric is not good, bad, right, or wrong. It's just what people say.
No, I live in the United States. I don't care what people say. I care about what affects me personally.
Yeah, I know,
And
but
what
you
you're
guys
saying,
don't. You guys don't actually care. You guys don't, like if I were to
you
ask
guys, it's not you guys. Hey, over half of the country just voted for Trump.
That's not
welcome to the party, because we've
That
had this
is
last
true.
30 years and we haven't gloated it all the time.
Oh, Trump, he just won.
Not
the
even
House,
half the country
Senate,
voted.
and the popular vote.
I think
48%. But half of the
voted.
country didn't vote for Trump.
Listen, we get it.
See, that's
We
what
get
I'm
it.
talking about.
You guys just won an election.
You people don't.
You guys just won an election.
people
We get it.
Will never get it.
You people, you
You
just
people
clutched your
will never
pearls
get it.
at me saying you people.
No,
Hey, man, just real
it's
quick.
not. You people. It's we the people.
I feel more patriotic just talking to you.
Twice
sir.
a legal minute.
If Trump sucks so bad, why did he just win 3 branches of government?
Because America.
Answer me that.
Because of people like
you
you.
interrupted me. Because America voted
Right.
for fascism.
It's
Holy
people
fuck,
like
man.
me
Hey,
that actually
hey,
live
whoa, hey,
in this country.
Settle down, Waylon.
Waylon, we're gonna mute you real quick.
I was
alright, bub?
answering, man.
Hold on.
Like you gotta, like you're too drunk. I don't even want to talk to you. I'll be honest with you. It's like talking to the drunk guy at the end of the bar. I don't.
Yeah, he's
just yelling MAGA fucking
Hey,
lock her up at the end of the bar right now, and I'm just
Hey,
like, what the fuck is
I
happening?
can respect a good drunk redneck. I can respect it, but we're not going to debate him tonight.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
How do you feel? How did you? Whoa! Cat lovers live content's flagged for harassment and bullying.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you mess with the Swifties. You don't turn on your own people. I'm sorry. Oh my god. That was 3 seconds. Damn, dude. Damn.
What the fuck just happened? What just happened? So, like, she sounded way too nice to be a Trumper.
Got raptured by Taylor Swift. Jesus. Oh my god. Hello?
You.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for him.
But you don't support him?
It's hard to, ain't it?
Yikes. Yikes. Yikes, brother.
I know, it's hard.
I'm gonna let you take this one, Tic Tac.
All right. I don't have.
Chat tap the screen and
Alright.
give Tic Tac.
Yeah, man. Why'd you vote for him?
Probably more for the moral or social reasons.
Wait, you voted for moral reasons?
Like as far as like the LGBTQ stuff and the racial issues and the immigrant issues, the socioeconomic issues.
I don't understand. You voted for him because you like the way he treats the LGBTQ community?
Not that I like the way he treats them, because I support the policies he's proposing and the people he has around him, what they're proposing more so.
So if they want to take away rights from the LGBTQ community, you're okay with that?
I mean, like what rights are we talking about?
Freedom of speech, being able to perform in public
No,
as a drag.
I hate this. I hate this argument because they play fucking dumb. Like you're not aware of what's happening in this country. Like I'm gonna.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking about specifically what you're talking about.
You're aware that there's over 500 laws that have been put forward by Congress, specifically from Republican congressmen, attacking the LGBTQ community, right? Do I have to go?
I guess
over
I'm
all
asking,
500 of them?
but obviously they wouldn't agree that it's attacking them now, would they?
Yeah,
Of course
they
it
would.
is.
They know exactly.
People
So
know
if they
you'll
make
Like,
a
but
law-
so that's
if they
why I'm
make a
asking.
law-
You're
if they
saying,
make
of
a-
course it
cool.
is, but that's
If
why
they
I'm
make a
asking you
law-
on which ones you think.
Okay, if they make a law saying specifically that men can't wear makeup or dresses, who do you think that's going to affect?
Yeah, drag queens.
Okay.
Or
So
I wouldn't agree with that one.
I don't
Yeah.
give a fuck if you agree with
Or-
it. It's people's freedoms that you're taking away.
Yeah, that's so like when you guys clutch your pearls when we say things like, hey, Facebook, maybe you guys should like fact check some of the misinformation about COVID, like gently asking them to do that while your side's doing this stuff, legitimately passing laws that are getting struck down by like state supreme courts like legitimately trying to take away like fundamental rights.
Yeah, that stuff's ass.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Drip, like you questioned, well, which ones, denying that they even exist, and then when I told you the one that
I wasn't denying they existed. I was asking which ones did you think were attacked?
Oh, so you knew they existed, so you were just playing dumb, like I called for the first time.
Again,
Okay,
I wasn't
cool.
playing
So
dumb.
you were
Sure,
playing dumb.
I know
got
that
it.
you think they
So
exist.
here's the thing.
But which ones did you think were
I've already
attacked?
I've already explained the one that does exist.
And
then
okay,
you said,
answered
and
my
then you
question.
shut
Why are you
the
still
fuck up,
angry
dude.
about it?
Shut up.
Hold on.
I'm literally talking. So after I explained the law, you then said you agree with it. So you don't even fucking care that they're attacking the LGBTQ community. You
Which one
don't
did I
care.
say I
You're
agreed
also a
with? I
bigot.
said it was fucking stupid if you're talking about banning makeup for men. I don't give a fuck what a man wears on his face.
No, you said
Football
you were
players
okay
wear
with
makeup.
that. You literally said you were okay with that.
I literally said I was not. I said it was stupid. I said I can't
Am I
agree
being
with that.
gaslit right now?
No, you're not. You're just not listening to me. You're getting mad over a question I asked and you answered.
So you agree that those laws are happening, though, and that the
Yes,
Republican
I
Party
do
is doing
agree
them?
that if
Okay,
that
so
law
then
is
why are
happening,
you
I
okay-
disagree with it. That
Then
shit's
why
stupid.
are you okay with voting for the party that's upholding it?
Because there's other laws that I do agree with, and I would say that it's less policy and law, and it's more of a moral agreement. I guess that's why I started by
what
saying that's why I
morally then?
voted for him.
What morally do you agree with?
Like the immigrant crisis, it's a problem, and the Democrats kind of refuse to acknowledge it.
You said the LGBTQ community thing at first, so that's why I addressed that
Well, yeah,
one
I would
first.
say it's on that one specifically, more like the men and women sports
Oh, okay,
specifically.
so that's the moral things that you disagree with?
I mean, two of them.
What's the other one?
Those are the big ones.
So what do you disagree with?
What do I disagree with Kamala
I don't
with?
get it. What's the problem?
What do you mean what's the problem? That's why I voted for Trump.
You don't like
because the border is a crisis. I don't like the way the Democrats were handling it. I believe they're shiesty liars. I don't like how they rely on identity politics.
You mean when you run against people at the border and transgender individuals? That kind of
So
identity
you guys
politics?
passed 500 identity politics, or tried to pass about 500 identity politics bills every year, but we're the ones doing that. You guys are
I'm
doing
talking
that.
about advertising wise, who they're appealing to.
So Trump selling shoes and saying that black people will like him because of his shoes and because
Oh yeah, I mean I hate that shit. I ain't buy a Trump shoe or a hat.
and then the
or a
Bible
shirt.
thing, he sold Bibles and then says he's not a Christian, and then he bought
Yeah, it's
them
dumb
from
as hell. I
China.
didn't buy a Trump Bible. I have a John MacArthur Bible.
So then what's your point? Like, it's clearly not the identity politics. It's not the moral aspect.
Well,
of it.
I'm
What
just
is your
telling you
point?
why I did not vote for Kamala and why I voted for Trump. That was the question, correct?
Yeah, but this
then
sounds a little
when we call you out on the
hypocritical when we
aspects of
point
it,
out that
yeah.
Oh,
Trump is
but it
doing
is
the same
exactly
thing.
it is hypocritical. I guess that's what I'm trying to explain. So I guess maybe give you a background. I'm Christian, right? So there's my bias, but I'm also black and I live in an inner city, and I have my whole life. So I feel like a lot of men in my position are in kind of a hypocritical dilemma. Because the black inner city community is heavily churched. It's heavily Christianized.
Okay.
And now whether you agree or disagree, that's just a fact. And it's a heavy bias.
Would you consider
I don't-
that
I
an
don't see why that-
indoctrination?
Absolutely.
Who's indoctrinating the kids, the left or the right?
Both.
How are we indoctrinating kids?
In the exact same way the right is, through education, through
What are we
religion.
teaching them that as a doctrine?
A doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's depending. How do you define a doctrine? A rule that you must live by?
No, basically something that's believing in something without reason to. So like if you believe that the earth is 6,000 years old, that's a doctrine because there's no science to back that up. And it, like what we would teach kids is like the earth is like we have all sorts of these dating methods that show the earth is millions of years old. And the universe is 13.8 billions of years old. That's not a doctrine. Like if we burnt every book on earth and started everything over, we would eventually come to the same exact conclusion.
Not about God, though.
And are you saying that Democrats more closely, so then what you're saying is that Democrats more closely align themselves with science and logical thinking than Republican policies do?
Yeah.
And you don't think that has any bias at all whatsoever, and subjective bias?
I'm sure that gives me a bias. We all have bias, but logic and truth have a liberal bias.
Yeah, facts lean left.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I guess I was just in the beginning, I'm giving my perspective as a black man who is heavily churched, and if you want to say that's indoctrinated through false facts.
None of those things should mean you're going to vote for Trump. The fact that you go to church or the fact that you black are both strikes against wanting to vote for Trump.
Depending on how you look at it, which is why black men were damn near 50-50, and that's a big talking point on the news now. Why were black men so split down the middle?
It was 20%. Are you fucking kidding me? That means 80% of the black men population didn't vote for Trump.
That's a 10% increase.
30%.
A larger percent than usually do lean Republican.
So it would,
a lot
not
more.
50-50.
It's not 50-50.
Yes, that's twice as many.
Yeah. Okay. Still.
Right, and then I guess I'm telling you, and this is anecdotal at best.
Okay, if it went from 1 person to 2, that's still twice as many. That doesn't mean anything.
But it does. That's a huge statistical relevance, and it's a huge social relevance as well. Flick on the news and see what they're talking about.
And it is something to talk about. But yes, the Trump's rhetoric is appealing to some people that probably wouldn't benefit from his policies.
Why don't you mention 93% of black women didn't vote for him?
Yes, why? But that's what I'm getting at. Why do so many black men versus black women? There's definitely an indoctrination there.
Because there's a bias there. Because they fall into the misogyny.
And what misogyny would you think that is? How would you define that?
Right-wing talking points are inherently becoming a little more misogynist, and just supporting Trump in general requires at least the what would you call it? You're like allowing sexism, like Trump being adjudicated for civilly liable for rape, for sexual abuse. And just Trump on the national stage calling people like his rape victim a horse face and not the chosen one and not his type. You have to be okay with that. You have to be complicit with that and co-sign that. You have to co-sign that for a second turn, and that's what's weird.
Yep.
It definitely is like a schism. Right, and I guess that's why I said that there is an inherent hypocrisy in the way that a lot of black men are voting right now, myself included. But I feel like we would also have to be complicit in the lies and the pandering that Democrats do to our community and have done to our community for many years that we disagree with.
Yeah, if you don't believe in the party switch, you can say that, but there's a thing that happened. It's called the party switch.
Yes, I actually watched a video on that recently.
Hey, Drip, how are you doing this morning? Do you believe it?
Do I believe what, ma'am?
The party switch.
Yeah.
How old are you, may I ask? I'm 48.
I'm young. I'm 25.
Yeah, I have a son that's 30. So what church are you? Kojic, Baptist, Pentecostal?
I would say Baptist, most likely.
Mostly Baptist.
Presbyterian.
And you go, and your pastor is black?
Yep.
And your pastor preached about, because I heard a lot about this. I'm Kojic, but the black pastors preached a lot about, Kamala. So I'm just curious, what was your pastor preaching on?
He kind of didn't. He didn't want to give his personal opinion on it. But I will say in 2016 he was part of the Black Leaders meeting that Donald Trump held. So if you want to say that was his, I mean, he put his feet where his feet went, right?
Right. So the 20% of black males that voted for Trump, I agree with Pickles and Tic Tac. It is about misogyny, and it's also about black men that don't respect black women. And I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna say that with my full chest. And you know that's been a part of the media also. I wish my 30-year-old or my 24-year-old would sit there and say something mess like that. You respect black women. You know how hard black women fight. You know how hard black women have to get up and do everything. You know what's also the thing that black women are doing right now? The black women said they are not marching. The black women said they are not standing no more. The black women said that they are tired. Because you know what? Black men don't support black women. So as a 25-year-old, do a little bit more research on how black women carried and still carry society. So as a young
I
black
hear you. I
man,
believe black women are the most disenfranchised people group on the planet, period.
so you vote against us? Do you know Amber Thurman that died? Do you know black women are the mortality rate when they have a baby? Do you know this stuff?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
So you vote against us? Help me understand this.
I guess I don't believe that it was a vote against.
How you don't believe it's a vote against us?
Because I feel like the Democratic Party has been against us, black men and women, for so many years.
But they're the ones that actually give us our rights.
I feel like it's super.
Conservative-
I guess what it is. I feel as if it's superficial.
How is it superficial when conservatives in Project 2025 and or if you want to use Agenda 47 wants to give police immunity? Who dies at a higher rate at police? I'm in law enforcement, been in law enforcement for 17 years. I understand people think ACAB, and that's fine, but I'm still going to stand as a law enforcement officer, and I can also stand with the police brutality against my community. So you vote for the conservative that want to allow? Do you know what Trump said when the marches was happening? Oh, well, can't we just shoot them in the leg? Who was mostly out there marching? Black people. He told them to shoot him in the leg. But now you want to give police immunity? Are you kidding me? As a 25-year-old young man, I told my 30-year-old son and I told my 24-year-old son, look up the information for yourself. Don't go by what anybody tell you. Look up policy, look up procedures, and I'm in the court system. Look up the case law. Case law will tell you everything you need to know.
I mean, I see it, but I feel like there's hypocrisy there that the Democrats somehow care more.
It's a hypocrisy that I don't like.
I hear you, and I can even agree with you on most of those points that Donald Trump is a misogynist. He's a R word, or he's horrible. He's not a good man. I don't like him. However, I don't think that just because he's horrible that makes Kamala any better. I think she's just as bad.
So let me ask you this question: what policy of Trump's do you like?
The only one that I think I could think off the top of my head that I genuinely liked was his the executive action he took to release the medical debt. Not release the medical debt, but
I'm not asking.
Decriminalize it.
I'm asking about his policies that he's going to enact when he becomes president. When he's
I want a tougher border.
You want a tougher border? What border policy did he have in place when he was in office?
He wanted to build that wall.
Okay, you know there was a wall before Trump came into office, right?
Absolutely, he wanted to finish it.
And then how was that going to stop people from coming to our country?
It was not. They got ladders and planes.
Exactly. So that was dumb. Okay, so next.
Yeah, but just because Donald Trump's policies, I guess, and this is the hypocrisy, right? I sound like an idiot, and I might be. I'm open. but at least he was trying something. I think that's most people's issue, right? It's his heart, but not in the R word way, not in the misogyny way. His heart on the policies, right? Like we want a tougher border. Kamala does not.
He is evil.
Well,
in
wait a
his
minute.
heart.
Hold on a second.
If his
Obama-
attempt at the border
Right.
was disgusting and evil, child separation, disgusting, fucking.
But the
disgusting.
child separation, whose policy was that?
His.
That was
And
his.
No, it was not, ma'am. No,
Coleman.
it was not. That's been policy always. When you
No.
commit a crime in America, you are
False.
separated from children that you
No.
are with. That's true.
No.
No. So if you had a baby on you, and you committed a felony, you can stay with your baby.
If you have child endangerment, that's one thing.
Yes, and unfortunately, crossing the border illegally is one of the most dangerous things you can do with a
That's not-
child.
But
No.
they're not illegal. Are you aware of
No,
the
no, no.
asylum laws? But wait, before I go
Yes,
there,
I am. You have to come in through a legal port of
No,
entry.
you don't. That's
No,
not
you
part
do
of the asylum law.
Unless you are in immediate fear and danger of your life.
That's
yes,
what
but they
asylum
pass
is.
through how many countries when they come from Venezuela? How many countries do they
They're
pass
not
through when they
required.
come from those countries?
They're not required to stop at the first country.
They're not, but I think they should be.
They're not.
But his policies is not going to change any of that. And before he got into office, President Obama deported more and gave him a surplus.
Absolutely, I vote for that man again.
So for you to say what Trump did, Trump messed it up. Literally, all Trump had to do was sit there and just let Obama's policy ride. But he came into office and fucked shit up. All he had to do was ride. Do you know he had the biggest, what was it, Pickles, in 2019 at the border?
He had the largest border crisis in 50 years in 2019 because he hadn't done anything for the border until then. This was 3 years into his presidency. He didn't do anything. He did some executive actions. And this is what we're afraid of this time. He's not going to have anyone stopping him from doing these crazy things like child separation. His child separation jailed people separate from their parents, infants, tiny kids, and when their parents were trialed separately, they were sent home somewhere else. And then later on, these kids, they'd be like, "Hey, what's your name? Do you know?" Like, these kids don't even know what their parents look like anymore. There's thousands of them. That Trump
Because
Trump
our
did
border
this.
patrol doesn't have the infrastructure for the amount of people that they're getting.
This was Trump's brand new spanking policy that he did.
Yes, because we do not have the infrastructure currently to
Why
deport
would
as
he
many
do
people
that?
as he was trying to.
Why would he do that? Why didn't he have the foresight to not ruin people's lives?
Because he's an idiot.
You know, if he would have sat down with President Obama and actually talked to President Obama and found out what he was doing at the border, and kept his pandemic response, if he would have been a human being and treated President Obama like a human being, he would have found out what President Obama was doing at the border. And he could have kept doing what President Obama was doing. But he's such a fucking racist, he didn't want to sit down and talk to the man. He didn't want to sit down and have a conversation with him. He could have sat there and did just that. But he's too much of a fucking racist to give him that man props. He despises Obama. And for you
So
to
then,
vote for him,
was all his meetings with black men when he first became president, was that just for show?
yeah, you saw what happened to 50 Cent. Not 50 Cent, the black rapper in LA. You see what happened to him? All black people turned against him when he went up there. Look what happened to
I do, and I feel like that's what's left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
But because we know what Trump is about. I'm 48 years old.
But
dude.
I guess
We know what
that's
Trump
the
is
hypocrisy
about.
that we're seeing that we're really drawing in on. And so, like, one that I can name off the top of my dome was Steve Harvey.
Ice Cube. Yeah, Ice Cube. Ice Cube went and
Right,
sat and
Ice
talked
Cube,
to
like
him.
like when he first
And
was
Ice
running in
Cube got
2016, he
blackballed.
was talking to a lot of black men. He did ask for a lot of black
But
men
what
to
did
come
he
and
do?
talk to him.
Okay, and what did that get the black community?
I mean, they started calling all of them coons before the conversation even came out.
It
Like, I
don't
remember
matter.
when
It
they
still
called. I remember
it still didn't matter. It still-
the head of the NAACP, a professor at Howard University, sat down with Donald. He is not a fan of Donald Trump. He would have the exact same, if not more, extreme views than you do. But I remember in 2016, you can still look it up. The articles are out calling him a coon.
Yes, exactly. That's what the fuck he is. Because you don't
Just
go
for
sit-
talking,
you
just
don't
for
go
trying,
sit-
just for talking to the man,
You
then you're a
don't go
coon for
sit-
talking to me.
You
Like, he was
don't
just
go
trying to
sit-
share his views and
No,
his
you do
viewpoint.
not-
If anything, he
you
was
do
trying to
not-
further the black community, and he
No,
got called a
no.
coon for it.
No,
You might.
you
You
do
guys
not
might.
do that.
Yeah, we might chill.
You do.
With the
You do
tone.
not do that. Okay, don't.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You do not do that. You do not go sit at the table with the Triple K when they have not done anything. If Trump would have proven and done something before he came into office, and then I'll tip my hat off to him. I tip my hat off to him. But what did he do before taking the office for those black men to go sit there and have a conversation with? What did he do?
I mean, I feel like he didn't have to do anything. Like, you know, I feel like just an open conversation does better than just shutting him out completely. Because if you think he's ignorant, racist, stupid, dumb, then talk to him, educate him, have a conversation with him, but definitely do not look at the men and women in our community who are trying to sit down, talk and educate an ignorant racist and call them a coon and shut them out of the community when they're doing everything that they can do to educate the people who are against us.
But what about the Central Park Five? What do we owe the Central Park Five as black people? And I think it was a Latino man.
We owe them to stand up and build a better community for ourselves.
Exactly. And so we're going to go to the person that wanted them lynched?
Yes, and educate them on why he's wrong. Educate them on why that's dumb. Educate him on how we could have better policies to benefit our community. Yes.
But we can't advocate for somebody who hasn't said sorry himself. He has not asked for forgiveness for saying this stuff. He hasn't taken it back. In fact, the last time he was asked, I think, was 2 years ago, and he still stood by his actions. And he's a narcissist. He just can't, like,
Yes, absolutely. A narcissist will never apologize.
It's the easiest slam dunk like ever. Him apologizing for that would have been such great press. It would have been like a closure for like some of the people in the community. He took that opportunity to say even worse things. Same thing with going in front of the Black Journalists Conference. What he did was so bad.
Oh my gosh. Even that right there in front of black women. Oh my God.
I don't know who his PR manager is.
Nobody walks the earth that can tell Trump what to do.
His
That's
son,
why
I
he
think,
fires
I heard,
everybody. Nobody can tell him what to do. He's just
It's Barron now, I think.
He hates Barron, but he's literally jealous of Barron's height. He's literally like,
He
people
sure
have
did.
said it, that he's actually like
He's got bigger hands.
very bitter about Barron being taller than him.
I believe it. He probably wants to steal his body if he could. He's working on it.
I don't know. I just the guys.
But, all right. Yeah.
That's just got weird.
I really appreciate you guys though having an honest conversation with me, and I'm sorry for getting loud. It's more passionate than angry, honestly.
No, I mean everybody was, but I just want to remind everybody, like the algorithm picks that up too. They don't like it when we scream.
But
All right, well, I'm gonna get out of here and let other people talk. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But do me a favor. Do me an honest, a solid.
All right, I
Look
will.
up- Look up the policies. Look up Agenda 47 and Project 2025. Yes, he said he is not part of a Project 2025, but he did instill 64% of Project 2017 when he was in office the first time. Please, at least do that for me.
I got you. I've read 2025 because everybody's been talking about it, but I haven't. 47 is the one he says he is doing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read
Yeah,
that.
that's just a cliff note of 2025.
I got you. I'll do that.
All right. All right. Take care. Thank you for
All
being
right.
responsible.
Take it easy, bro.
Oh shit, story left too?
Oh.
Man, I was about to bounce. I'm fucking tired. I don't know how
you're
you're
good.
doing this all night.
If you got a balance, go for it, bro.
I am. I'm gonna go to bed. You gonna be up when I get up in 6 hours? You be on still?
I don't think so.
Thanks for the gifts.
I thought I heard my cash up, but I didn't. Chat.
Thanks for the gifts, everybody. I appreciate all y'all.
Follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. Tap the screen. I'm going to keep going. Tic Tac. Much love, bub. You have a good night.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Hello, Shar.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you still hear me? Okay. I'm like new to Instagram. I really just kind of get on here from time to time. But a lot of these lives have been popping up for Trump, against Trump, and I'm just in disbelief. So, but Story was a really good advocator for what she was talking about, and yeah, so I wanted to join her and double in on what she was saying, but I see she already got off.
Yeah, Story's one of my mods, or she's my main admin. So yeah, she's awesome.
Okay,
We
very
love Story.
educated. Yeah, she is awesome. She is awesome. No, I everything she said plus more. I'm really curious to know. I don't think that a lot of the people that voted for Trump I don't think they cared about his policies. I think, and I have to take it here, I think a lot of people just didn't want a black woman. A lot of people don't. If you look at all over the world, people don't like women, and they definitely don't care for black women. And Trump could have said, I'm going to kill every single one of you all in 12 months. And people miss that because they just don't want a black woman as president. And I can't fathom any other reason that these people. He literally has felonies. He's literally sexually assaulted someone. He's literally said, grabbed him by the pussy. He's literally said he had concepts of a plan. He's literally, has all these supporters that are openly racist. And he's not one time said, hey, I don't condone that. That's not what I support. He laughs at it. So that's why we say Trump is racist. We say Trump is racist because he doesn't stop it. He condones it. He thinks that's funny. There's people that have voted for Trump, and white men have come out and said, thank you. We just needed you for your vote. Like that it's just, it has to be racism. When you really look at it from my perspective, it has to be they're misogynist. They don't like women, and they don't like black women. That's the only thing that I can come up with. Because there's no reason that if you're educated and you do your own independent research and you have critical thought that you would have voted for this man. Even if you didn't like Harris, I can sit down and say, Harris may not be the best, which I don't believe that. I think she really is. But you could sit down and say, I'm not the biggest fan of Harris, but there's no way I will vote in my own interest. People didn't even know Obamacare was the Affordable Care Act. Like, how do you go into the voting polls and not have the knowledge or the thought or the critical thinking skills? So that's why we think a lot of Republicans are dumb. It's because you didn't even know what you were voting for. You just wanted to win, even at the cost of your own livelihood.
I agree. Most people voted against their own interests.
And it's so sad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with the.
You're good. I will say, I was giving you a minute to talk. I'll give you like a minute to say a few more things. But my mom.
No, I've said it. I like Stormy said, the girl that was on here prior, she spoke the truth. I'm baffled, and we should be working together to preserve. And like Trump wants to pull out the climate. He doesn't believe in climate. If you don't believe in global climate, we're in Texas and it's 90 degrees in November. Like, the world is obviously changing, and we should obviously be taking the steps to like save our world. Some of these people don't care about their kids, their kids' kids, their kids' kids. And everyone's saying, oh, Harris didn't have a plan. Did you literally sit down? Her plan was available on her Instagram, her TikTok. You could go to her website. You could listen to the speeches. So for them to say she didn't have a plan, that's bullshit. You didn't want to hear it because I literally sat down, even though I knew I was going to vote for Harris because her policy support my livelihood. I sat down and I did the independent research to see what Trump was really talking about. I did what I thought I would never do. I wanted to see, okay, well, is Trump talking sense? And it was all BS. Hit the debate. He sat there and the moderators called him out. That's not true. 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 And people still went out and voted for this clown. So the only explanation I can come up with is that they don't like black women. They don't like women. They don't like black women. And how dare a black woman tell a white man what he can do? And I hate to go there, but that's the only thing I can come up with. And one last thing, all these people saying the Democrats are mad. We did not storm the Capitol. Y'all did that. Y'all went and stormed the Capitol when y'all got mad. And then there was talks of doing it again or doing something crazy if Trump would have lost. We took it like, okay, you know what? If that's how the voting system, if that's what half of America wants, they showed up and showed out. I got to give Trump that. He got people up and out to vote, but only because they didn't vote because they liked him. They voted because they didn't want to see a black woman win. Let's just call a spade a spade. But like, this is crazy, but I'm done. I'll get off my high horse and I'll stop ranting, but I just had to speak my truth.
I get you. I feel you. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing. And
no, definitely not talking trash. I'm reading the comments. I'm not talking trash.
Don't do it. Don't read the comments. Listen.
No, but I'm perplexed on how, if you are educated, critical thinking American, how you could sit down and vote for Trump. It's just very perplexing to me. It's a lot of people that followed, a lot of people didn't know what they were voting for, and they'll find out here in the next 2 to 4 years. And so, like, you don't even know what Obamacare is. You don't even know what he's truly trying to do. You just voted for a man because you thought it was cool. You didn't do any independent research, and you didn't like a woman. It doesn't add up to me.
Well, hey, thank you so much for coming up. I'm gonna get to some debates. I'm gonna get to MAGA's face. So,
of course, and I thank you for the time to let me, talk. And I support these open conversations. And I liked that. That's kind of why I never really stop at anybody's live, but I stopped because I liked how you were keeping everybody, everybody can listen and everybody can talk and hear everybody's side. That's what we really need as a nation, is for people to sit down and just hear each other out. But I think a lot of people we won, but what did you really win? Your kids and their kids you just effed them up, So anyways, have a great night and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. You too. All right, chat. W guess, guys. Who's opposition? Where'd you go? Are you opposition?
His brother said.
Chat, tap the screen, by the way.
I was really shocked by that.
Yo, Des, there's some TV going on in the background. Help us out with that.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
And not only murdered, but he was
You've got a little bit of a TV coming through the microphone. Do you mind helping us out with that?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
Let me shut it off. Okay. Thanks for letting me come on. Just really upset about her comments because I am a Trump supporter and I have been since 2015, and I hated him with a passion when he first started running. I thought he was a narcissist. I couldn't stand the fact that he was running for president, and everybody that I worked with and my family started supporting him. And I was probably the last holdout. And then he got into office and I started, COVID happened. I paid attention. I wasn't working so much. I got to pay attention. And I just want to start off by saying, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I was a Democrat, or I voted democratically most of my life, and I'm 59. But I'm an American. That's all I am. I'm an American. And when COVID happened, I didn't have to work two jobs. I was able to research, and I did research, and I researched to a passion. I am so passionate about it because I found that our country has been lying to us, our government, and it's distorted so many people's views. And the thing is if you look into this stuff, there's a lot of censorship going on right now. And I don't blame a lot of these people that are complaining about Trump and that hate him and calling him misogynist and calling him racist, because that's the propaganda we've been brought up on. If you turn the TV on and you turn the news on, and I know I was one of those, what fake news? What stolen elections? That's bull. That doesn't happen in America. This country, no way. Our politicians don't steal, cheat, and lie to us. Listen, I love this country. I love my children. I want what's best for all of us. I'm not racist. I've never been. I love all people. I love people. But I have to tell you that there's so much going on behind the scenes and that isn't on TV. It isn't a talking point.
Most of us don't watch TV anymore. Most of us don't watch the big media anymore. Most of us are right here dissecting. Like, I'm right here dissecting actual data, the same data that the media looks at when they look at crime rate statistics or jobs numbers or anything like that.
Okay.
That's what this is turning into. We're able to see all of this stuff for ourselves. There's no magic like curtain that we can't see behind. We have all the same information Trump does. All of it.
Okay, so what are the points that this woman was saying? It was misogyny and it was that we don't want a female president. Now, I would love to see a female president. I really would. I couldn't vote for her, Kamala. If you looked at her background, she was, I watched a couple of documentaries on her and I researched, we all know her background. She basically, in her 20s, she slept her way into the DA's office. Well,
How did she do that?
She did. With Willie Brown. You don't walk into a DA, become a DA
So
at
her sleeping with
27
a
years
former mayor got
He was
her
the mayor.
a
He
bunch
got her a
of
Senate seat.
he got her a
He got
bunch
her a
of
lot of
votes.
parties. No, well, he got her into parties. He got her. Look, networking, right? Everything is networking, right?
Yeah.
Everything.
Trump went to parties and slept his way around too.
With who? I mean,
I'm sure with
first of
whoever
all,
would let him.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is at least Trump had a proven record. He got into the White House and he did a lot of good things, right? Look at Israel. Honestly, he took our embassy. There were 5 presidents
that
that
caused
promised,
tensions, right?
but there were
When he
5
moved the
presidents that
embassy?
promised Israel that they would move our embassy into Jerusalem and
they didn't do it because it would cause
Jerusalem.
tensions. And he said, "Who fucking cares?
Promised
Fuck
they
it."
would.
So he
Because
did it
it's the
just
right
because of a
thing to
promise.
do?
No matter what the repercussions.
No, because it was the right thing to do.
Why was that?
Did the Jewish people attack? I'm sorry. Did the Jewish people attack the Palestinians? I thought it was the other way around. There's been
So it
tension
raised
there.
tensions,
forever.
right?
That was 4 years ago. I don't know. Did it cause tensions?
Seems like it
may
did.
have then. Oh, it took 4 years to get there, I guess.
Well,
I'm talking about, like I said, if you want to hear the things that he's done that are good, you have to look up his presidency that time. They didn't tell you all the good things that he did.
I ask people all day, every day about the good things Trump's done, and you guys don't have anything.
I just gave you one.
The moving of the
I
embassy.
just gave you one. Right.
How did that make your life better?
My life?
Yeah.
It strengthened our allies with Israel. We have no allies in the Middle East, do we? Do we have any
great.
allies in the
Good
Middle
job. Good job. What else?
What
That's
else? What else? What else do you want?
Yeah.
What else should I say? The economy?
Yeah. How did he help the economy? What things did he do to help the economy?
The GPA grew. The tax cuts for the
what?
You're not going to say the tax cuts for all of us and that we're set to expire this year? You didn't get tax cuts? You would have found out if Kamala got in how much taxes you'd be paying. You would have seen his tax cuts were going away.
Kamala's
this year.
taxes would have been better for me than his. Her tax plan
How
literally
is that?
would be better for me.
How's that?
If you look at so if you look it up on Tax Foundation, you can actually see that the lower part of the economy, everyone below, I believe it's like 100,000 would get a tax break from
Right.
Kamala. Everyone below 100,000 is going to have their taxes increased from Trump. Their after tax would go down. Their after tax
But
income would go down.
We're still in the Trump tax cuts.
I know.
We're still
in
in
his
them.
new proposed plan that he
Right.
writes in 2027, it's gonna make our taxes go up. My tax liabilities will go up. Rich people's tax liabilities go down.
In 2027, they're set to expire this year. So
yeah,
he would be
individual
implementing
tax cuts expire this year because that's how he wrote them.
Right.
But the new tax bill is set to be wrote every 10 years. That's in 2027.
I have not seen that then. And I mean, so you're saying that the individual tax cuts will go away and there's a new tax policy he's implementing in 2027.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have not. I haven't even seen that, but I will look at that. Are you looking at where is that from? Did you say?
This is if you just look at how long do tax policies usually or whatever duration? Okay. Hold on. How long do
Did you have a good 4 years under Biden?
I did well.
What do you? I mean, how do you feel about an open border? Does that bother you at all? What was your top thing to go to the polls with? I mean, what was your top issue to go to the polls with? If you did a poll right now and they asked you, with the way things are going, did you think we were going in the right direction or the wrong direction?
So, COVID wrecked our economy, and what Biden did was a bunch of great things to reignite the economy. He did a bunch of things like the PACT Act and the CHIPS and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. These all, like a lot of them, created tons and tons of jobs, and Trump did not do anything to directly affect the job market. What jobs?
Wait a second. What jobs? Yeah, because I mean, I'm not seeing jobs out there. You're talking service jobs, yeah, like menial jobs. Maybe.
No, I'm talking about, like, you know how Trump really wanted to make manufacturing jobs? This is what Biden did. You see all those dots? Those are manufacturing jobs. Manufacturing in electric vehicles, manufacturing in batteries, bioengineering, clean energy manufacturing, semiconductors.
Electric vehicles. If we were to put electric, I get the Green Deal. I'm concerned about the environment. I love the environment. I live in New Hampshire, so I'm a woodsy kind of person. I don't want to see my forest destroyed. But where are we getting the lithium from?
We can get lithium from the ocean, but we can mine lithium.
Where? And
I don't
why
know.
aren't
I
we?
don't think we need to mine it out of national parks, but I'm pretty sure we can mine lithium.
But why aren't we? Why aren't we? Why aren't we mining it? Why are we getting
I don't
it
know.
from China?
Where are we getting gas? Where are we getting oil?
From underneath us.
Yeah.
They're going to be drilling in Texas. Yes, I understand that, but how can we be the only country that is concerned about our environment when you have China burning coal?
No,
China
we
has
have
just
China
created-
doing the same exact thing. They're investing in alternative fuels and EV batteries faster than we are, and we have to compete with them. We need to keep up. That's why Biden did this.
I get that.
We're going to be buying
But
it from
all
China
of
if
the-
we don't do
all
it.
of the EVs are coming from China.
Yeah,
all
we
the
need to-
cars
we're
are
gonna be
coming from
buying
China
it.
because
Yeah.
they're mining the lithium.
Yeah,
They
we
are
want to make
mining
our
it.
own. We want them to buy it from us.
But we're not drilling for it. You have to drill for lithium. Correct?
You have to mine it.
Yes.
Or you can get it from
Well,
the
that's what I
ocean.
meant.
Or you can get it from the ocean.
Right. But we're not doing that.
Okay, but we
So
want
how-
to do, we're making initiatives to do that.
I hadn't heard of that. I
We're
hadn't heard
making
Biden's
initiatives
initiative
to make batteries and EVs.
I understand. And no, and can you afford an EV?
No, not right now, no.
Okay.
But
So
the
you're
more we
asking
invest in
all
them,
of
the
America-
cheaper they are. The more we invest, the more we make more competition like this. All of these people have to compete with each other, and
they
then
weren't
those
making
things get
this-
more and more less expensive.
I understand. Correct. I get that. I get that. But I'm saying, like, if you can't afford to buy an electric vehicle, and you're asking all of us to do that by a certain date,
No, I'm not asking you to do that.
Well, they wanted to put a mandate out there. I know next year in California, you can't have a gas stove. My brother lives in California. They're
Oh,
doing
no.
away in San Diego with gas stoves.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm just saying, seriously, you can't push that kind of. I mean, you're asking people can't buy houses, and you're asking them to buy $70,000 cars. I mean,
They have
it just doesn't make any
$30,000
sense to
ones.
me.
That
Okay.
people have to compete with them. Kia makes them, Nissan makes them, a lot of Ford's making them. They're all making them, and in 10 years they're going to be cheaper. And no one has to have an electric vehicle in 10 years. In 10 years in California, they're prohibiting the sale of new gas vehicles. You can still get old ones. And you can go across state lines and get other ones.
Right.
But there's no need for ICE vehicles. There's no. The reason is EVs are 90% efficient.
I get
And
that.
ICE vehicles
I get that. I'm not
are
saying we shouldn't
20
get
to
there at some
30%.
point.
20 to 30%. This is way better. It makes no
Wait,
sense
but
to
the
keep
trucks-
doing this.
Do you know how heavy? First of all, do you know if you were to put a car, a parking garage, if you put the levels of the parking garage, the thing would collapse.
Okay, you're lying.
If you
I
put
just Googled this
EVs
last night. The average weight of an electric vehicle is
Yeah.
4,100 pounds. In my last
Right.
car, a Dodge Challenger is 4,100 pounds. It's the same thing.
Okay. 4,100 pounds. But in all those cars,
In the
all
average
those
of them,
cars would be
yes.
4,100.
Yeah, some of them up to
4,100
6,000,
pounds.
but that's not a big deal either. We have trucks that weigh that much.
In a parking garage?
Yes.
In Boston? I don't know. I mean, look at our bridges. Our infrastructure in this country
semi-trucks.
is falling apart.
We
It's
just
falling
invested.
apart.
We had the biggest infrastructure investment since Eisenhower's highway system, thanks to Biden. He's got it.
That bill was loaded with stuff. That wasn't just an
Like what?
infrastructure bill.
Like
There was
what?
so much pork in that bill.
Like what?
There was something. AOC had a barrier reef in the Hudson for $1 million that she wanted to. They were trying to do a study on it, whether to make it a reef or to
That's not in
yank
the
it out of
infrastructure
there.
bill.
There's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of stuff that gets put in those bills. I mean, did you agree with Ukraine putting all that money into Ukraine?
Yes.
What about our country?
We invested
You
more in
did.
our country than anyone before. Biden did that already.
Biden did that.
Biden invested in microchip manufacturing,
say-
EV manufacturing, battery manufacturing. He has 56,000 projects from the infrastructure bill already happening. We have 7 more years of that to come. He's done so much for us, and we send 40 billion measly dollars to Ukraine because we have an agreement with them. You guys freak out. We spent like $2 trillion on infrastructure, and you're like $40 billion.
We assisted in the killing of a whole generation of men over there. Are you kidding me?
We didn't assist in it. We insisted in defending them.
You think they're being defended? Do you think they're going to take Russia? Do you really think that?
They don't need to take
Or is that
Russia.
what
They're
you
just defending their own country.
Right. Do you think they're going to be able to beat Russia?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, you know the death count?
You do.
Yeah.
You know the death count.
I do.
Where are you getting this information from?
So if you check the interwebs, you can find this. If the
What
Wikipedia,
interwebs?
Wikipedia it sources 4 different articles for each of the death counts, and it Wikipedia will show Russian government. Wikipedia will show. You want me to show you? But the numbers are 400,000 to 70,000
right now.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I said, do you not think that the Russian military couldn't beat us right now?
No.
We sent all our artillery over there. We have nothing.
You're insane. What?
We can't manufacture
I want you to look
enough
at this. Do you see this? This is our military budget for 2023. $1.14
I know what the
trillion.
budget is. I'm talking about.
Do you see that? That's a T.
We don't have enough artillery.
Do you see that?
left
That's a T.
in this country.
You see that T
We have
right
to
there?
manufacture it. Yes,
Hold
I
on.
see that. I
So
understand
when
that.
we send 40 billion to Ukraine, that's like this. And you're telling us
40 billion.
You're telling
One
me-
time.
You're telling us we're out of stuff. We're out of money. We're out of
I'm going to
artillery.
tell you that. Yes. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. We can't manufacture enough. Ask any. I've listened to a lot of generals speak on this issue, and they're saying that we are not prepared to fight China or Russia right now.
Who did you hear
because
speak
we
about
don't
this?
have.
So I can look this up. Who did you hear speak about this?
Don't ask me the names of them right now. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but honestly, look it up. We have sent so much ammunition and
Was it
a lot of stuff over there.
Colonel Mustard?
All right, you want to be a wise ass? I'm trying to have a serious conversation.
That did
You want
not happen.
then why bother even talking to me if you're going to
It did
insult
not
me?
happen. I'm looking for
You
sources,
wanna keep
and I have an
insult-
audience of
See, that's
1,800
the
people,
problem.
and I'm responsible to make sure they
Okay.
don't hear misinformation.
What misinformation? I'm
We're
saying
out of
look it up.
artillery.
I didn't say we were out of it. I'm saying we
Is
don't
the
have.
United States low on artillery.
This is why you can't have a reasonable discussion with anybody on the other side because they just don't. And you're right, always right.
That's your stuff, Sean.
You know,
Here's an article that says U.S. military is running short on ammunition, but it's just because of the money.
Okay,
and it says
thank
that
you.
Congress needs to fund it more. We're not low on munitions; they just need
Sherlock.
more funding.
Look at that, Sherlock. Was I right about something?
I'm here to look. I'm not here beating you down. I'm here to talk about it.
You just beat me down with Colonel Mustard, so I'm going to go. But thanks for the discussion. I'm glad you've informed me about a lot. And that is that I should stay off of TikTok because there's nothing but hate and disinformation coming on that side. And it's sad. And I know you feel bad that you lost. But let me tell you something. You won't feel that bad in 4 years. Not as bad as you would have felt if Kamala kept going. Believe me. Trust me with that.
Alrighty.
Leave me there. And try to get on and try to get.
Hello?
I'm hanging up.
It's like slamming the door on a tent when you have a bad signal. Hello?
Zach, we're back on. Zach, we're back on. Come.
That's a literal fetus. Oh, Chad, tap the screen. Let's get the 1 million. We have 1,800 people in here. They do exist. Hello? Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy debates. Let me move this so you guys can read. None of these people are connecting, chat.
Yo.
Yellow. Oh, we got two.
Oh, I like to talk 2A with you. All right, man.
2A?
Yeah.
All right. What do you think 2A means?
Wait, do you want me to give you the whole 27-word definition of it, or what we saying?
No, I mean I got the gist. I know what 2A says.
Right. So I feel like we should. I feel like we should start off with Harris's assault weapon ban that she wants to pass.
Whose?
Harris's. What she proposed. Kamala Harris.
Yeah. The assault weapon ban.
Right. The unconstitutional ban of an arm. That's what that would be. It would be unconstitutional.
Okay. What makes assault weapons the line that makes it unconstitutional?
Well, it's a bearable arm. You have a right to own any bearable arm.
What about like an RPG?
You can go through the ATF and get an explosive license for that.
Can anyone get that, or is that an infringement if you have to do extra steps?
You have to go through the ATF. Her assault weapons banned.
Is that an infringement?
No, but it's different. She's not. They're not telling you to go get a license through the ATF to own an AR. Number one, well, as a matter of fact, let me finish this point. Anyway, they're telling you can no longer buy. It stops the import and the new sale of rifles.
Yeah.
Of assault rifles. Of Armalite rifles, I should say. Can you tell me what an assault weapon is? Nunchucks can be an assault weapon. It's a vague term. It's a vague term.
Sure.
It's a vague term that they use to ban our rifles.
Yeah. So we're talking about like high capacity, high velocity, high caliber rifles, semi-automatic.
Yeah, semi-automatic rifles. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we want to ban.
So the problem is number one, there's no substance behind it. Let me tell you why. And you fact check anything I say because I know what I'm talking about. You can look this up. The most used weapon for mass shootings are pistols.
Yep.
Exactly. So wouldn't you be trying, if you really cared about mass shootings, wouldn't you be trying to ban pistols?
The thing is, we have incidents like Uvalde, and we have police officers that have constant trouble. Have you ever seen a police officer like approach a man walking down the street with an AR? You seen how nervous
I've
they
never
get?
seen a person. I know the Uvalde situation, how they sat outside.
You see how nervous they get?
Yeah. You're right. You should get nervous if you're approaching anybody with a handgun. I mean, anybody with a gun, period.
No, if you have a pistol on your hip, you're good.
So you're telling me if you would approach somebody that just was walking down the street with a pistol in their hand?
Yeah, you'd be good. Like here in Texas, yeah.
Can't be serious.
Where do you live?
Any firearm. I right here in Alabama.
You live in Alabama? So
yeah.
My brother just walks around with a pistol on his hip all day, every day.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's completely different. We're not talking about open carry. I'm talking about if you said police approaching people, right? What I'm saying is you should be cautious of approaching anybody with a gun, period. No matter what type of gun, any gun can kill you.
I'm talking about things like Uvalde. Like, so when you have a bunch of people with handguns or just one person that has an AR, like an M4 or AR-15, it's a very hard situation. He can take out a whole police department if he wanted to.
Which you're right. You're right. So the Uvalde situation, I actually talked to his name's Brett Cross. He's on TikTok. He's a Uvalde dad. Uzziah Garcia was his son. We talk every day because he's pushing for a assault rifle ban and he wants them banned. But he explained to me a situation I had. The shooter was in the classroom with his son. Everybody knows it's a terrible situation, and like 377 officers sat outside for like 77 minutes because he had a rifle. Yeah, I believe I know the situation. Yeah, but so that's the problem. So the problem of what I'm telling you is if let's say in a magical world where we take every rifle out of America, right?
Yeah.
These people are just gonna start shooting people with pistols.
Yeah, it's a little more manageable.
Oh my. So you believe punishing law-abiding citizens? You believe in punishing law-abiding citizens who didn't do anything? Why should we take their right away because bad people?
Because if crazy people are given weapons that can yield very bad results, that could be avoided. Like people always say, oh, all the stabbings in the UK. So there were like 144 stabbings in the UK last year. Imagine if one of them had an AR instead. How many more people do you think would have died?
A lot more. I'm not disingenuous. A lot
What if half
more.
of them had
probably.
ARs?
It'd have been a lot more people.
What
that
if all
passed.
of them had ARs? So what we're trying to
It'd have been
do
a lot more
is, yeah, like make the yield of destruction a little lower. With like, we're not trying to arm crazy people with ARs.
So, but my question to you is, what happens once again? What happens when they start using pistols? Are you going to yell ban pistols?
Listen, I think a lot of people are okay with pistols, and the most of the deaths that come from those are self-unalivings.
Right. Yeah. But I'm happy you know that most of our gun violence in America are self-unalivings. That's true. That's a fact. So I'm happy you know that, right? But
yeah, but we've done the assault weapons ban before in 1994. Are you aware?
Yeah, under Clinton. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
did you see that decreased? That you saw that it decreased deaths, right?
It did decrease mass shootings. Deaths were still happening. It's gonna have a criminal doesn't care about a law, man. That's the problem, right?
Of course not. But we need so like think about Australia. So they did a buyback and they got all the weapons and all the guns. And if you want a gun right now in Australia, it's like 30 grand. And here,
yeah, that's crazy.
Here, that's a barrier to entry. So they might not be 30 grand. They'd probably be cheaper. But still, that's a big barrier to entry. And also, people who are legal owners of those types of pew-pews, they probably would never, ever get caught selling it because they want it. They want to keep it. People will likely be grandfathered into it. So I just don't think that you would see a lot of them floating around.
Right. And I see what you're saying, right? So it's not being disingenuous. I see what you're like, it would lower a rate. But what I'm saying is when you're punishing law-abiding citizens, that's a problem, you know? Why should my rights?
Your rights, the rights that you're losing are not fundamental. These are play toys. At the end of the day, like, what are you using this for?
It's a tool. It's not a tool. It's not a toy. It's a tool.
For what?
It has multiple purposes. A firearm is for self-defense. It could be for hunting. Anything like that.
Bro, you need a shotgun or a pistol for self-defense.
Well, no, a shotgun is only good for closer ranges. A rifle lets you stay distant. Yes or no? That's the truth.
Then use a pistol.
A pistol's not. It doesn't go as far as a rifle. That's the point.
Okay, how are you assessing people at 300 yards to be an enemy or a threat?
This is crazy, man. Like, I don't see if you care so much about lives, most of our deaths in America that are homicides come from pistols. Why would you not be trying to ban pistols?
Because we're making compromise because ARs are much harder to regulate. Have you not seen like a police officer rolling up on person boom. Let's look at this. Here's one. Cops are furious. And this person's probably just hanging out, just walking around with one. And these cops are like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Hands on your head. I'm sure. I haven't even seen this one, but I'm sure that's how this is going to go. Oh, cop furious because driver doesn't roll on his window. Fuck this guy. Unlawful arrest got the sergeant demoted. Damn it. Oh, Tyreek Hill. Why am I saying rolling up? I don't know. Do you care to see this? Do you get what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not dismissing anything you're saying. I'm just giving you a count. So all I'm saying, man, is that you don't blame an inanimate object, right? If I get in the car right now, and it's gonna be different than, man, I know you're talking about people in the masses, but if I go out right now and I start drinking a bunch of alcohol and I get in the car and I start speeding and I crash and kill a family, right? Are you gonna blame the alcohol in the car, or are you gonna blame me for my bad decisions?
So we already do things to regulate people from doing that, right? And that's not an infringement on your rights. We do all sorts of things to prevent people from doing that.
But firearms are regulated, man. They're regulated unless you're talking about a gun show loophole.
What regulations do we have here in Texas?
Number one, the first thing, when you go in, because Texas is same day pickup for a firearm, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's up to the states. So number one, if you go to Texas, you have to pass. They still give you a background check when you buy your gun. You cannot go into any gun store and buy a gun and not get a background check. You can go to a
gun show.
A gun show, right? That's the gun show loop. And I agree with background checks for private sales. I'm not one of those people who say, no, we don't need. I agree with that, right? But what I'm saying is, you still go. People, it's this misconception that people don't get these when you go to a gun store, that they don't check your background. They check your background, man.
You just go to a gun show. They're like every day.
And I just told you, I agree with universal background checks. That's something that the left pushes for. I don't have a problem with that because I don't have a record. I'm not a felon. When you get, what they check for when you get a background, they check for dishonorable discharge, any felonies, and domestic violence, I believe. Anything to do with like assault cases, they check for it. And if you got any of that, dishonorable discharge, felonies, anything, like, you can't own them. Well, I believe it's certain felonies in certain states. My point is, man, they're regulated heavily. And it's the fact that I have to worry about me being punished for another person's mistakes. That's the problem.
You're not being punished. You just don't need an AR. And it's making society fall apart. We can't enforce it.
It's a right, not a need. It's in the Bill of Rights, not the Bill of Need.
It's not a right. It doesn't say anything about assault rifles.
It doesn't say you can't own it. You have the right to bear arms. The Second Amendment says
is a tank a part of arms? Is a tank an arm?
A rare regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not
regulated.
A rare regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's all 27 words.
What about what's well regulated?
A real regulated, back then, that's referring, put militia at the end of it, because that refers to the militia, which would be your state's. It says being necessary to secure the free state. That's going to be your state's National Guard.
So
that's what the National Guard would be. The real regulation of your state. And then the people. It also says the prefactory clause says the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Columbia versus Heller, man.
So what about tanks?
You could get it if you go through the ATF. You can get a license to buy one.
Can anyone get one? Can anyone get one?
Anyone can't get. No, you would have to pass something through the ATF.
No,
anyone can't.
Not everybody can get one.
I'm saying that you have to go through the ATF and get a license to own anything like that. The ATF doesn't approve everybody.
That's an infringement on your rights, isn't it?
It's not an arm. It wouldn't be considered a firearm, man. It's not a firearm.
It's an arm.
It's a form of arm, but it's not a firearm.
It doesn't. These are things that say firearm in.
These are things that courts have ruled on.
It doesn't say it in 2A.
And you're right. You're right. But these are things courts have ruled on. Columbia versus Heller, New York versus Bruin. These are things courts have ruled on. When they ban.
We need to draw the line somewhere, weapons, and you guys will be okay. Just like automatic weapons are banned, we can ban assault rifles, and you guys will be okay. You can have your long guns. Just use a nice sniper rifle. Get a nice semi-auto, bro.
That's crazy, man.
You don't need to spray a fucking AR.
Number one, any firearm besides long rifles, any firearm that's sold in the store is semi-automatic. There's no fully automatic firearm.
I know, but we're talking about like five rounds versus 30.
The regular pistol, the standard pistol holds 17 rounds.
Yeah,
man.
but those are like 45, 50. Like those are not fucking 5.56, 7.62.
There is a difference in caliber from pistol to rifle. I agree with that. I know that, but man, I don't know, man. I just don't. I'm happy that I came up and I got to see your perspective, but I was hoping that you could see some type of what I'm saying, man. You don't punish. If anything, why don't we ban alcohol then? Because DUI is one of the leading causes in car crashes. Why don't we ban alcohol? Why don't we do that?
When we banned alcohol, we saw a rise in organized crime, and we had to roll it back.
All right. So when crime still goes on after you ban rifles, then what?
So if we stop the manufacturing, it would be very hard for citizens to manufacture ARs. You can manufacture booze, but it's real hard to manufacture an AR.
We've already established most of our crime comes from handgun. We've established that. So it's a baseless argument.
But we're allowing the handgun thing. We just want ARs gone, bro.
Right. So you don't care about what's causing majority, but you care about what's causing the lesser part. That doesn't make sense.
We don't need weapons of war at home. We don't need toys.
A weapon of war.
We've seen what we've done with them. We can't trust you.
Oh my God, man.
Can't trust you.
Oh my God. This is crazy. So you don't? Can I ask? Do you live in Texas? Texas is one of the most gun-friendly states there is. Do you own any rifles?
Yeah.
You own ARs?
I don't. No.
So you own long rifles? Okay. You hunt or something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, you don't. But man, I'm happy that I am kind of more happy that Trump won because I know nothing's gonna happen to him. They're not gonna ban him under him. But what
have you heard about take the guns first, due process?
Yeah, when he said, and I don't agree with. Listen, I'm not a hypocrite. When he said take guns without due process, forget when he was right there with Pence. That was after Parkland, if I'm right?
Something
that was after the Parkland. Yeah, and I don't agree with that. I'm not a hypocrite, so I will say he's wrong. That was a wrong statement. That was a terrible statement. Terrible. I don't agree with it because it violates not only your Second Amendment, but it violates your Fourth Amendment. And it violates your Fifth, Sixth, and your Sixth Amendment. So no, it violates your Sixth Amendment, not your Fifth Amendment.
Oh yes, Fourth.
Yeah, the Fourth and the Sixth, because you got a right to due process. Yeah. Your Fourth to be illegally search and seizure. Yeah, so you know that does violate the amendment. So I'm not a hypocrite, man. He was wrong for saying that.
I mean, no one else has made jabs at people's rights like this. Like Kamala talking about a voluntary buyback and the stopping of the sales and production of things is the legal way to do it. Trump doing this, it scares me. This is the way he thinks, man.
And it was. I agree. What he said then was bad. Just like I didn't agree with another thing I bring up that I didn't agree with that he did after the Las Vegas. You remember what happened in Las Vegas in 2018, I believe.
Wasn't it before that? It was way before that when he did the Muslim ban?
No, I'm not talking about the Muslim ban. I'm talking about. I'm still on 2A. Do you remember the Las Vegas shooting that happened?
Yeah, yeah.
From Trump
windows?
right after that. Yeah, from the window, from the tower where the dude shot like 100-something people or whatever. Yeah. Trump banned bump stock. The dude had a rifle where he used the bump stock. And he banned both. I didn't agree with that, so I'm not a hypocrite. I say what he did that's wrong, but I also don't think punishing law-abiding citizens is right, man. I just don't. That's it, man.
Well, all right, brother. Is that all you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, for the most, because I already heard you. I've been in here a long time hearing you talk to other people about certain things, so I don't want you to keep going over the same things, All
right.
But I just want to come up here and talk to you about that. All right, thanks.
All right, brother. Take it easy. Chat, tap on that screen. If we don't hit 1 million before I get off tonight, I'm gonna be so ticked off. We're actually 7 hours in. We're 7 hours and 20 minutes in. And be continued. It's gonna be continued, chat. Thank you for the sub.
Hi, good morning, Pickles. How are you?
What's up, Chica? I'm good. I'm actually glad I have another co-host. I'm getting a little tired.
I figured you might be a little bit tired. I went to bed with Tic Tac's voice in my ear, and then suddenly it's gone. And also, I'm sure you probably recognize this, but it's hard for me to hear rhetoric like punishment and rights when we're talking about Texas, when we're talking about objects like GUNS,
Yeah.
and no regard for women's rights.
Yeah.
It's crazy
Yeah,
to
I'm
me.
sorry.
Not to chill. Yeah, you know it.
Yeah. BS?
Hey,
Hello?
BS.
Hey, how's it going?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I didn't vote, but I do lean more right than left.
Why didn't you vote?
I don't like either of them. And the only people I really listen to are ones coming over telling me that they didn't have a chance to vote, or they come from a socialist communist country where it doesn't work, and they are the most right-leaning people you ever find. So
yeah,
I first off, I just like to say, like, I like your platform. I like you as a host. This is like the only left-leaning where you can kind of speak your mind, I feel, more than anywhere else. So props to you on that. But like when it seems like everyone's all caught up in calling each other out about research, and you're not smart, you're uneducated, go do your research. But man, you can't be calling up like Wiki, man.
Dude,
And
no,
they click-
so like that's the only thing that I would say that I look at for a wiki. So wiki does this thing where they index a bunch of different sources for the casualty.
Oh, I thought you were referencing WikiLeaks. I thought that was funny, but okay, you're talking about
We're
Wikipedia.
talking about
Got it.
sources because everyone's up in arms about that constantly.
Yeah, they
And
shockingly
clicking on
do
the
really
first-
have
I know,
a
but
strong
then-
source index.
So
But then clicking on the first link to is paid for. Like if you go to Google Docs, like actual research documents, using that as a resource, because what kind of resources are we talking about here?
This is this is what I'm talking about. So this is United Nations source fatalities, and it has like Museum of Military History, and then it has their source of like their reported it gives you a bunch of different. This is the only time I would say to look at Wikipedia, because they index a bunch of this.
Okay.
Same with it.
See, as long as you clarify that, like, don't use that as like, hey, I clicked on the first link and that's all I needed to see. Like, come on.
Ukrainian forces. It says that the Museum of History, military history, says that 35,000 or have been killed, Ukrainian forces, and then it says the Russian ministry says 500,000. So it like tells both sides, but it paints a picture for you.
Right. But I like to like even those numbers, like they're all estimates. They're all like, let's even deeper into that about like actual accounts and different things of those natures. You know, that's one of the problems. Everyone just takes it, and then if we're all arguing over what's a 6 and what's a 9 sometimes, and we're at each other's throats. And that's another reason why I don't vote, because I'm so sick of this shit. I'd rather just focus on the community, building that up, doing the things I can control instead of going on TikTok and rage and do all this crap, you know, when really we'd probably get along just fine in person. But over the internet, we have to hate each other.
Yeah, there's
So-
a fascinating branch of research called ethnography. I would definitely look at if you're more interested in kind of the social spaces, but with hard research behind it. But go ahead, Pickles.
I'm the problem. Okay.
I'm sorry?
I mean, no, I'm looking at chat because a
Don't
lot of
look at
people I know.
dude,
It's
it'll
fine.
give you cancer.
No,
Don't
it's
do it.
fine. No,
Don't do it.
it's a discourse. Like it matters. It's everyone's talking. I don't know if they'll come up here or say it to my face or anyone's face. But
yeah,
you know, I do group homework. I do what I can.
Yeah, we
I-
appreciate that. I think
Yeah,
that's
I
really
just-
important, especially grounding your research is, that's
Right.
all we can ask people to do, really.
and talk with a sense of respect and cordiality, and that's what you do as a host. Like, so I'm followed. I'm bought into it. So appreciate that. I didn't want to go
Appreciate
into. There's a lot of debates already going on, and I'm kind of tapped out. So
Yeah, I appreciate it.
But
yeah.
yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. All right, we'll see you, man.
All right, man. Take it easy, bro. You're welcome back anytime.
Yes, sir. Yep.
That's cool.
I love it when I don't
he's-
have
when
to
he-
yell at a beard.
when he says like we need to find more middle ground, like I feel like maybe not going on TikTok and like yelling and screaming is a good idea, but like I feel like what we're doing is decent. Like we do need to have discourse and to be friendly and to find the actual like middle ground, like on what the facts are, because right now too many of us have two different sets of facts, and we need to be able to decide what's true and what's not.
He did bring up one point that I think a lot of people forget about too is like, even if you're not at a university or something, that you have access to like a JSTOR style research, ability. Google Scholar, great resource. Same thing with Wikipedia. If you go to the index and actually look through and make sure to, fact check your own facts. So it's always a good practice for us.
Can you admit you're not getting all the right info too, right? I mean, I'm up here bouncing my ideas off of other people all day. Hello?
Hello.
Hi there. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not, but I wanted to respond to a few of the comments that were made by Trump supporters earlier. I have like a mishmash of ideas now because I've been sitting here listening for so long. Is that okay?
Yeah. If you want to give me your elevator pitch before one of my mods boot you, hurry up.
Okay. Well, basically just mainly with the abortion topic, and then the topic about there was a black gentleman who came on. With the abortion, I wanted to say the men who come on and are arguing, or anyone on the Trump side who's arguing that they don't see data about women being affected, the clinics being shut down. Women don't really talk to men about those sorts of things. So if you're debating another, anti-abortion person, you can use that as a point. Like, women talk to women. So you're not going to hear about the gynecology side and the missing appointments, and that, like, women don't talk to men about that sort of thing unless it's their husband, their boyfriend, something personal.
We're very much shaved in the shadows that way, but I think it's also really important to kind of bring up the fact that it's a privilege to be unaware of that. Absolutely, and especially with Black maternal mortality rates, it's the reporting style has even changed.
Yeah, men don't have to worry about those sorts of things, but like I heard part of the conversation earlier was about the appointments. The guy was talking about his mom's appointment. He's aware she's able to get it, and there's the wait time is fine, and but those sorts of things,
he has no idea.
They have no idea. They have no
they're
clue.
just lying to us at that point.
Right. Yeah. So that was one thing that if you guys are debating anyone who's talking about women's rights, or no matter what your stance is, you have to understand that women talk to women. Women talk to women providers, or they talk to their own provider. They talk to a nurse practitioner.
Oh, that was not me. I know.
Sorry. Yep.
Well, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. My mods will boot you if you're up here for too long and you're friendly. But thank you for coming up. We love you. Hello?
What's up, Peaches? Peaches, are you there? We're not going to see a Peaches versus Pickles showdown.
I get my peaches
nope,
down
okay.
in the comments. Yeah, that's it.
Millions of peaches. Peaches for free. Okay. Are you picking, or you want me to look at the queue?
I tried. You do it.
Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Oh. All right. Let's see if tree pick. Oh, looks like maybe we have a couple coming up. We'll find out.
Hey, bud, before you kick me, can I just make one point?
Go for it.
So, you said, like, you don't want to hear about other countries and stuff, but I mean, I watch politics from all around the world, and I can see where this is going, all in these Western countries that are ran liberally and what they're pushing, and that's what's driving the normal middle-class person crazy. Here in Canada, the UK, all these places are dealing with the same thing, and they've had enough.
It's
not just America.
So, have you ever looked at what's called the Economic Freedom Index?
No. Like, what's your thoughts on the World Economic Forum?
Oops.
And well, like the Agenda 2030 and all that stuff with Klaus Schwab and such, and admitting that he has like liberal cabinet members under his thumb, and he's not even an elected official.
So this is what I want to show you, though. The thing is, the countries that are doing the most successful, like the most successful countries, the countries that, for an average citizen to have the most upward mobility economically, you would live in a country like Singapore, Switzerland, Ireland, Taiwan, Luxembourg, New Zealand, Denmark. What do all of these countries have in common? They've got universal health care. They've got huge, awesome social safety nets for their citizens. They have probably like free education, free internet, all this shit. This is
they're doing great.
They're doing
great.
fantastic. And none of these countries are
like
suffering.
Canada. I'm talking Canada, Australia, England, Holland, these types of places. Like Holland and
They
Canada
also have
is
social
being
health care.
destroyed.
So Canada's like ranked #1 on like so many different lists for #1 country in the world.
Well, it might be ranked, but I live here and it's junk. Like our healthcare's gone through shit. It's 6-hour wait if you go to the hospital. Our economy's crap. I see
I mean,
homeless
sir,
people
respectfully,
everywhere.
it's
Drugs
also
are
a
bad.
6-hour wait if you're here, if you're in the ER.
I've been
then
waiting
you
for
get,
12 years to go to the
crazy
hospital.
$1,000 bill. Yeah. Prevention is a very key factor here in the well-being
The
of our
point is,
society.
yeah. The point is that there is a deep state. They don't care about us. They want us unhealthy. They want us sick on purpose. Like, big pharma is a bad thing. That's why I like RFK's views, because we should go more natural, but they don't make money on that kind of thing. They can't patent it because it's natural.
Wait, what is natural to you?
Well, like for instance, like prior to the big C, I was sick all the time. And then once I did my research and I didn't believe in it, I went all natural. So like ginger root, lemon, lime, like things like that. If I get a cold, and it keeps
yeah,
the
we
way.
use those
I
as
haven't been
well,
sick.
but ginger root doesn't necessarily stave off cancer, or
No,
there
that's
are
just a small
millions of
example.
environmental factors here. Of course,
Yeah,
I believe
there's
in
Oh, yeah,
if
but
we
there's a
can
root.
make it to the core.
There's a root from North America. I can't remember the root right now. Graviola, I believe, and it kills like 27 different cancers. I know 3 people that have taken it and they fought cancer by using it. But I mean, the point is that they don't care about us, the people running this world. It's
Sure,
about money
I think in
and power.
capitalism, I would agree. I absolutely don't think it's about caring about people, because profit's always the end goal.
Yeah,
So
and I
I don't
think
know how
that's-
RFK really is a different human to you then.
Well, I've been following him way before he joined up with Trump. Like I've been
Sure.
following him for 11 years, and he done a lot of good things. He was a Democrat. He was an environmentalist lawyer, and he fought a bunch of big capitalist companies because they were, polluting rivers and plus his disease that he's trying to expose more because of his voice, obviously. But there's so many good things this man has done, but the media won't show that thing because the media is bought by the left too. Like all the media in the world is owned by 6 corporations, Fox included. They're all owned by the same people. Like Fox will give some truth to keep
Truth Hammer, real
the
quick before we
Republicans
move from
pressure.
Before we
Yeah.
kind of move into that other space, I'd just like to kind of ask you, even if all of this is true about RFK, and I'm not saying it's not, but if that were the case, and he's aligned with Trump, who wants to deregulate and take away things like our FDA protections, and essentially make it more difficult for us to have oversight over what goes into our products, and then on top of it, tariffs. How do you think that kind of correlates with what RFK's initial vision is for you, at least?
Well, yeah, I know Trump says, well, he's going to stay away from oil because, if RFK would have had his choice, it'd be ending fracking and all that stuff too, which is Trump is a guest. So I bet there'll be butting heads. Like tonight I learned about Roe versus Wade. Of course, I've heard it probably the same way all the right people's heard about. I'm like, yeah, it's going back to the states. They can decide themselves.
Well, it's not going back to the states, just to kind of let you know.
Yeah,
it took away a federal protection,
soulless
but
on it for sure. And
Yeah.
and some people can't leave that state if you don't like a lot of I hear Republicans say is like, well, vote for the right people in that state so you can have your rights back or whatever. But I mean, some people can't leave that state if they don't like those laws. Like I get that. I think that's horrible. I learned that tonight, and
awesome.
yeah, no, I think that's horrible myself. Like here in Canada, it's after, but I did hear Trump say his views on it are like the way Canada treats it. Like after the first trimester, you can't have an abortion unless it's, grape or dire need to the mother. Trump
Well,
has
Truth
said
Hammer,
that.
did you know that Canada doesn't actually have any laws on abortion at all?
You,
No
you can't go
laws.
full term on an abortion.
There's literally not a single law written in Canada about abortion.
My wife's a nurse educator in the labor and delivery unit. You cannot go full term
Yeah,
on an abortion.
because here's the thing: I don't think women do that. Do you?
Do I think that? Well,
Yeah.
I don't
Do you
know
think,
for sure.
Do you
I
think
can't
women
put stats on
realistically?
it.
I mean, maybe there's a couple of crazies out there. I'll give you one or two offshoots, but in general, do you think women are going through 8-9 months of labor just to do something like that?
No,
Yeah,
unless
and
they
Canada
have like
understands
some
that.
kind of dumb reason. But yeah, I don't think that's a big statistic. No.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact that they're trying to regulate us by these arbitrary kind of lines that don't actually have any scientific basis or basis in healthcare need, on top of us not having universal healthcare, so we're putting women into not only places of poverty, but also it's about anywhere from 5,000 to 75,000, just kind of depending here what kind of procedure you have, or if you have a natural birth. We're putting women in deep, intensive harm and poverty. And so it's
Oh, yeah, I
it's hard
think
for me
that's
to
horrible.
even look at RFK knowing he stands behind Trump and what he did.
Yeah, I get it. And that's where I wanted to bring the point, I think, of why so many people are for Trump. Like, Trump has rallies all over the world. No other president has. I just seen one in Japan, people waving the flag or Trump's flag in Japan. And I think the people are just, see how bad, like, they're like Kamala, for instance. I see how fake she is. She's just reading off
Kamala?
a script.
Well, wait, why do
Kamala,
you say
for
she's
instance.
fake or reading? Like,
Well, just
she
because I
prepares
know,
her own
like, here's
speeches
an
as well.
example. Sorry, one sec. Here, like, I know she's reading off people like Trump, because he's not a politician. He speaks off the cuff. Yeah, it gets him in trouble. But Kamala, for instance, there's footage like months before saying you cannot say Merry Christmas, and then a little bit later, she's saying Merry Christmas, everybody. Like, she's just a puppet, is what people see.
I
It's
think
literally
that's the
footage. Go
media's
look at Joe
perception
Rogan,
and what
show
they're
the footage.
feeding you. Very much so.
That sounds
That's
unlikely.
just one example, but
she's
lies a lot.
Baptist.
What?
She's
Yeah,
Baptist.
she's
No,
never
but go
said
look at Joe
can't say
Rogan.
Christmas.
Bring it up right now. Type in Joe
This
Rogan.
war on
Kamala
Christmas.
Harris.
Well, there you
how
go.
long are you guys going to buy?
We're typing Joe Rogan.
How long are we? I mean, like, the war on Christmas is like 20 years old.
No, but the point is she's fake. Is what my point is. She doesn't stick with her values. She's saying
Wait,
what
what
they
are her
want her to say.
values? How is that? I need you to kind of take a little journey with me, Truth Hammer, because this happens a lot specifically, and I'm not trying to call you out, but I think this is a good example.
Yeah.
This happens a lot specifically when men talk about women, especially in places of power. What makes her fake in your eyes?
Well, I follow the money and see who all her donors are. Like, even Trudeau was giving our tax money to the Democratic Party.
Well, if you follow the money, did you see when Trump donated to Kamala?
Before he ran for presidency, you mean? What do you mean
Yeah,
donating?
sure.
to-
But,
2004?
yeah, he donated $5,000 to one of her campaigns.
So
Yeah,
it
no, for
says
sure.
that the
And
video
then
you're
that-
talking about was taken out of context. She isn't against saying Merry Christmas.
Yeah, she's a
No, but why did
practicing
she say we're
Baptist.
not going to say Merry Christmas?
How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? Says Harris, 2024 presidential nominee, in a video clip on November 4th on Instagram. The post also shows a clip of the former President Donald Trump saying, "We're saying Merry Christmas again." The video shows a different footage of Trump and the former First Lady Melania Trump around Christmas decorations, and even footage of Trump in the Home Alone movie, which centered Christmas. Blah blah blah. And by the way, conservative account and Wokeness also shared the same video. They did a reverse image search on the video of Harris, the Democratic blah, 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 and found that the video is from 2017 and was taken out of context. It republished the video in August with the headline, "Flashback, Harris told Americans not to say Merry Christmas until DACA was fixed." Harris made her comment during a December 19th, 2017 news conference at the United Methodist Building in Washington, D.C., near the U.S. Capitol, when she was Democratic U.S. Senator representing California. Harris was referring to how people could say Merry Christmas to each other if Congress didn't pass the DREAM Act, which stands for Development, Relief, and Education for Alien Minors. The act would have provided a pathway to citizenship for some immigrants who came to the United States illegally as children, according to NBC News. The DREAMS Act first version was introduced in 2001. During the last 20 years, it just sounds like she's saying that like that one day.
Okay, no, you're probably right, but maybe not too. Like, could this be a left-leaning site? Like, it's so hard for people to know what the truth is nowadays because there is so much misinformation. We don't know for sure. Is my point.
I mean,
because the
truth,
deep
but
state-
what we
the deep state
do very
wants us
much
to believe
know.
that
if
What's
we're
that?
pointing at this, then I ask you, is this even comparable to something like Trump saying that he is a protector of women, and then also saying things like grab her by the kitty, or
Yeah,
that
but
he
I
can
mean,
just
that's
walk in?
that's brought out of context too. Like, what guy in a locker room
What
setting hasn't
context
said
is that appropriate, though? Is that appropriate
Yeah,
in
but
any
every
context?
guy has said that.
I've never
guaranteed.
That's
Every
a problem.
no, but I mean, I'm in a blue collar,
being 50
you
years
know,
old.
middle class blue collar men.
Yeah, I understand what blue collar middle class men are
You say
like.
stupid
That's
shit
a
between
If I had a
problem.
friend,
Because no matter what, you can't just grab women, regardless.
if I had a friend tell me that he likes to do things with women, even before asking, they just let him do it because he's rich, I would be disgusted. I'd be like, I don't want to hang out with that motherfucker
Oh yeah, no,
anymore.
for sure. But I mean, I'm just saying, men say stupid shit, and that was it. Could have been just. I don't think
But
he
why
was
don't you
actually
hold
just
her to
grabbing
the
women.
same
But
standard
you know what?
that you hold him? Why can't women say stupid shit then?
Well, they can, and I wish the best women I get along with are the ones that act like men, that aren't
That act like
so
men.
feminists, that are just went off the deep end and shaving their head because I don't know. I don't like the
Because
whole
their rights are being taken, and maybe they're
No,
frustrated
it's
with
just-
subjugation.
That's this. I think that's not right for the women that are actually having to shave their head because of cancer.
Wait, so we can't make any kind of bodily moves without having some kind of purpose that's deemed morally
Well, I think
respectful
it's
in your
pointless.
eyes?
It's disrespectful for cancer women,
Why,
and I think it's
why
pointless.
is it disrespectful to shave your head as a woman?
Because
Men do it.
we consider that ugly. That's what the society's
Men
doing.
consider
That's
it
why.
ugly.
That's why
No.
women are doing it, because they want themselves to look ugly so men won't sleep with them. That's the B4 movement.
I'm
That's
sorry,
what
but
they're
I don't
saying.
think men have ever decided to just universally stop sleeping with women, whether they're ugly or
No,
conscious.
I'm not saying that at all, but that's what the B4 movement on TikTok
It's
is doing.
absolutely
It's
not.
showing
The
that
4B movement is
they're
absolutely
making
not about
themselves
that.
ugly
Truth.
and unattractive. That's what they're going for.
If men would stop trying to be predators to women, I think we would all shave our heads if that was a guarantee. Absolutely.
There's hot bald chicks out there too. Like, I don't think that's
I
gonna do
love
much.
like G.I. Jane. But I mean, that's coming from them. I'm not saying they're ugly because they have a shaved head. Like G.I.
Yeah, but you
Jane
said
is one
it's
of my favorite
disrespectful to
movies.
cancer patients. Do you know how ridiculous that is, Truth?
Yeah,
I'm trying
that's
so hard.
I'm
Like, I don't think you're a bad
seriously-
guy, but that's
That's a women.
crazy.
That's a serious.
I'm not
reach,
saying
man.
that. This is from TikTok women that
That's
have
from
cancer.
you just said that.
I'm saying it because that's
Don't put
where
it
I got
on
it
women
from.
on TikTok.
I'm not saying that. Go look on TikTok. Cancer. Cancer. I don't know. I just seen a
Look
bunch
at
of videos
cancer.
of it. It's like another movement. Yeah. Well, maybe they just shaved their head and said they got cancer. I
Yeah,
don't know.
sometimes women might shave their heads in solidarity. I don't understand how
Why
that
does
has
Trump-
anything to do with how men perceive them sexually.
Why does Trump
I'm
get to
just
wear
trying to
hair
say
when he's
why
actually
people are
bald?
bald.
Why does he pretend to like? That's a slap in the face to all men who have have real hair.
Yeah, it's actually his real hair. Because if you've seen him on Jimmy Kimmel, he yards on that thing.
Yeah,
Like, I'm-
he probably got whatever. His hair
Really
is
good
wacky.
implants. It is wacky.
His
I'll
hair is
agree with
wacky,
that.
bro.
But I
Cotton
think
candy flavored.
I'm trying to unite people too, and I think we
You're trying to
do all
unite
want the same
people by
thing.
saying that the 4B movement is a problem because women are shaving their heads. Truth, come on, man.
No,
come
I was
on.
just saying.
I'm
Sorry, I
being so
said
nice
it
to you
wrong.
today.
I'm just saying it wrong. It is. I'm just saying what I heard from the other women that are against it.
All right, Truth.
But here's
I'm
the
getting
thing,
shit
and the
on.
reason I really need you to look at this, I'm so sorry, but
No,
like
it's all good.
the reason that women are so, I guess, frustrated, kerfluffily, right now, is because we continually hear this. We're being objectified, being sexualized, being subjugated all at once, and somehow it's always for the perception of men. We can't get away from it, and you're judging Kamala Harris so much more harshly than you ever would Trump.
Well,
And
I was
it's
trying to make the
insane.
point of why, like, as an outsider looking at why they chose Trump, and
Because misogyny is very real, absolutely.
well, no, but you even Pickle said it earlier. He doesn't care about Canada. He doesn't care what's going on in the world, and that's the biggest thing. At the
We don't. We
uh,
have so much
America.
going on here. Canada doesn't affect
No,
us
sorry,
that
just one
much.
sec.
I mean, they
I
kind
know,
of do,
not
but
that
like,
what I'm, that's not what I'm
I think
saying.
you guys are
I mean, the
okay.
education,
Yeah, you guys
in
are bitching.
America,
You're
I
having
mean,
fun.
is not very good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, maybe we should
Like,
just
we-
cut the
Canada,
Department
we're
of
taught about the
Education.
world.
We should get rid of that. Oh,
Daisy had it up to here.
okay, yeah. I was getting shit on in all directions because he was Canadian. Chat, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I thought that was a really interesting conversation, though. I enjoyed it, especially because they have a candidate who is so Trump aligned. It's a little wild to look at them side by side.
Mitch.
Hello. All
Hello?
right, so I'm a girl. Hi, I'm a girl, and I shave my head because I have alopecia.
Oh, okay.
So for everybody that shaves their head as a woman, I think that's badass. And for
Oh, yeah.
any men to tell a woman not to shave their head, they don't know if they have cancer. They don't know if they have alopecia. They don't know if they have a hair disease. So
Mitch,
for all
for
you
the
men
audience,
out
do you
there,
mind telling people what alopecia is, just if they don't know?
when I get stressed out, my hair falls out. I have a genetic gene in my body that produces my hair follicles to fall out.
I'm with you. I'm very much pro women doing whatever the fuck they want, but also bald is very beautiful.
And how would men act if we tell them not to do something?
Right.
Like, I believe that we should have a woman in the White House and just tell men to just cut off their balls until they get married to have children.
Goo.
How would they feel? That's my opinion right now.
Yeah, I demand they all look
Because-
like Mr. Clean a little bit. Like, get
Because-
buff, get bald.
Yeah, I went to the market this morning and I had my hat on and half of my hair was like showing like the bald spot. And women were looking at me when I was in the bathroom thinking I'm a dude, which I'm not going to lie. It's really cold right now in Vegas and I'm wearing sweatpants, sweater, and my Ugg boots. And I go to the toilet and people just look at me like I'm insane.
Well, thank you so much. Do we call you Mitch?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming up, Mitch.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna keep getting opposition in here though, and I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks, Mitch. Hi,
yeah,
Joe.
thank you, Joe. Are you a Trump supporter?
How's it going? Yes, I am a Trump supporter. Voted for Trump.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
What I like him, I could go. I mean, there's a lot of things I like about him. Well, first, let me start saying it's a binary choice. There's only a choice between voting for him or Kamala, right? So I don't have to like everything about him. I thought he was the better choice between the two. His economic policies, his social, more of a social conservative, so that as well. I mean, he was already president for 4 years. I thought he did a good job then. And I definitely think he did a much better job when we had the last 4 years. So it was just a natural, to me, it was a pretty easy decision.
All right, here's what I would tell you. You said his economic policies. So I'm going to go to his website. I want to check these out. Platform, economic policy. Let's see. End inflation. What does that mean to you?
What does end inflation mean? Okay, obviously politicians sometimes talk in an exaggerated way. All politicians do that. What obviously means, what he's saying that is to bring down the prices of everyday items, groceries, everything like that. Yeah.
Well, this
How is he
wasn't
going to do
him
that?
Speaking. This is him writing.
How is it? I mean, how? So, okay, first of all, obviously, I'm not familiar with every one of his policies to tell you exactly. I don't work for his White House, but in general, how is he going to do that? When he was president, compared to how it was the past 4 years, prices were lower. I think in general, more fiscally conservative policies are better for the economy.
Do you think Trump is fiscally conservative?
I think he certainly is a lot more than the Democrats are, that's for sure.
Well, I think we probably have something to show you, so bear with us one moment. But also, I guess my question would be, what did he do to lower prices that, hasn't been done over time, regardless?
Sure, he cut a lot of regulations that were impacting businesses, especially like small businesses. So
Those regulations are still cut though, right?
So I cannot tell you specifically every one. I don't live a life in politics, but I could tell you that I know when the Biden administration came back in, they put back in a lot of those regulations, for example, on drilling and things like that. Yeah.
So this is what Trump spent versus what Biden spent. Would you say that's fiscally conservative?
Yeah, I mean, you're pulling up a graph that, for example, when Trump came in, COVID happened, obviously, when he was in office. There was a lot of things like it's not exactly the same
Are you
time.
able to read what's on the graph, like
So this
the
is
COVID
this
versus
is
non-COVID?
this is the COVID part. This is non-COVID, 4.8 trillion, and this is Biden's non-COVID, 2.2. So if you're fiscally conservative, welcome to the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you're pulling up a graph here again. I would have to see the breakdown of exactly what's on, how exactly that breaks down.
What makes you think Biden spent more than Trump? Where can I find that?
Again, I'm not a political scientist. I know every little, but I'm saying if you look at the economy, how it was, before Trump was elected the first time, remember 2016, there was a lot of fear mongering. The economy is going to collapse. We're going to go to World War III. That didn't happen. The economy went up. The stock market went up. And by the way, this is another just interesting argument from liberals, Democrats, not to group it all together, that they just try to deny what people see. They try to bring statistics and just try to deny people's experiences. So
I don't think
people
we're
are
denying experience, Joe, but we do ask that because we've all lived through the pandemic. We've all lived in the economy that you're talking about. And I totally hear you. A lot of us feel certain ways, especially when we have other events going on. But we ask people to break this down because if you're voting between the two parties, I know the election's already over, but it's important to actually look at what policies were passed. It's important to look at what was actually happening within the economy and not just going off of like vibes because it affects other people.
It's not just absolutely. It's not just vibes. It's first of all, I have a business myself, and I saw the difference. That's number one. So that's one thing. And actually,
And I wasn't trying to, go. I wasn't saying vibes to you in particular. I just meant, the feeling that we all have because it's not grounded in anything. We have to be able to have a shared experience with this.
No, it's not. I don't think so. I mean, first of all, the majority of the country voted. It's usually Democrats win the popular vote. This time they didn't even win that. So obviously, we can say, well, that was just misinformation. I guess people don't know their own bank accounts. They don't know their own lives. And they're just like, I guess we're on CNN and I don't know, Fox News. And they just decided to. No, obviously people are living experiences which they don't feel economically secure. They're talking down at them. Oh, you're uneducated. You just don't know really what's in your wallet. You don't understand that really we were doing better for you.
I'm saying you're attributing hardships to people and not policies or like environmental things. So like you're like economy when Trump was in office, good. When economy when Biden office, bad. Biden bad. It's like very simple thinking when you can just like be like, hey, we went through a huge pandemic and it wrecked our economy, and Trump had a 15% unemployment at the end. What do we like? You understood that Trump went through that, but when it comes to us, it's like every single thing that was bad is just totally Biden's fault. When all I'm asking is like, hey, what did Trump do that was so good? Can we do more of that without Trump? Like if Trump was long gone, how do we do that again? And you guys, well, I don't know. Trump just did it. Like that's not an answer. It illustrates that Trump really didn't do anything. And that's what I hear from you guys day in and day out for the last few months. None of you guys have an answer. You just have this same line. It was better when Trump was around.
I think Trump better utilized the resources of the government to things that actually matter. He wasn't going knocking down people's doors and taking their squirrels away. I don't think that happened. Do you
think that we're drilling more or less than Trump right now?
I don't know the actual figures. I don't know.
What if I told you last year if we stopped drilling, we'd still have drilled more than Trump's entire presidency? We've been drilling more than Trump since day one. So his whole entire economic plan is drill, baby, drill. We're already doing that.
Well, first of all, they actually they're trying to stop. I mean, we're trying to move cars to electric, things like that. So they're obviously not trying to continue that. That's for sure. Maybe they built themselves
Elon
off
is
his
on
back.
his team. So I mean,
yeah, it sounds like Trump's trying to make everything electric.
No, actually, I think that was one of the things by his rallies a few times he said things. Elon, has electric cars, and I don't really believe in that or something.
So why would he trust him with so much power?
Because you don't have to. I think in America, are you looking for 100% loyalty on everything? That if one issue, he even said RFK, for example, he doesn't agree with everything he says, but overall, if somebody has, for the most part, right? I think that's America.
For the most part, like here's my problem, Joe, is that like you're not giving us anything that you actually have statistics or research on. Like, a good example of this bullshit that we keep getting for, I did well the last 4 years, is if I look at something like abortion rights. Like, yeah, under Joe Biden, I have less rights, but that's not because of Joe Biden. It's because of what Trump did with the Supreme Court. We have to look at the accountable parties and understand that and take a little responsibility civilly.
No, well, okay, so I'll do you saying specific things, for example, Trump did. I happen to like the fact that he appointed conservative justices in the Supreme Court.
Of course you do.
These
Tell
are
me
so
why.
that is something. Why? Because I'm a conservative, so I like when they enact, when they have.
So you like
right, when they-
more government regulation on people?
No, I don't think it's regulation when we're talking about morality. It's not regulation.
How do you regulate morality?
Why? Okay. So let's talk
Have you
about.
thought
for
about
example,
your words recently? Like, what does that mean?
Okay, so murder, is murder wrong? Do I want that regulated? 100%. If I believe, right? So I don't really want to get into the whole abortion conversation because we're just not
Well,
going
you
to see it the
certainly don't
same.
need to, because I don't think you were really equipped for it. But I will say, if you're pro, self-defense, if you're pro funding the military, then all of these things are instances of either justified or unjustified, KILLING. So I think you're just slapping morality because it's not something that fucking affects your body or rights.
It's first of all, a lot of women are against abortion as well. So it's actually
Cool.
almost
Internalized misogyny is very real. We all understand that.
okay. So I guess they're just kind of dumb and just being internalized.
Those are your words, not mine.
I don't know. I think women can think for themselves and they decide they're against abortion. I don't think
Cool,
it's
then
necessarily.
if we can think for ourselves, then stop legislating us.
What? I'm not legislating you. I thought men could get pregnant too. I mean, that might be relevant to
Now
me
you're
as
just being
well.
disingenuous, because what social
No,
conservative really means is being someone who is intolerant and bigoted, and I think you know that.
No, that's your own definition. I mean, I wonder why so many Hispanic people voted for Trump this time. He won Hispanic men. I wonder
Because
why
of
he gained.
religion and because of misogyny again. Like, why are you pivoting all around?
So,
You can't tell
okay.
us why you actually voted for Trump and how he made things better. Please try.
I'm telling you, you're pinning everything on like if you want to talk identity politics and saying who are you as a white woman to start telling Hispanic people why they're voting a certain way? Are you like Joe Biden? If you ain't vote for me, you ain't black. Like you know what's best for everyone.
Joe, the thing
No.
is, you came in
I
here and
understand
you said, I
intersectionality,
like
thank you.
Trump's economic policy, and I showed you on his website where he literally just doesn't even have one. So there's nothing for you to even know. And now you're talking about identity politics.
Trump in general he wants to cut regulations, a lot of things which I have a business, okay, so I actually feel it in a certain sense. But let's move on. For example, you want
Do
to
you
talk about
drop ship things? What do you do for your business?
No, I have a physical business. I'm not going to say because it's just not relevant. But I have a service business. Either way, I actually have two businesses. But either way, with that said, so I see the difference. I also know people in my industry. We all, it's anyway. But with that said, we're talking about how did I feel? So when Biden was president, well, first of all, I live in New York. So for example, the migrant crisis, having them housed in hotels, you have homeless people on the streets. Then all of a sudden now they have money to house.
Are they in
people
hotels or are they homeless?
Why? No, I'm saying why are they housing migrants who came here illegally in hotels?
So
when you have homeless people on the streets, they're not getting.
They don't do that unless they're that like. So what happened was Abbott did some like pretty much human trafficking, and he sent these people up to New York with the promise of like shelter and a job and all this stuff. And he was given a bunch of federal money to take care of these people, but instead he kept that money and he bussed them up to New York. And then they had to figure out what to do with them. So yes, when the snow came through and a blizzard came through, they threw them in like a school for a few days, and it like kept them from dying. And then they give them like $12 a day. That's pretty tight. So if you enjoy, like, if you want us to do that for homeless people, if you enjoy those types of social safety nets, you would vote blue.
And I would also ask you to not utilize or weaponize the houseless population when we know Republicans consistently do not vote to give them more money, give more resources, give more programs. They cut those. So you don't care about that. Don't pretend you do.
I started this conversation saying it's a binary choice. There's only two options. That's first off. So anyway, but either way, so I mean, my opinion is actually a lot different than necessarily. It's not exactly fall in line with every Republican. But either way, what were we saying? We're talking about how this, for example, how it may have affected our lives, right? Voting for Trump. I mean, just look. First of all, they were bussed over from New York to New York. Well, basically, the reason why he did that, or Republican states that did that, like DeSantis as well, when they bust them to Martha's Vineyard, because they're saying, well, you believe that we have room for everyone, and it doesn't matter except doesn't. So if you want them, put your money where your mouth is. So you take care of them. You say
kept
you
the
want
money.
them.
They kept the money. Why would they keep? Do you think it's okay to just take 50 human beings and put them in a scenario where they are not supposed to be, where they don't have resources, where no one is even aware that they're being dropped off? Do you think that's okay? Do you think that's a human rights violation?
By the
Do you
way,
think
those
it's
people
okay
were
to let
here
them-
legally. They were here legally. Did you know that?
Yeah, they're asylees.
He's playing with their lives.
Well, actually, a
It's
lot of
sick.
people get through the asylum system are
You
not.
don't know things about asylum systems. Can
Yeah,
we
there's a
not
lot-
pretend?
How many
No,
people are
okay.
approved for asylum if they go through the asylum system? What percent?
I don't know if I read it was 39 or something, but it was a lot of fraud that's involved in there because what consider? Okay, let me ask you this:
A lot
if
of fraud?
asylum, yes, there are a lot of people that are not genuine asylum seekers that are coming for asylum. That's why a lot of them, for example, are men. Why are men all of a sudden right?
Take a wild guess. Take a wild guess. So, like, think about like a family in a foreign country, and they're struggling, and crime is everywhere around them. And you've got like a 6-year-old girl, you got an 18-year-old boy, and then you've got like an old mom and a dad. Who are you sending to United States? Do you send the 6-year-old girl or 18-year-old kid?
If saying if qualifies for asylum, like under persecution, like
We're
what you
talking
really
about
do,
making
I
a
think,
trek for hundreds of miles through the desert. That's what I'm talking about. That's why they get here. Not the old women, not the old men.
Oh, so abandon your family, so you should get safety and they shouldn't. I'm saying asylum is for people that need safety, right?
Yes.
So what Pickles is trying to describe to you is who is most likely to not only make that journey in one piece, but also to not be harmed. Is it going to be the 18-year-old young man, or is it going to be the 16-year-old girl?
Well, I mean, the point is, a lot of people coming to this
Why
country
can't you
for asylum.
answer? Why can't you fucking answer a question?
Who's more likely to make the trip? I mean,
Who are you more likely to send as a family unit?
what kind of asylum are we talking about? If you're talking about economic,
Dude,
what
are you
doesn't
actually
matter.
Christian?
No, I didn't say why. I didn't
Are
say
you
what.
Christian?
No, I'm not.
Are you Muslim?
Not religious.
Are you religious?
No, I'm not.
Where does your conservatism come from?
I don't think it's into religion. I think there's a lot of people that actually the parties have shifted actually in the last 20 so
I'm
years.
just asking, where does your particular conservatism come from? Because oftentimes it's religion.
Common sense, logic, common sense. I
Logics
just
and
think what's
common
better for the country.
senses. Okay.
Yeah.
So what
Okay,
do
so
you
let me
think-
ask you this:
What's the
if you believe,
harm? What's the harm these people are causing in your country?
I don't mind if people coming for asylum. I think there's a legal way of doing it. You don't
What's
get
the
to skip
legal way?
asylum is legal, but a lot of it is fraud. And also, I think, well, there's also this is the question I was going to ask. If you believe that every person around the world is persecuted, deserves asylum, to just come into the U.S., well, what if it's 500 million people? That's it. Should we just let them all? Where are they going to live? They're going to have housing. Like, is there a number? So, like, at what point do you stop?
Did you know
Just
that
for- or
we're
just doesn't
Did you know
matter?
that we're in population decline?
The U.S. actually as a population has been growing, but if you're talking about the birth rate,
So
depends what demographic we're talking about.
By 2080, we're going to have 370 million citizens, and by 2077, I'm sorry, I think it's 2100. I'm sorry, 2100. We're going to dip back down to 366 million. So from 370, we'll dip back down. So our population is declining, and these people are coming and they're filling in. Those military age men, it's the exact age of people we need. We need them to have kids.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with legal immigration if they're doing things properly legally.
Yeah, but you don't know the
problem.
legal way, do you?
Process
Because you
is the
haven't
legal way to do it.
described what asylum is.
You go to the port of entry. That's the legal way
No,
of doing
you don't
it.
have
and
to do
you
that.
You don't need to do that.
You don't have to do that.
It's been the same way since like 1953. And it says that if you put one foot on
why
U.S.
is it
soil,
relevant?
Why is it relevant to know
Because
the
it's
law
been
when you're talking about the
politicized.
law?
No, I'm it's not. No, the point is obviously there's a lot of illegal immigrants in this country. I don't know exactly how. I have to know every way they came in illegally, whether they came by plane or whether they went over the border or whatever.
We're
it is. The
asking you
fact
to
is that's the
know
issue.
what you're calling illegal because you don't seem to understand what is legal.
No, it's like a game of gotcha. Like, oh,
It's
you
not
didn't
a
know
game of
that
gotcha.
specific law.
you want to call you're like the illegal migrants are killing me up here in New York, which all of those people you're talking about are legal, and like it, and then you're like they're abusing the asylum system. They're here illegally. It's like no, they are all here
No, there's a lot.
legally, and if they are not
there's a
here
lot
illegally,
of illegal
they'll be
immigrants in
adjudicated
New York
know
that are
that.
not
and kicked
legal.
out. Well, those are called gotaways.
What do you, just what a lot of the immigrants here, they're not legal. The ones we're talking
You don't.
about.
How do you know that? What are you looking at for
How many
that?
migrants do you think are here, undocumented, right now?
What is the number? They say about 10 million or so.
It's probably about 11 million, maybe 12.
Okay, so do you believe that anybody could come in the country whenever they want? And by the way, if I want to play this same kind of game and put it on you, what about they say about 30% of women are, I don't know if I could say the word.
Gross. Don't weaponize women right now. Don't do it. Don't even do it. If you're
No,
voting for the
you're the one
come
not
on.
caring about them. You're weaponizing it.
I'm
You have
the one who's
selective
not.
outrage.
Yeah, this
You
is
have
cute.
selective
Okay.
outrage.
What
You
is
have
my
the selective
selective
outrage.
outrage? What am I outraged about?
No, because when you
I'm
allow
outraged
this to
that you
happen,
fundamentally don't know things and you have the confidence like you do. That's what I find outrageous.
I would say the same for you. But either way,
Yeah, but I do know things, so that's the big
yeah, when you start
difference here.
name calling, that's when you're losing the argument. But
How
either
am
way,
I
we'll
name
move
calling
on.
you? What did I call you?
You're saying you're being snarky. Oh, you have this kind of confidence.
I
and
never
you don't know
called you
things.
snarky. I would never call you snarky.
I said you're being
You're
snarky.
putting a lot of words in my mouth.
Chill, Daddy.
I need you to actually have some information to present for your claim. That's what we're asking you to do.
I'm giving you information if you can actually listen. No, because let me ask you, do you think the majority of the population in America, right, all about get out the vote, do you think everyone's going to be as educated as you who does this for a living? So if not everyone knows every little thing specifically, they shouldn't vote? What you're trying to gotcha? Well, you didn't know that, so now I
we're
guess
not here
you're...
to gloat. Like, if you haven't noticed, I'm not that snarky. I'm here to actually teach and look at the facts and talk about it and not rub it in your face.
Yeah, and I don't do this for a living. My issues sometimes come down to just not even knowing the definitions, but people like me in Texas, women like me, our rights have been stripped. So I do expect a little bit more knowledge if you're going to make the claims that you do.
What you say your rights are stripped, I say a lot of lives were protected. So we see that differently.
Cool. When you can learn how to gestate on your own, then maybe you can start counting about the lives, okay?
You don't know that because men can get pregnant, right?
See, now what are you doing here? What is this?
This is your own argument. If I was saying
I didn't. Once again, I made no argument about that.
Okay, I'm sorry. The argument of what the whole idea of gender was interesting because for many years
You
the
don't
whole
know things
philosophy
about gender. That's
All
very
right, Joe,
clear
let's
already.
talk
I don't
about
think
it.
you want
Let's
to take
talk
this route.
about it. What is a woman?
Oh, to me, that's a simple answer. I think the better question is for you. What is a woman?
No. What's a woman?
He asked you first.
Someone who has was born a female at birth. It's
okay. What's a female?
I don't know which words exactly I can use. It's
what's a female?
Organs. It's chromosomes.
Yeah.
I believe there's biology. There's certain. Not every woman, of course, there are certain things which are more natural, certain characteristics.
So, like,
that
this is a very loaded question, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into this, right? Is what you're saying? It's not black and white.
No, I think God. I think whoever created the universe figured that out pretty quick. I mean, pretty easily. I don't think most people grow up thinking about it. I think it's
so. Are you
pretty much
religious?
understood. There's a reason why. No, I said whoever the word. I don't know. I'm not necessarily religious. I believe that there's a God, but either way, that was already whoever man. That was already sort of. Animals don't have a hard time figuring that out. It's pretty self-understood.
So what?
Animals don't have gender.
What if I told you that, like,
saying.
Jesus believed that there were 6 genders?
Well, I think you're talking about a technicality thing where they, if you,
No.
no,
He,
where
like, literally
if organs, I don't think he didn't mean it in the same way. I don't know enough about to speak on it, but I say what I understand is when that argument used about like about that was more the technicality thing of organs of like not let's say penis and vagina wasn't so like whatever. It wasn't talking specifically.
It was a social
about
thing,
we're
right?
to the fluid.
It was like a thing
It
back in the day in a certain part of the world, like in a certain time period, right? It was a social thing. It was a social construct.
It was never seen in the same kind of way. When they were talking about genders back, it was not seen as the same. It wasn't talking about.
It was different
You could just switch to be
socially,
a man
right?
and a woman. It was
It was
fluid. It
socially
didn't
different.
matter. Throughout all human history, it's been accepted by two genders.
That's not true.
And by the
That's
way,
not true at all.
Incorrect.
up until very recently,
It's wild
it was-
incorrect.
it
We
was
need
con-
you to actually state a source on this one. Where has it been universally known that there are two genders and they're on a binary? Can you show us?
Up until recently, it was
No,
considered.
we
by
need
the
a source,
American
man. We need
sex-
some study, something. 'Cause
The American.
I don't think you know the
it
difference
was-
between sex and gender thus far.
I know that what you try to say the difference is. I don't know. I don't agree with it.
What I try to say?
No, there's like historically many cultures have had many different genders.
Why was it classified as a mental disorder up until recently?
What, gender dysphoria?
Yeah.
It's a mental condition. It's in the DSM-5. Did you know that? It's a condition.
I also think it would be helpful if you knew what gender was in general and why there might not just be two genders before we even hit dysphoria.
Okay, so gender, fine. Let's accept that. Let's concede gender is real. What was that whole?
Well,
so for
wait, what? That wasn't our claim either.
Oh, so
Gender
you're saying okay,
dysphoria
genders
is
are very
real?
real. Okay, no. Let's concede that you know what? There are many genders. It's a true thing. You could do right. Why?
It's a social
I thi-
construct, yeah.
so gender is a social construct, but you identify as one or the other. I mean, like what's so?
Maybe.
Well, gender and sex are two different things.
So
I don't even.
gender
I
is
really
a
argue.
social construct. Sex is many different things, but it's more like a scientific thing.
Genomes, chromosomal, it's biological factors, yeah.
Yeah. But gender, boy, woman, male, female, those things are bimodal. Same thing with sex. So like people can be born with XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes, XYX chromosomes, XXX chromosomes. And then they can be born with different genitalia, both genitalia, all sorts of things. And then when it comes to your brain, they can be born with the wrong brain sex. That's what gender dysphoria is.
But if gender is a social construct, why do they not? Why do they have to? Right? You're saying gender is not really real. It's only a social construct.
Well,
Meaning
it's
the
still
reason
real.
why.
So social things are still real.
Right, but the whole idea of what feminism always is, there's a reason why there's a lot of
Wait, what?
feminists.
Why are we throwing feminism in this?
Joe-
Where'd
Because
that come from?
that thought process is the reason why a lot of them actually don't accept the idea of
Not even
transgenderism
true.
because
What?
because it conflicts with a lot of what they say. Yeah.
Well, okay, so Joe, do you have a good hairline? A decent hairline?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah.
Like, what if you were to like have really bad receding hair in like 3rd grade? Like, what if you were going bald? Would you get laughed at?
I'm sure I would.
Would you get bullied? Would you get fucked with? Like
I'm
out of thousands of kids who would have that condition, do you think one might consider like unaliving themselves?
Well, okay, so yeah, I'm sure. I mean, yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's
so in
unfortunate
this
reality
case,
of society, but I mean,
gender affirming care would be like giving a kid like that, like hair transplants or something, right? It sounds absurd, but it
Well,
would
there's-
save a kid's
well,
life.
there's-
It would save a kid's life. That's not
So, two
gender
things. First
dysphoria,
off-
but that's affirming gender. That's gender affirming care.
okay, so two things. First off, there's no actually statistically the rates of unaliving themselves does not change no matter whether they
It
went through
absolutely does. What are you talking about?
What?
the statistics. I know when they've done statistics about
No,
this,
Joe,
it does
no.
not show.
Where do
No,
you're
you
gonna
need
have to
to
show me
provide a
this one.
source for this.
You're gonna show me that one.
I've read a study. You could Google it.
You
It
read
does
a
not.
study.
I've read
Go find
plenty of
the
studies.
study. We'll wait.
None of them say that.
I mean, it says some of them actually
It's
deeply
so
regret it
wildly
later
wrong.
on in
It's
life.
insulting.
Well, actually, some of them actually deeply regret it because we're talking about surgeries that you cannot go back from.
What percent of people regret it? Do you know?
No, no, I'll say I don't know the specific number, but I could tell you that
I'll
I
give you
know
a
that
hint. It rhymes with 8. And even less than that, when you talk about people who just simply quit because of financial reasons or social reasons, the people who truly detransition is around 2%. Do you know how many people regret like hip surgery, knee surgery? It's like fucking 20%, but we don't go around outraged that this is happening to people.
Well, even this idea of regret, you know, I think there's this, they had their studies that 99% of women don't regret
Nope.
abortions.
Nope. If you're going to start making stats and keep referring to women and feminists, I'm going to need you to actually provide a source.
Do
I'm
you
just
think
going to
I'm
drop
sitting?
it at this point.
There's
Yeah, I think if
there's
you're going to be
1,900
this
people
irresponsible
here.
with stats,
I
yeah.
have a due diligence to make sure we're not spewing nonsense. If you want to find me something that proves your point on that, teacup and find it real quick. Otherwise, I'm going to say that's not true.
I assure you, if I don't have a computer in front of me, if you Google these all things I know.
It is universally known that gender affirming care reduces suicidality. It like by almost half. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's what studies show.
It's not what. Well, also, a lot of these studies, I understand. A lot of these studies, for example, you can't really be honest about your findings in general. Like they're very either politicized or it's corporate.
Come on,
you
bro.
can't just. Yeah. Yes. If you're the same thing with vaccinations, right? If you're a doctor, you can't
Oh my
just do
God,
whatever.
no more pivots. Hey, Defense Trans is up here. I thought you might want to weigh in on this.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Joe. How are you? My name is
Honestly,
Blaney.
sorry to cut you off. I don't know why we're getting in a whole
I'm
necessary
sorry,
debate
you
about
spoke
transgender.
on my community. You brought us up. So now you got me. You brought this upon yourself.
No, my part two is I don't care what anybody does with their bodies. People can do whatever they want. It's a different
But
thing
you
than when
do.
you're saying.
But you do.
No,
I really
no,
don't
you're
care.
gonna-
Okay, you
you're
know what I
gonna-
want exactly. You know exactly what I think. Okay, very good.
You're
Grouping
gonna
people
listen
into
to
that's
me
fine.
now.
Joe, let us set the record straight. Let her talk real quick. What's up, Lainey?
Oh.
Okay. I literally got out of bed because you're up here lying on my community. Okay. So you're talking about the Swedish study, as they call it? Hang on. Okay, you're talking about the Swedish study, right?
Probably.
And that is the study that is used to claim, by misquoting it, to claim that the treatment does not decrease unaliving attempts, which is incorrect. What the study was comparing was a cohort of trans people before they have had treatment, after they've had treatment. And what they did the whole time was compare it to cis people who were not trans, did not have gender dysphoria, and had had no treatment because they weren't trans. And it said after the treatment, they still have a higher rate of self-deletion compared to the cis people. It did not, however, compare the cohort after surgery to their own selves before surgery. So in other studies, we see, in multiple studies, we see that I'm literally just woke up. They see that it greatly reduces by upwards of 70%.
That's what I
the
just had pulled up.
self-deletion rate.
Yeah, 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that study, the actual authors of the study, the actual authors of the study had to go back and add an addendum to that study to say, y'all are reading this wrong. And yes, they still have a slightly higher rate, but it actually gets pretty close. The thing is that the treatment itself, as in surgeries, things like that, does not necessarily make all of the issues go away, because what's left behind, what is still there, what still exists in society is stigma and discrimination and lack of support from families, things like that. So those are the issues that still need to be addressed, and therapy is still recommended.
I think
That's
anybody
it.
could do whatever they want with their bodies. God bless. Do whatever you want. Makes no difference to me.
But please don't go around spreading misinformation and saying that it doesn't help our mental mental health to have this treatment. It is literally the only thing that reduces our anxiety and things like that if we have gender dysphoria.
Fair enough. I think anybody, if the surgery is going to help them, they could do whatever they want with their body. It's not really irrelevant. I don't think it's when people talk about this from the conservative side of things, for the most part, at least anybody I know, and I have a lot of friends who are conservative, it's not really relevant what other people do with their bodies.
Yeah,
It's a
but
free country.
the thing is, y'all keep bringing us up, and like literally, we're just trying to live our lives. Like
No, because
we have over 600 anti-LGBTQ bills were attempted to be passed in state legislatures this year to take away that very proven medical care. And there was over $100 million spent in anti-trans advertising during this campaign in order to make y'all fear us, to make y'all think that there's some nefarious plot to trans the kids, which is ridiculous because every trans person knows that you cannot make someone trans, just like you cannot make a trans person cis. You just are, or you're not. It's very frustrating that like it's said that the left is the ones that are bringing this up and shoving it down people's throats when we're literally just defending ourselves.
Okay. Again, the whole conversation about, I think what most people, when they're coming from the other perspective, is they want to be left alone to live their lives as well. And
That's what we want.
Well, what I'm saying is religious rights, for example, religious rights, private schools, when they
No
want to
one's taking away your religious rights.
How does me being
No, it's not
trans
necessarily true
take
because-
your rights to be religious? Which
Okay, 'cause
also, by the way, denying your faith when you came up here was pretty strange.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I'm not religious. I'm talking about, I'm saying for people that are, right?
Okay. You're being
I
kind
don't
of contradictory.
No, I'm not talking. It's not about me personally. It's not. I'm talking about the country as a whole. People that believe a certain way.
So you,
for
you
example,
defend the rights of the religious to discriminate against people, but you don't defend the rights of the people that the religious discriminate against.
I mean, how is we saying discrimination and so for
Because
example,
every one of those laws are written and put forth by Christian Republican organizations.
okay, so
It was literally a plot
In a
to
secular
have
country with a separation of church
to
and
have what's
state.
called a folk demon, a boogeyman, to scare people into voting for their side.
So let me ask you a question. This is actually an example which I actually read about, which is a true example, where you have religious schools that could be Jewish, they could be Muslim, and they believe that women should be teaching girls and men teach the boys. And you have somebody who was trans, right? I don't know in which way, and I guess they transitioned. They're younger. Either way, the school did not know about it until
Wait a
after they already
second.
got.
I'm sorry. Are you bringing up the one school unaliving when we can point to how many cis straight men who have done that? Is that really
No,
where we're
not
going?
unaliving. No, I'm not bringing that up. I'm bringing up something else where there was a teacher that signed up to teach, became a teacher, or I don't know if it was a woman
Yes,
or a
there
man.
was a trans teacher at like Liberty University or something. I don't even
No, it
know if
was
they
a
were
different.
teachers. They were on
I
staff.
believe it was like a religious Jewish school, yes, the parents didn't want that. They don't believe that they are allowed for their religious rights. They don't believe they're allowed to have a woman teach, and they don't believe that in that ideology of that you could transition. They
not an
believe that this is
ideology.
still okay. I'm saying from their perspective, they don't
It's a
believe in that, and
scientific fact.
so according to their religion, they do not believe that this person is allowed to be teaching my kids. So is that infringing on their religious rights or not? For them, they would say it is. You're going to say, well, you're discriminating, but they live
They
their
can
lives a certain
also
way.
put their child in a different class or school, they have all of the rights.
Well, then there'd be nobody to teach the class, and then that because every child would be changed to another school or another in their private school. Should they be able to do things the way they want to do it?
Well, should
That's
the
a lot of
private
freedom.
schools be taking public money, specifically
They're not
Christian
taking public
schools?
money.
Yes, they
They're
are.
not.
Yes, they are.
For the
Once again, you don't know things,
Mm-hmm.
Joe, so I'm just going to let Defense Trans take this at this point.
I was a public school teacher, and some parents in my district decided that they didn't like the idea of a trans person at all teaching their kids art because I was, by existing, indoctrinating them. And so they came with the pitchforks, figuratively. Now, they sort of tolerated me for like a year. They grumbled, they sent emails and stuff like that. I thought I was going to be okay. But then I was doxxed by a very notorious Twitter account. She brought attention to me. And then there was a big website called Kiwi Farms that doxed me. And I started getting unaliving threats. I started, the school started getting like kaboom threats. And then they also infiltrated the local Facebook group.
Babe, I am so sorry. It's horrible.
And so, yeah, I was taken out of class. And after months of being what they call rubber roomed for literally existing, I had not changed how I taught, nothing, right? So do you think that religion had something to do with that? I live in a conservative area.
Listen, I'm talking. Do I think? I'm sure it did. Look, I have. You're not going to believe me when I say this, and that's not the point. It's not. I'm not trying to get anybody to like me here. I don't. It's irrelevant. I have a lot of sympathy for anybody going through a struggle, whatever, in any direction. But again, there's a difference between religion across. By the way, of all religions. This is not just true of one. All religions. I mean, you can look all. Forget about the USA. Look all around the world. It's not like we're actually ahead of where I mean, you go to the Middle East, they're not exactly right.
Okay, so because you think it might be worse under a different religion, it should be okay. I should just put up with the one that's discriminating against me here. I'm not saying it's not about it's worse. It's not about saying because it's worse there that means you have to accept something here. That's not my point. I would
my point
say
is that just all throughout history it is a conflict. This is a question that yes, it's unfortunate, but this is how religions teach. So
No,
what are you gonna
it's
do?
not
Get away with religion?
unfortunate, Joe. We are a secular country, and if you do have empathy as a human being, you would understand that no one is forcing on our side for anyone to make any religious differences.
But
We're just trying to exist and not be interfered upon.
We do have Trump planning to start a religious task force to protect religious liberty. Republicans support a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias that will investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, and persecution against Christians in America.
On his website, in the Agenda 47 videos, he said he wants prayer back in schools. Like, we're going full theocracy here.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of actually Democrats are quite religious. So it's mostly actually usually the white liberals who are not, but a lot of, for example, a lot of black Democrats, most of them vote Democrat. A lot of them are pretty religious also, and on these issues, they don't exactly see the way that you see it. Just by the way. So
I have
it's
plenty of
interesting
people that are there's actual groups called Christians Against Christian Nationalism, and that's what this is Christian nationalism. It's a step too far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an understanding
Step.
that there's a separation of church and state, which I think I really appreciate Joe Biden for as well, who I know is not super stoked about abortion rights, but understands that it's something that he cannot put his religious values on.
Yeah, the thing is that like that we should not be allowing one singular religion to decide the rights of others based upon their own set of rules that are in their holy book. That's not how it should be here.
Well, it's not one single religion. It's basically all major religions have similar beliefs when it comes to.
No, it's really
all
just
but not Christianity.
And not in Trump's
What
plan.
if you're
a
not
couple out of
Christian?
the 3,000 in
Muslim?
the world.
What if you're Mormon?
Well, I'm saying if you Islam, Judaism,
What if you're
Christianity,
Buddhist?
all
I'm
see
Buddhist.
We understand
I'm
originally
just
for
saying,
Abrahamic
Abrahamic?
religion,
Yeah.
but
that's what the majority of the world is, and they all see similar.
3,000 religions in this country. Like, do you think that like all of China is either Muslim or?
No, I'm saying live it.
Christian?
Live your life. Teach your kids how you want to. I think the whole idea
yeah,
is freedom
do
here,
that.
right?
Leave other people alone.
This is Trump is
Exactly,
against
but
that.
they also mean leave us alone too, right? If somebody has values
We
which are
are
against,
trying to get as far away from most of y'all as possible. I promise you that. But you
Yeah.
keep trying to legislate us. That's a big difference.
You're putting Bibles in schools, bro. Oklahoma.
Yeah. Mandating Bibles in schools.
Trump Bibles.
yeah, I'm not for
Dating
that.
the 10 Commandments to be on school walls.
Sure, like I said, there's a binary option: Trump or Harris. It's like I agree with
Okay,
everything.
weird
I mean,
pivot,
what's
dude.
No,
not a
this is
pivot.
what's called the
do I
rewind.
have to agree with everything?
This is called the rewind. Rewinding the tape back to square one.
No, I don't agree with everything Republicans do. Again, there was an option for two candidates to vote for is two people. I'm much more aligned with Donald Trump with his.
Yeah,
with
you chose
his
the grapist.
agenda.
Congratulations. I'm very proud for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, interesting. It's funny you're talking about a grapist when we're talking about something in the 1990s. Interesting. I don't know if you saw those videos of Joe
Sorry,
Biden.
I'm sorry. If something happens in the 90s, does it mean it's not grape?
No, because it actually was based on testimony and all that. But it's interesting. We have on video Joe Biden.
I'm sorry. We're not talking about
Can I-
Joe Biden. We're talking about Trump. No, you're not gonna do a grape apology at the end here too. So
No,
I think
it's not a
we
grape
are just gonna
apology.
go
Why-
ahead
why-
and respectfully mute you for a second and ask Pickles, would you like to move on, Pickles? Because I'm good.
And also, if like Biden was caught doing something like and had a credible, claim against him, send his ass to jail. Send his
Absolutely.
ass to jail.
Joe, we've
Okay,
had
the
you.
point
We've
I
had
was
you for
making
like 40.
is-
We've had you for like 45 minutes. I'm gonna give you like one more thing to say, and then I'm gonna move on. All right?
Okay, so my point I wanted to finish over there and to say is about Bill Clinton, about Hillary Clinton, that those same victims said that she silenced us. Joe Biden is on camera sniffing little girls,
Yeah.
being creepy.
And this
all
is
that
why I
kind of
didn't want
stuff.
you to just weaponize fucking trauma.
Yeah.
No, it
Again,
doesn't- that point-
send
no,
their
it's
ass to
selective
jail.
outrage.
I don't
It's select-
worship them. I don't worship them. Send their
Well,
ass to
Kam-
jail. All of them. Everyone.
Kamala
Send
does.
Joe
She
to
works
jail.
for him.
Send
She
his dog
supports
to
him.
jail. Send Jill to jail. I don't care. Send them all. I don't care. Because I don't worship politicians.
Well, I'm saying that was the same people are saying, how can you vote for such a person in 2020? They voted for somebody else
Yeah,
who was
none of
creepy
those people
multiple
were
times.
I voted
Kamala
for Trump in
Harris.
2020, by the way.
None of those people were Kamala Harris. None of them.
All right. Hey,
Yeah.
Joe. Take it easy, bro. We'll talk to you again some other time. All right?
Hey, nice talking. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
He sounded
right,
just like Dirty Dan right
gotta
there.
go get ready.
All
He
right.
did. That's what I was
He did.
thinking.
Thank
That's
you.
true. All right. Thanks for having me. I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
it. And
No
love
problem.
y'all. Yeah, you get ready for school.
All right. Have fun.
And also, guys, tap the screen, share the live, subscribe to Pickles, please. We love y'all, and I will be listening to the next one. Hopefully, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Savant.
Yeah, we're tired of the trans bullying and the despicable, sick people imposing their ideologies on our kids. Also, we're tired of male athletes
Did you vote for Trump?
dominating females. Get them out of sports.
Okay, well,
And
we're
Trump will
women.
do that. He's
Fine.
great.
Yeah, I just, do we want to get back up here or do we want to move on?
I'm reporting you for bullying and silencing
Wow.
dissent.
Okay.
You're a bully.
I'm such a bully.
You don't belong on TikTok. You should be banned, Christine. Get the hell out.
You can't say my name, right? So that's cool. But you're welcome for that banana. Bye. Let's bring another one up. I get one each live, I've decided. I'm so sorry.
To that last guest, I don't like you. I want you to know that. I just don't like you.
Go on, get.
Go on, get.
I knew I could quit you. And guys, if you're friendly, if you could drop out of the box just so I can identify who is a Trumpy, that'd be very helpful. Hi, dude.
You're really pretty though, by the way.
Pickles? Yeah, he's gorgeous. That face.
You're
Sorry,
so
Daisy, I'm
funny.
sorry.
What do you think
What's that
about
cute?
Matt Gaetz though, as the Attorney General? That's
Do you like that one?
I'm sort of shocked, but I mean, if I'm shocked and I'm a Trump supporter, then what do you guys? I mean, you guys must be.
Yeah, we're double shocked.
Yeah, I love stacking all of our most important political arena ads, I don't even know, with more people who grape 17-year-olds and traffic them. That's so cool. I'm excited for our
I
future.
can't believe this guy is
No,
going to be our
it didn't go
attorney
to court.
general.
He doesn't have liability now.
This fucking guy. Or no,
That's
it's
crazy.
this guy. His fucking eyebrows, bro. I can't even take him seriously. His
Who are you talking about?
Matt Gaetz, dude. Have you
Yeah,
seen
his Madame Tussauds look at the RNC.
I mean, Slay.
What?
Slay Queen, but what's up with those brows?
That work is not cheap.
What is this?
No, is it Christine or Kristen? Kristen?
Kristen. Mhm.
I mean, I know you guys hyper focus on Trump so much, but yeah, he's hilarious.
I'm sorry. So, was there a question? What?
What? Look at those eyebrows.
Look at that upside down
Dog.
mouth.
It's an upside down mouth.
Like if Beavis and Butthead decided to have coitus. Ta-da.
It does kind of have a Beavis and Butthead.
Mike Judge does us proud. Absolutely. Yeehaw.
But no, I was gonna kind of divert a little bit and talk about who do you guys see taking carrying the Democratic Party forward? Who's your leader now?
Hopefully
The Dark Lord
Kamala.
Cthulhu.
No, she's
Kamala will
gone.
keep
She's
marching
just-
forward with us.
Really? You think she's gonna be the choice in the?
We've got her. We've got
The
Pete
2020.
Buttigieg. We've got Daddy Newman. We've got.
I mean, in all fairness, I'm a whole ass leftist. So I mean, party heads. I think Gavin Newsom is probably where we need to go for a minute, just to realign as much as we can. Ugh, I hate saying that, but we obviously lost some independents and some moderates, and I think we need to give them a familiar kind of physique for a
or
minute.
AOC. I think we got some years. AOC needs to. It's like a bottle of fine wine. Don't open that just yet. We'll pull a cork on that in a few years.
There's something about AOC though. I mean, I wouldn't mind AOC.
Hey,
Gee, golly.
She's
Thank
a
you.
firecracker. I would have preferred
Yeah.
AOC over Kamala.
I would prefer. I
Why?
think Kamala has way more experience. She's way better.
She's just
Yeah.
not.
Or are you just gauging this off of who you'd rather
Vibes.
see with less clothes or something?
She is. She's like one of those political mistresses. You know, it's like she's like the Candace Owens of the Democratic Party. I mean, don't you find her attractive though? Or...
She is, but she's
hate
less
this.
qualified than Kamala. Kamala's way more
but she's
qualified.
got energy though. Kamala just came off as being dead. Like she just wasn't like.
Bro, you're talking about vibes. What is this?
No, but she
Okay,
doesn't-
okay, I'm just gonna go
wishy-washy,
here.
though, with her
Mary
idea.
Unalive, Tulsi Gabbard, AOC, Boebert. Go ahead. I'm just curious where you are in your life.
Tulsi Gabbard. Someone's saying Kamala's way hotter.
You're
Oh
just
my
not
god.
engaging with the game. Okay. So I played misogynist for a second, guys. I was not good at it. I'm very sorry, but I would probably go with Tulsi. I feel like we would have motorcycles together, and it'd be really romantic.
Who would you frick?
I also need a crazy ex-girlfriend story.
Who would you frick?
Who are you asking, Pickles?
Oh.
Now I'm distracted.
I don't know.
Kristen, are you asking Kristen?
Listen,
how do I?
What do you like about Trump?
Why am I'm following Kristen? That's weird.
I mean, that tends to happen with me.
No, I just Trump
Kamala
was.
too.
You're
Yeah,
saying why?
Kamala's a mama.
She's a saucy mama. What do you like about Trump?
Just he speaks to the general public. Like he's just. I know a lot of things that he says. I don't really like. I kind of just ignore. But like, honestly, did you watch that Joe Rogan interview? That 3-hour interview with Trump. If you actually watch that for 3 hours, it's really not a bad interview. Like he comes off just being a normal conversationist.
Did you watch Kamala on Who's Your Daddy? It's a real question because she did a podcast the week
I laughed
before.
because it's funny that she was on that show, but no, I actually
Why
didn't.
is that funny? And like, it's not funny for him to go on Joe Rogan.
I saw her on The View, and I just thought she just came off as being like it
Bro,
wasn't.
you just don't like women when they talk to you. Like, let's be so for real for a second.
I love women.
Like you
Jeez.
like to look at women, but you don't really like listening to women.
I like women in power. No, I find it attractive. I just don't like ones that are like just wishy-washy. Like Kamala just didn't come off as being like a leader to me.
Bro. What do you like about Trump? Like he went on Joe Rogan. He kept me in traffic for 3 hours that Friday because I also live where Joe Rogan lives. Thank you so much, Joe Rogan, for that experience.
Did you listen to that whole interview?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. I thought you said.
I have major issues personally with Spotify streaming service in general, but also as much as I used to listen to Joe Rogan, I don't appreciate some of the lack of fact checking and enablement of misinformation. Although I do find his overarching kind of style really interesting. But more importantly, did you vote for Trump? Which state are you in? What are we doing?
I'm in California.
Oh my God, you guys always have all of the rights. Ugh.
What state are you in?
I'm in Texas, where we have none of the rights.
Oh my gosh, we should like switch places here.
Hey guys, do you want to tap the screen for a minute since Pickles is gone?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm coming back with curry.
I slowly felt like that conversation was maybe going to a less than safe place for myself. So if we could just share the live out to your least favorite friends,
He wanted your wiener
conservative
for sure.
family members. Yeah, I mean, it is bigger than most men's. That's super fair. Remember, guys, to peg the patriarchy as I search for a new guest. Just one moment. Did not know. Batman. I just need a little bit of Bumblebee real quick. Just need a quick shot of it.
Listen, babe, we've got to discuss the milk.
Okay.
We've got to discuss milk. Listen, I woke up, I was trying to cope with being awake because yesterday they said that they were putting Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. And that was a hit that led me to immediately go grab my pillow and return to rest. I wake up this morning
Is your pillow shaped like any
and I'm
particular
minding my own
thing?
goddamn business. It should be shaped like a particular strap because the patriarchy truly hasn't been pegged enough.
Oh my God.
So I wake up this morning and I get another notification from the news app that has since yesterday been harassing me at this point because everything I know between Matt Gaetz, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK has been nothing but complete and utter mental harassment. The article I get this morning is talking about how Junior wants to repeal milk regulations.
Wait, okay, so does he?
Let me say this again. What he's asking for as a member of the health committee is raw milk.
I knew he liked it raw, but I didn't think he liked it that raw. That
He's
actually
asking
totally
for raw
tracks. Everything he asked for is
cells, and
literally an
something else.
episode of Parks and Recreation. I don't know if anyone's picked up on that, but that's a thing.
Listen, if we weren't screwed before, if we were not screwed before, the whole country, well, actually, millions of people who don't read the label and know nothing about pasteurization are going to be taken out.
I mean, honestly, I'm a little excited for the comeback of dysentery in general, but I'm just a big Oregon Trail fan. With that said, do you think we can put their photos on the milk cartons, like the missing kids, and make them trading cards for terrible milk-related accidents?
My God, at some point, it honestly, I used to say this sarcastically, that, a meteor or something is going to take us out at this point. But at this point, it's not even going to be a meteor. We can't even leave it up to science. What's going to happen is some food regulation that he decides to pull from the 40s is going to take us all out.
I mean, if they were just purebred good boys, then, we would be fine, but they won't be. Hi, Drew. How are you? Drew Bergoober. I know you're friendly. What are you doing?
I did not mean to request up.
Well, it's lovely hearing your voice regardless. Do you want to throw your 2 cents in on our milk conversation? Do you gargle yours?
As somebody who's done a raw diet before, I do not suggest it.
What is exactly a raw diet? It's just raw foods. Is that literally what it is?
Yeah, but taking the pasteurization out of milk, something you probably shouldn't be drinking in the first place, because it's not made for humans, is probably not a great idea.
Yeah, we aren't supposed to be drinking milk in general, correct?
I don't think something that's supposed to turn a small cow into a 2,000-pound cow is made for human consumption in the first place.
Ain't no fucking way you got up here. You waited in that queue.
All right, well, I'm going to head back down because I'm actually getting ready.
Goddamn
Okay,
time
we love you, Drew.
to get up here and denounce science.
I
That
wonder
is
what
crazy.
a raw diet does, to one's body. Does it make
He's
you
gonna be the
chiseled?
one. He's gonna be the one that eats one of those things that RFK pulls from the regulation list, ends up in the hospital, and is surprised. What happened to me?
Oh, okay. Sorry, Kit. I didn't realize what you were doing. Kit says she needs to say some things to Buzzy, and then we got to get back to debates, guys, because I don't know what happened, but I got excited about my ladies.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi.
Hey, Buzzy.
What's up, boo?
I'm only awake because it's not even 4 a.m. my time because my child decided that sleep is for the weak. Anyways, Buzzy, when I come onto TikTok and like one of the first things after a bunch of transphobia I hear is no milk regulations, like that doesn't feel good first thing in the morning.
Well, they're
don't-
really going against our mommy milkers and our milk duds and studs. So,
Oh my god.
like RFK
Listen, I didn't even have my glasses on.
so no one can tap dance
I didn't
in
have my
front of
glasses
them.
on at the time the notification came through. I had to get up, find my glasses, and make sure that I understood what I was reading to really firmly grasp the situation we're in. And it's people like that guy that was up here just a minute ago. You know, those people that are on this app talking about the carnivore diet and eating sticks of butter, talking about how lean they are, forgetting that cholesterol could literally take you out
Bluzzy,
silently.
Bluzzy. I will say, Drew said, as someone who's been on a raw diet, he does not suggest it. He's not pro this. I just want to make sure we clarify that for the class.
Okay, good.
He's a good boy. He's a purebred good boy.
Okay, but like,
Drew, you're a
alright, so
purebred good boy. I'm sorry that I tarnished your purebred goodness.
like one of the reasons that I do this is because my mother is one of these people. My mother has tried to get me to give my children shit like chlorine dioxide because they're autistic. So when I hear this stuff, it just reminds me that there's more of these people out there, and I can't. I can't do it.
There's the same people
Why do
who
they
like are
exist?
against witchcraft, which is wild to me because it sounds the same. I mean, come on.
I identify as Pickle's facial expression when you said that.
I have nipples, Clark. Can you milk me?
Present them. Guys, I needed this brief hiatus. Thank you. Thank you for the milk news.
Yeah, I just needed to say to Buzzy that while I appreciate knowing that this is a reality in our whatever the hell kind of nation this is, why just first thing in the morning, man. I had coffee. What's going on?
Because somebody with brain worms has been appointed to the health committee by a rapist. And now he's plotting to take all of America out.
It's the worm, though. I don't think it's RFK. I think the worm is controlling him, like that game Worms Apocalypse, which thank you again,
Look,
Blue Heart.
Kristen, at least that would make more sense, okay? Like, I would be okay if that was the reality, because it would make some type of sense, okay?
I mean, I would love for the worm to just run Congressy for us, but, I mean, RFK is just kind of, like, big and in the way and gravelly.
What if the worm is a
we
political
have
genius?
people.
What if
That's
it's
what I'm
like
saying.
that,
I think the worm
rat
is
on
basically Mitch
Ratatouille?
McConnell.
What if the worm like takes RFK's hair?
You know what, Pickles?
and signs
I'll
good
give you that.
legislation?
I like that you're milking something.
I'll give you that. No, I'll give you that. When you think about where majority of the red states are, when you think about majority of the red states, I almost cackled mid-sentence because it is kind of funny thinking about it. When you think about where majority of the red states are, if those people adhere to the non-regulations that Junior sets, this could solve our problems for decades.
Could you imagine
This
PTA
rape
meetings with
brain
mad
worm
cow
is on
disease run
something.
amok? Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying.
Do they understand
Maybe the brain
like the
worm is on
bacteria?
They don't. They don't believe in
Do they-
bacteria.
the
That's
bacteria
Jesus.
and the pus and the, I can't.
Someone in chat's name is Cerebral Zombie.
I'm just like, I wish they'd at least bring back bloodletting first. Like, what are we doing? Why are we messing with the foods? We can't even afford the foods. Come on. And who drinks milk?
Somebody made the statement, can we talk to the brain worm directly? And
Yeah, that's
honestly, if we could get like a split personality with the brain worm, and I think really we have an opportunity to solve our problems for at least a few decades.
Or
Like
or
Weekend
Buzzy,
at
what if
Bernie's
there's
with
like
them.
a brain worm whisperer, like there is like a dog whisperer.
I mean, I have
one
a
of those
purpose
exists.
finally. Holy shit.
Oh, is that you, Kristen? Can you go talk to the brain worm for us,
feel
please?
like that's me. Absolutely. I can speak eel, so I know I can probably figure out worm. Also, we need fluoride, guys. We're not alligators and crocodiles. We need our teeth. My God, please stop.
We need fluoride, and bacteria is real. Like, I can't believe it's 2024 and I have to say the sentence out loud that bacteria is real. Guys, like, please understand that.
I feel like so often in my life I have to bring up Dr. Lister, but once again, please God, stop pretending that germs and things don't exist, because they will take you down and they will take you to Pound Town.
I had a friend that
thinking about
got
it,
his
I feel
finger
like
bit by a.
if we let him get those raw milk regulations.
Your boy Kai, thank you for the gifted.
I think personally that raw milk should be a category on Cornhub Hub only, and not something that we practice as regulation. But also, guys, please tap the fucking screen.
Yeah, I also do need to say somebody in the comments did point out that these are the same people that believe in flat Earth. So, like, I guess this tracks.
Well, they wouldn't be crying over spilt milk then, because the Earth is so level.
Chat, we're getting down to the last hour. I've already been live for 9 hours, guys. So I'm gonna say follow the stream. If you guys are looking for more debates, we're probably gonna settle down for the night. So I don't want to catfish y'all into thinking we're gonna do more debates. We're gonna hunker down. Papa Pickles is tired.
Papa Pickles.
Yeah.
Milk. I'm gonna get you one of those like little gerbil water bottles and put milk in it and see what happens. It'll be a good time.
It'd have to be almond milk.
No, Papa Pickles is such a cute name when you think about it. It's such a cute name.
Papa
Pickles is such a cute name. I'm in favor of that. I'm gonna start calling you Papa Pickles.
Wait, did I get in here just in time?
Guys, I'm sorry.
Did I get in here just in time for friendly time? Because that's beautiful if that's the case.
Guys, Dee just says, please, Alyssa, because he's talking to Alyssa, who's awesome, by the way. I'm very fit because of milk. That should be their spokesperson. I think that's official. I will send your resume, sir. That's hilarious.
It depends on what brand milk. Because there are some people, apparently, that are smuggling milk from the Amish because it's unpasteurized.
Amish Outlaws sound like a very good punk band, but who robs the Amish? I don't know what sector of hell you would go to if hell were to be a thing, but I would think it would be the one with really pointy things. Also, what up, Mask? How you doing? What's up, little mama?
Girls. Hey, Pickles.
Hi.
What's up? Hey, so I just wanted to, I'm like half asleep because it's early, but really quick, I wanted to let you guys know, if you haven't seen it yet and the milk thing didn't make you sick enough, I found myself agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene for the second time this year, which is kind of disgusting, but she came out and said that after Matt Gaetz got picked that this administration was going to be a joke. So
what? Wow.
I thought she was having fun times with Matt Gaetz. What happened?
I don't know, but I just...
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, you just broke like the space-time continuum. Did we just enter a reality where MTG said something quasi-intelligent?
I know, guys.
Now. Oh my God.
It's, yeah, so...
I think I got noticed a little bit because I agreed with her statement.
I think we should just have a fashion show up here of like men. If you're a purebred good boy, just like come present yourself and tell us why you should be a politician. So that way we can start slating the new election. Women obviously do it too, but I'm just looking for eye candy.
Can we clarify that purebred good boy is Pickles? If you are like Pickles, if you are like Papa Pickles, that is purebred good boy. You have to be. purebred good boy. If you're not purebred good boy, we can sniff you out a mile away.
Dang. That's a compliment. Thank you. I'm a purebred,
Bet your ass it is.
purebred good boy.
Other notable examples would be like Thickless or Douglas, all purebred good boys.
Old Thickless.
Very pure, very good boy.
Why are we whispering? Because it's naughty. I'm just kidding.
Kristen, someone said that they can't tell when you're sarcastic, and I think that that's funny. And one of the reasons I love hearing you talk is because, like, people don't pick up on just your slight tone changes.
I mean, I love that you pay attention to my toner boners. I also don't know when I'm being sarcastic because we live in a fuck world right now. So I'm just going with it. But thank you, Kat.
Also, to the people that keep asking, I'm not whispering. I just sound like this. On the opposite side of that, being a purebred good boy is not sarcasm. I only like purebred good boys. I only like boys who beg and cry a thank you.
I also like the whimper category on Quinn. Yes. Sorry, Pickles. I don't know. You enabled this, so I'm blaming you, actually. How
Do you guys
dare
ever
you?
go on furry lady boners? On
What?
Reddit?
What's a
This
Reddit?
happens.
So this is it's like cute dudes with pets. So it's pretty much just like, you know, chicks
it's not
looking
their
at a
teens
bunch of
having
dudes
googly
that
eyes.
have like dogs and pets.
Do they also have vasectomies? Because then, yeah, it's a win.
But wait,
Well-
like, do they come with their own muzzles and a muzzle for their pet, or like what is happening with? I need more details.
Is it
Ooh,
funny?
that could be a thing.
Do I
That
wipe
could be a thing.
asking for a
Also, for
friend?
people wondering, the whimper category on Quinn is a real thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do not get paid by Quinn, but my God, if they ever even interacted with me, I'd be so up their buns. I'm a big fan of autoerotica and just writing for, you know, people's sensuality in general. It's kind of my shtick. Oh, and also torture, but like whatever, it's the same thing.
Oh my gosh, dude, because you've asked this 30,000 times in the comments, we're talking about unpasteurized milk.
I really feel
What
like
you get from the grocery store
I feel like we
is
can migrate away from this
pasteurized.
topic.
I know, he said it like 500 times and I keep seeing it pop up.
What are some other terrifying
migrating.
things that have popped up this week? Besides
Ooh,
black holes in general.
I don't know, having a rapist as AG, like that is. But then again, he was appointed by another rapist.
I mean,
Birds
yeah.
of a feather flock together.
I have something to say about the Gravest.
What's up, Mitch?
Oh, go for it.
All right, so early 2000s.
Ari.
I was a culinary student and I worked at a party and I saw the Grapist graping a woman at a Diddy party with my own eyes. And people still want to have him as presidency. And I tell people this all the time and they're like, no, not true. And I'm like, I have a picture of me, the Grapist, and P. Diddy at P. Diddy's house.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
And people still want to vote for this guy.
I think the saddest part of this is that someone just commented, noteworthy just commented, which rapist? Just so many.
Oh, the one that
We have
everybody
to ask
loves.
that, right?
Better
Like, we
than
have to ask that now?
I don't know. It's like depending on. No, it is true though, because depending on which one you're talking about, there are people that have photos of DeSantis doing questionable things when he was either working as a teacher or doing something for teaching. Then they have people. There's pictures of Matt Gaetz at questionable events. Of course, there's
And-
pictures of Donald Trump at questionable events. So it's like it's not surprising that people have these photos. People quite literally talk about them all the time.
And then also, what's his name? The Beaver dude. He was high out of his mind. He wasn't high. He was drugged. Because they told me, do not drink out of this drink. I wonder why they would ask the chef not to drink out of a drink. Until now.
Guys, I'm too elevated for this one. I'm gonna
I'm sorry, all I can think about
How you doing?
is like the pasteurized milk thing really being just like somehow an opportunity for them to use mommy milkers to sustain themselves. I just think that's where we're going. And it's dark.
Yeah, but they're not good enough boys for them, so that's never going to work. They're going to have to starve. They don't know how to behave themselves. They don't know how to fall to their knees. They don't say please. They don't say
Pickles
thank
is
you.
doing
They
that
don't
thing.
beg. They're not pretty enough.
Pickles looks like me questioning what kind of conversation did I walk into.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except he's been here the whole time.
I will catch you up, Ari. I'll text you.
Yeah, we got to move off of it because Pickles will deplatform all of us in a very slow minute.
I think I would be fine. I walked into the middle of this going, hey.
Yeah, but I'll take you down with me. You know this. I'm a reckless
Honestly,
leader.
all I'm thinking about right now is that I flossed like a few hours ago. I like literally had to get up from the stream and floss. And you know, like you can feel your teeth after that for a while.
Can feel your
That's
teeth.
literally all I'm thinking
That's
about
true.
right now.
That's true.
I'm like, have y'all seen
Good hygiene.
Sling Blade?
Of course.
You know, like when they're at, like he's asking Sling Blade, like he's like, "What are you thinking about right now? You look like you're a deep thinker." Like that's what I'm thinking about most times. I'm just thinking about stupid shit. I'm like, yeah, my teeth hurt right now.
Pickles.
I'm in deep thought.
That's all of us. If we look like we're being extremely pensive, we're either thinking of something really dumb, but it's never profound.
Yeah.
I'm constantly thinking about the Poughkeepsie tapes. I don't know if anyone likes that movie. If you don't like that movie, sorry. But also, like where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Like, what's up with her? And does she know Flat Stanley?
Honestly, love
Actually,
Flat Stanley. Still have
That was a
Flat
good show.
Stanley. I still have my Flat Stanley. Actually, my mom has it
I
in her
fucking knew
mirror
you would.
in her room from when I made Flat Stanley. To the person that asked, "Do we even like men?" and then asked me, "Do I even like men?" I have a boyfriend. And
A husband.
yeah, like I
I
don't know
have
what you're
one
talking
too.
about. Right. So it's like what are you talking about? There are nice, purebred good boys out there that you can date, that'll build you Lego sunflowers because you like them. Like, they exist, but some of you are bad boys and need the newspaper right to your nose.
Yeah, I'm collecting them like Pokemon in all fairness, but like I need to get like maybe a new Polly Pocket for Thickless. I don't know.
Or how about
I'm
just
also not single. Just putting that out there for the weirdos in the chat.
Girl, what? Yeah, we'll talk later.
Yeah. And look, I was gonna say, Chris and I came up here to be like,
Ari.
Chris and I haven't heard from you in a few days.
Ari,
I've been bananaed
excuse you.
for
I was just
a week.
texting you earlier today.
Celine, you'll be okay. You can still text me.
I feel like I choked Pickles. Where's Papa Pickles? I'm so sorry.
I'm right here.
Did I take you out?
Did you say you choked Pickles?
No, I'm.
Pickles, did you already switch over to sub only?
I can't because Facebook. Fuck me. TikTok won't let me do it on my end. They're telling me that I need to make videos.
Oh, is it because of the thing?
Yeah,
We
subscription.
told you. You just need to do clips.
But he doesn't.
You just gotta do some clippies.
My
I know. I understand.
I don't want it either. I get it. Can we? Who can do this labor for us? Chat. We have 1.3 thousand people in here. Someone clip some of these for Pickles, please.
Yeah. I'm looking
him out.
for a social media manager that will run my account for the price of free. Anyone? That sounds like a good deal to you. Hit me up.
I have enough trouble trying to do my own Pickles. Otherwise, I would help, but
Yeah, and I just don't
have enough trouble
engage.
doing my own.
Honestly, in light of all this bullshit that has occurred, this has probably been the first live I've been on in like a week.
So honored by that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I miss you all the time,
Aw.
Buzzy.
Yeah, Buzzy, you should have joined yesterday. Should have joined me last night. I actually had decent conversations.
I feel
need
you, Buzzy.
motivation. I guess
go
I needed
between
the right motivation. Seeing that they're going to take out certain regulations apparently motivated me to have to tell somebody about it. Because I'm like, do they know? Have they seen?
But I feel you, Buzzy. I go between one of two modes. I'm either completely shut down and not talking to anyone, or I'm like, this seems like an okay live to jump on for a while before I go back into being a hermit again. Okay.
Yeah, that life. 100%. Wait, are we
so the
all a
people
bunch
that
of
have
weird
been-
introverts in here? Is that what's going on? Mitch, are you an introvert
Yeah.
too?
For people that ask,
Yes.
I see the people asking me where have I been, and that's kind of where I've been. I've been just like, I don't know. I agree with the other Black women that are also very tired. Personally, me and the other Black women sat forehead to forehead, and we did what we were supposed to do. We did our research. We knew what was going on, and now we're out here, and people are acting surprised. Now I've got people all over my timeline, like literally all of these people from multiple demographics, going, well, I'm in an interracial relationship. What if they take away Reading versus Virginia? Well, you didn't think about that when Clarence Thomas was talking about it? And then you have all these people that are now, I didn't know Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act were the same thing. Where were you? When was the last time you picked up a book?
That has been a thing. Like the Obamacare thing has been a thing since it first came out. And what was that? Like I was in high school still, so 2007, 2008. And the number of conversations I've had with people being like, "You mean the ACA? No, it's Obamacare." I'm like, "No, it's the Affordable Care Act." Oy.
I would just like to note really quickly that when people ask,
I love you,
where
Daisy.
have you been? There are only two acceptable answers. One being the void / purgatory, and two being your mom's kitty.
You know what surprises me is that a lot of people, they don't do research before they vote. And those are the type of people that should not be voting. I think to vote in this country, you need to go to school and educate yourself. Because so many people have voted and they're like, I did not know what that meant, but they
Yeah,
still
the Google
voted.
searches are fascinating, right?
Oh my God. I went on a roll with some of my coworkers the other day, and I'm like, Obamacare and care for is the same thing. They're like, no. I had to prove it to them, and I'm like, aren't you on Obamacare? Yeah. Well,
I'm very
Really,
much
all you have
interested
to
in
do is-
producing a book for all of this. Like, of all of our experiences with these people, just having a big
it should
tabletop
be
book.
made in college. Like, you need to go to college and do it to vote. If you don't do it, you can't vote.
I know, so I don't even, I'm going to be honest, that's not even a good idea to start with, because then you bring up in, like, saying you have to go to college in order to be able
Well,
to
not
vote.
college,
No,
like
that's,
go to a class, you know?
yeah, but now you're starting to sound like Vivek. And Vivek is crazy.
Nah. Sorry for offending anyone. But, like, you know what I
No,
mean?
you're
Like,
good.
you
I'm
have
just-
to
I'm
read
gonna point
a
it out.
pamphlet or something, you know? Because
Yeah.
people like
It would have
that
to be
guy
a free
was,
class.
was a dickwad. Like, oh my God, he was, yeah, that's something else. As a Hispanic immigrant, gay, and somebody with, I was talking earlier with the alopecia and whatnot. People don't know some of the struggle other people go through, and those men that were on earlier. Oh my God, I was so happy you guys put them in their spot.
Mitch, welcome to the Thunderdome. You're our new favorite person. Thank you for saying that, because, yeah, they deserve to be put back in their place.
Yeah, and then the other guy for saying about what was it about the thing about the immigrants, oh my God, I'm going through brain fart right now.
I mean, they all kind of sound like the
Salem.
same weird amorphous creature, so it's fair.
About the political asylum. I was in that program, and it's very hard to get. I don't think he knows how hard it is to get, and how expensive it is. But, oh, no. I was glad that you, my dear, told them off. I was like, oh, please add me, because I want to just say it's expensive and it's not hard to do. And for people that say you should go back to your country, I wonder where they're from, and they should just go there, because America is found upon immigrants. Everybody up in here is an immigrant.
I'm wondering if at this point we just put a giant sheet over the Statue of Liberty, since apparently it doesn't apply anymore. You know, give me your tired, your poor little masses longing
I'm
to be
scared to
free.
put a giant sheet over anything. It's going to look like a Klan rally.
Yeah, so what they're going to
I
say
didn't
anyways...
go there in my brain because I'm tired. So, but
the thing is, Kit, when we talk about the Statue of Liberty, they like to say, well, it wasn't even America's, you know, the French gave it to us. Like, yeah, we know, man. But on a random note, extremely random, because I just remembered this, Pickles, I did put your Discord link in the link tree in my bio.
Oh, tight. Okay. Awesome. Appreciate it.
I know I asked about it like 2 days ago, and I didn't get a chance to update you.
Also, I want to know who's a part of the big milk lobby. I'm just throwing that out there. If you guys in the chat have any ideas, who's in charge of the dark milk lobby? And also, hi, Lil Zalia. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Good morning.
What up?
This is my first time being on a live. Not much. Hi, guys. Hi, Pickles. Hi, everybody. Ari, Mitch, Kit, Buzzy.
Me too. First time.
Oh, cool. I was shocked that I got on. I was actually like going back asleep, and I'm like, oh, oops, I'm on.
Y'all chose a Savage Garden to start off with, but I'm excited to make the salad with you. What do you wanna contribute, or do you just want to hang with us?
I'm just gonna hang because I actually gotta go wake up my daughter and get her to daycare here soon, or decide if I should keep her home. I don't know yet.
You should keep her home and put her in a papoose, because those are cute. But that's just my feelings.
I think she might be a little sick. I think. I don't know. I don't know. Someone mentioned on here, I think maybe in the chat, something about whooping cough, and I know I've heard some people talk about it. I think Danny might have had it. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking to myself like, shit, fuck, does she have it? Yeah. So I gotta decide.
Well, I do hope that she's feeling better soon. That is terrible, and just, we can't. Yeah, kids are just always getting sick. There's no prevention. It's terrible.
I know. I made the mistake of hopping on my phone when we woke up this night. So I've been up since 3, like just listening in. But yeah, she woke up in the middle of the night. But I gave her some honey to soothe her throat a little bit. So I'm gonna go wake her up. But it was nice chatting. Thank you for letting me on.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Love you guys.
Thanks for joining.
I'm gonna
Thank
keep
you.
listening.
Thank you for hanging out.
Thanks for joining.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Someone asked me a question earlier, and I was going to answer it. So the question was, am I going to come back and participate in more conversations now that I'm on this live? I don't know, because I don't know that I have the capacity to deal with the level of ignorance that's being displayed. But I feel like Kristen is. I don't know. I'll probably go to the places that I'm comfortable in, so that I can have peace. That way, if I need to laugh, I can
aftercare at least, like just come in, slip in for like 12 to 13 minutes. Just give us praise, and then we'll support you as you will.
I think that's kind of where I'm at with it, because like I don't know. I don't know that I don't like people tap dancing in front of my glasses.
I miss hearing you say that, Buzzy. I miss it so much.
I constantly say that on behalf of Buzzy, and I do credit you because it makes me giggle constantly. And also, Fickless is always talking about how much he likes your glasses, but he feels weird just saying, hey, I like your glasses, because, you know, he's weird. So I'll just tell you.
Oh, tell him I said thank you. I have a little collection. I'm sure by now everybody knows what my favorite color is. It's all over my glasses, to be honest.
I might be a dude because I have no idea. I don't pay attention to things. Pink. I just see hot chicks and I'm like, yeah, that.
It is pink. All of my glasses, the common theme, are some sort of pink.
I wonder if milk is going to look pink if it's unpasteurized. Is that a thing?
chocolate.
Kristen,
That
stop.
Strawberry milk.
sounds
Oh,
weird.
no, that's if you blend it with bloodletting. I'm sorry. That was my bad.
No, but there is actually
Kristen got
okay.
me
Never
with
mind.
that
I'm not
one.
going to say that. I'm not going to say the full sentence. Never
Don't
mind.
do it. Don't do it.
Sir.
There's a milk brand called Sprouts,
No.
and it's red. I mean pink, and it's made
What?
with strawberries. Yes, have you ever had that Sprouts?
I've had
Oh
Nesquik
yeah,
and stuff like when I was a
that's the
kid.
bougie milk.
And it's a glass bottle. Oh my
Oh, I like a
god!
glass bottle.
And it has that
That's the
foamy
bougie
stuff
milk.
on the top.
Strauss milk is really good.
That foamy stuff on the top.
It's so
that-
expensive, but it's so good.
Wait, what
yeah,
is
but
expensive
you return
nowadays
the
for
bottle
us?
and then you get like half the price afterwards.
So
Did you guys know that?
if
Oh,
you
we
get
should bring back
Strauss
Milkman.
milk,
I'm sorry. I got really excited. Go ahead.
Yeah. You return the
no,
bottle.
so what I mean, what is expensive, Chris? Strauss milk can be found at Whole Foods, at least in my area. It's at Whole Foods.
Whole Foods
And
Sprouts.
last time I got the strawberry one,
Fire.
it was like $14.
You can
Yeah,
fuck
but
all
if
the way
you
off.
return the bottle at Whole Foods, it'll be like $6.
But the bottle's the part I want. And the Milkman. Ugh. Now I have to go buy this because obviously I do, and I have no money. Guys, please give us money. We accept Venmo and cash. I need fancy milk. Please help.
Unfortunately, Hillary, you can't get a subscription to Strauss milk. But Mitch is right. If you get it from Whole Foods and you take the glass back, you do get money off of your re-up for your milk purchase. You just have to pay the initiation fee and then you're in there.
Wait, I'm
Like a
sorry. Is the initiation
secret
fee a
code.
real thing, or are you being sarcastic?
No, it's real.
Oh my god. Oh my god. See, this
No,
is
it's real
actually
because
hyper
the first
capitalism.
bottle of,
As a fat
the
chef,
first bottle of Strauss is like $14.
yeah.
The first bottle of Strauss is like $14, 12 to 14, depending on which one you get. But then after that, if you bring the glass bottle back, you get money off of your Strauss. So like you start off with the high price and then you get a semi-okay price.
Can we, guys? Is it selfish of me if I don't want to talk about milk anymore?
No, you've asked so many times. I'm so sorry. We broke your consent.
It's
poor
your
whimpering baby
lie.
boy.
It's not selfish of you at all, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's off the table.
Nurse Lens, did we give you a
Can
chance to talk?
I
yet?
do a
Hi, I was just checking in because, you know,
Hi,
I see a lot of
Liz.
my friends on the panel here.
Okay.
Hi, baby boo.
Hi
So
there.
I wanted to come up and say hey.
Hey.
Can I?
She was
girl.
telling us, the girl was saying that she was worried her daughter had whooping cough, and I actually was one of the people who grew up and ended up with whooping cough because I was foreign born and they didn't vaccinate me because I was too small. But yeah, I know. I caught everything. I also got rubella the day before I was supposed to be vaccinated. I was just an overachiever. So as long as her kid is vaccinated against whooping cough, it's probably not. And trust me, it's unmistakable. You sound like a seal barking.
Can you give us a demonstration, just out of curiosity?
I don't have a cough right now, but now from like now on, whenever I had it when I was 14, if I get any type of cough, I sound like I have it again.
Darn, I just thought we were going to get a seal demonstration.
No,
Where do we
I
go
don't have
for
no-
the
I don't-
aquarium?
No, if she's vaccinated, she's probably
I
it's probably
would've
just the normal change in weather cough.
Thank you for that helpful hint, because yeah, I don't know much about whooping cough, but I do know it sounds old timey, but it's still relevant.
It took them forever.
I don't know. My concern
Maybe
is
we didn't know I was not vaccinated. Like we had to go look into my records, and we only found out because there was another premature baby in my private school that was foreign born and didn't get vaccinated, and she got diagnosed first. So they then were like, "Hey, were you vaccinated?" And we found out I wasn't.
And that's kind of my concern. And I said this a month ago, and people were like, "That's not how vaccine works." And that's when I was like, "You're tap dancing in front of my fucking glasses." So like, the concern that we should have is, remember a while ago that outbreak that happened at Walt Disney World because some crunchy Cheeto parent set took their kids to Disney and they touched things, and then a bunch of other kids got sick. And it went on for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many crunchy Cheeto parent sets that read some Facebook meme once, and their kids are not immunized against anything.
if we pull back regulations on healthcare, your kids, all of our kids, if you have them, your kids, in some cases your pets, because certain illnesses can pass on to your pets. And I don't have a kid, but I have a pet. He is my child. They're going to be sick as hell. And if I remember correctly, I think it was was it measles?
I think it was. And the thing people don't realize, I believe it or not, the other day when I was hosting, I actually had a person who went back to the old false autism study. And said, I don't care, even if you do believe that's real, you rather have your kid unalive. I rather have a kid with autism than unalived. I'm sorry. You got to pick your priorities here, even if you believe in the false study.
Yeah, I think my priority here is I would really, as your modern vampire in this world, I do think it'd be really a good time, silver lining, not playbook, if we could go back and just get another Black Plague real quick. I think we could bring back the doctor's masks. I'm a big fan of, and also back then it was super metal for priests to put themselves in just rings of fire, and I think that's a good look. So I'm kind of okay with that.
At this point, healthcare institutions might as well just dust off their iron lung schematics. It's going to be a bumpy 4 years.
Well, honestly, who can afford one with the tariffs?
The kid at Disneyland, my thing is, how did they go to preschool? How did they go to all these things? Don't preschools to kindergarten? Accepted? Yeah, don't they require your kids to be vaccinated?
I don't know.
Unfortunately, some of them do. Hey, real quick, can I do a little cheerleading moment for Pickles?
Sure.
Go for it.
All right. So, guys, Pickles is winding down and he's a bit tired. We still have 1.2K people in this live. He's still sitting at 812K likes. Can we do some extreme power tapping and get that to 1 million so he can go to bed?
Show me what you got.
Thank you, Alina.
I need to see. Yeah, I need to see your fingers tapping like you would with your girlfriends.
Ayo, show me what you got.
Or wifeys. Amazing, Ari. Oh my goodness.
Or wifeys. Hi, Lena. Ooh. Oh, and also, Fax just said in the comments, Fax rate at 8 a.m., so I guess you have to stay on for at least 30 minutes.
Oh my gosh, Fax.
You gotta stay on for at least 35 minutes.
I can do that. All right, I'll do that. I'll do that.
All right, so you guys heard that. You have 35 minutes to get the likes up to 1 million, and I want to see it. And for everybody else that's in here and you have not subscribed, please do. Pickles is great. He's fantastic. He's very nice to people that probably deserve to be yelled at. And if you're not following the people on this panel, specifically Kristen or Buzzy, Kristen cannibalizes people on a daily basis.
Thank you.
I don't know what you're doing here.
I'm
Also,
trying to set up the
follow,
Dahmer party.
Follow Fact Still Matters in the comments too, because he's
Big
also
shout
a
out
great
to Fax.
person and he'll be live in 30 minutes.
Love Fact Checks. You guys better be following Fact Still Matter. He's in the chat. I'm so lucky to have big creators like them hooking me up with raids all the time. I got raided by Harry last night, and now I'm getting raided by Fax.
That's dope.
Again?
We're reading
That's
that,
awesome.
but yeah,
We're like 3 nights in a row getting raided by Harry.
I approve. Much love on that one. Whoop, whoop, cheerleading moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next thing
Kind of a
is,
big
if
deal.
y'all aren't,
Dill.
you are a
Also,
very big
just
deal.
real quick,
Dill.
I would like to add on to Ari's threat of this 35-minute thing. I will not contract, oh my god. I will put on some saw type contraptions on you guys, so 35 minutes does have a countdown clock. Just be aware of that.
That got dark.
Mother.
I don't know what you
I
think
love
I
it.
am. I mean, it gets darker.
Yeah, that sounded
love
very
it.
Kristen to me.
It's very
Final
Kristen.
Fantasy VII
So-
came out on Nintendo Switch. I'm sorry, I had to yell that to Pickles if he didn't know. Okay, go ahead, Ari.
Alina, he already agreed to
Javon
raid
raid.
Facts, so I can
Alina,
help that
hello.
one.
Alina, thank you so much for being a sub. I didn't even notice. When did you become a sub?
I sent her one last night or the night before.
Thank you. Hello, hi.
That's a
Big fan.
sexy subscription for sure.
Yeah.
I love Alina.
She is my muse, my scintillating sun, the air that I breathe.
You look so
And,
happy.
yeah.
I am happy. Host is uneducated.
She loves it. I'm
That's
awesome.
not true.
They love saying
I have
that.
a high school diploma, so
Okay. I love that. So if you
But
guys
it's
aren't
from school in
following the
Texas.
stream, if y'all are not following the stream yet, you need to hit that follow button. And then also after you hit the follow button, hit the little heart. It's nice and little orangey with the plus sign. It costs less than a penny. Hit that little heart me. Send it. It boosts the algorithm. If you haven't already sent your heart me and you are part of the team, go ahead and send it now. I don't know why you waited so long.
Ari, say button again.
Say which part again?
Button.
Button.
thoughts on Harris spending campaign in debt,
Button,
20 million.
button,
She'll
button,
probably
button.
just file her first bankruptcy, but Trump still has her beat by 5 of those. So
Also,
That
Trump
makes
still
her
owes
smart.
money from his 2016 campaign, so.
does he really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
And his
That's why
hotels.
this outcry is so hilarious.
That's
And his hotels.
Well, because they don't know how to like actually talk bad about their Cheeto god. Like that's why.
Oh, I proved that I don't know if you were there last night, but I proved that with one lady. I'm like, give me a harsh criticism without mentioning his personality or the shit that comes out of his mouth.
And let me guess, she gave you nothing.
Yeah, she didn't say anything. Alina just said, I'm looking forward to our national secrets being hit the hands of Tulsi.
Man, Tulsi can put her hands on whatever she wants. To be so for real.
You
Yeah,
know what has
bankrupting casino
you know
is
what's
the
randomly
ultimate.
brought me so much joy? What's randomly brought me so much joy is seeing all of these people try to backtrack, figure out if they can backtrack on their vote, and then panicking when they realize that these things have impacted them greatly. And the other thing that's bringing me joy is all the thirst trap for Gavin Newsom. All of them are great. There's like
love
one
Gavin.
where they use the song. It's like I'm looking for the O's, but the O is Gavin Newsom. It's great.
I also love how like
Wait, what?
we're denying Project 2025 and yet his cabinet is like was writing it.
I just
like
want
that.
to point out
Make
that
him make it out. People are
lady.
saying, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. But it is because it's all his good friends, all his buddies writing it. Think about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so honest. I don't care about any of that right now, guys. Tell me more about Gavin Newsom being an O. What?
You want to see Gavin's
Buzz,
O
you can't just
face?
tap dance in front of my glasses.
You want to see that O face from Gavin?
Oh.
He's dope. I think he should be president.
I mean, he does look like every Disney villain, but like whatever, I would hit it.
As
Oh,
a gay
real quick.
person, he's cute. As a lesbian, he's cute and very sweet. So
Yeah.
he got the
As
gay
Lainey
vote.
pointed out to me, oh, sorry, Mitch. As Lainey pointed out to me, the criticism that this lady came up with was his makeup. If that makes sense.
Flawless? I don't understand. Is his makeup running?
No, she's like, he could do better at it. It's like, this is not a harsh criticism. I don't know why y'all think this is a criticism.
That's so true, Alina. We do have better looking candidates. We're better looking people in general. Also, like the
Sweden.
commies, yeah, for sure.
Did you
I
just
do
give
want to say to
General a
Kristen's
soft
point.
G?
Yes.
I
Sometimes
do
I
want to say
speak
to
in
Chris-
Spanish, but only particularly. Sorry, go ahead.
I do want to say to Kristen's point that I do hear Mr. Jones quite often say that his skin is so nice because he drinks water and he's not a bigot. So
Yep. Jones is hilarious with the stuff that he comes up with. And I do agree, drinking water does help you stay looking young.
And he gargles like a good boy, so that always helps.
All right. Hey, look, we got another 60K likes up in the last freaking 7 minutes. Can we please keep power tapping like crazy, and let's see how much further than 1 mil we can get before 8:05
Use a strong finger.
Eastern time.
Give me those strong taps.
Honestly, you're very good at that. And like, can you do salad fingers? I feel like you can.
Salad finger. No, I don't. I can't talk like salad fingers.
Okay. We'll work on it. I believe in you.
Kristen, I haven't even thought about salad fingers since I was like in middle school. Like, what did you just do to my brain?
I took you back to that time when whippets were acceptable. You're welcome.
Oh my goodness.
It took me a minute to think about what you guys were talking about, and I'm just laughing in my brain.
My spoon is too big.
I'm like, oh my god, back in the day.
I just miss Rotten.com, and I feel like if y'all know what I'm talking about, you understand who I am so much better.
I remember Rotten.com.
I remember when I was in middle school, there was this website that was like, I should be doing my homework. And
Was it
they
Ebon
made like
Squad?
cartoon. I have no idea. No, it was literally I should be doing my homework.com. And they would make little like cartoons of shows and stuff. So they would make like cartoons making fun of the Matrix. One of the best ones I saw was they did Mario like trying to voice act or apply to be the voice actor for Schmeagol. And it was of course, it's me, Schmeagol. It's a you going out the door with it.
What?
It's me, Mario.
I like that that's the right kind of offensive, but I
Happy
appreciate
Tree
it.
Friends?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe that's what I need to start saying is it's a you going out the door, and nobody's going to understand
Yes,
it because that
Carly,
is literally
exactly.
from 8th grade.
So mine wasn't I should be doing my homework. Mine was Happy Tree Friends. For someone like for me who liked like scary movies and gore, Happy Tree Friends was the perfect amount of like cuddly and chaos.
Yeah, that's really our brand. I understand. It's like the crevasse of the uncanny valley. It just feels right.
As an adult now, it's The Simpsons, because a lot of things that happen on The Simpsons in the future now, it's all true. I don't know if it's witchcraft or psychics, but I'm a Simpsons person.
See, I feel the same about the Pain Olympics, and also, oh my god, Nurse Carly just brought up Neopets. I thought I was the only one.
You know, I was
Thank
gonna
you.
say that Neopets, yes. I need to go play Mika Chase, whichever. That was my favorite.
I knew I was a full-blown menace when I decided to like hack into my friend's account to fuck up her Neopets because she did me wrong. So I'm gonna buy all of this matching Tamagotchi.
Look,
I should have known that was going to be a problem when Happy Tree Friends made me laugh.
There you go. Look,
Tamagotchis
Neopets
were
made me
so
feel guilty
sick.
all the time.
Oh my god, Ginger, Aeon
I was
Flex
gonna
2,
bring
that's
that
what
up.
it was for
That's great.
Halloween.
Yeah, no, Neopets made me feel so
You
sad
did tell
every
me that.
time I got back onto my account and the pets are like, we're unaliving. I'm like, but you're, what? Stop it.
Bro, they were so whiny. They need to understand that we, like lumpers from purebred good boys only, not our pets. Well, I guess they are our pets. Well, hold on. I need to consult with Buzzy on this, I guess.
I would say maybe there's pet energy there.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's where she was.
Like a plug and play pet.
Can I cycle someone out so we can get a few more people in here? There's Parker's and a few others in here. Oh, who just left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, Linz. I love you.
Much love, Linz. My plants are still my new
I love the
pets.
idea of this battle royale style where we force Pickles to choose.
Yeah. Entertain me or get dropped.
Hi, Parker.
Hey, Parker.
Did y'all have a fun night? I nodded off definitely within like the last 3 hours.
Hi. So I haven't wasted. What do you?
I think we're doing good.
What do you mean? What you mean? Did you send me something I didn't say thank you for?
Now I have Rubber Band Man stuck in my head. Oh no.
Sygonic, what's up? We're talking about Neopets.
Oh, speaking of nodding off, hey Pickles, I totally passed out on your live the other night. Sorry about that.
Oh, that was hilarious. I knew it because I came up here to talk to you, and I'm like, hey, Kit, Celine.
I didn't know.
And I was like, yeah, she fell asleep.
If someone, I think someone mentioned it, but I just thought they were joking, but I didn't even notice. But your camera wasn't on, so no one knew.
No. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, Ari texted me. She's like, so did you pass out on Pickles Live? And when I woke up, I saw it. I was like, I guess so.
That's awesome. I love that.
I'm just going to throw this out here real quick. Thoughts on Pyramid Head?
Hell yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Alina, if you're live after I get off work, I will definitely be joining you.
Yeah, Alina, you're welcome to come up.
I
haven't met Alina. Can I kick someone? Alina, come say hi. Don't be selfish.
Yeah, Kristen, I do want to say that, like, it's so funny to me because I'm like the weird goth kid and I don't like horror. And you have all the
Are you
horror
like a vamp
facts.
kid? Oh my god. We need to do this. We need to be South Park characters and we're just gonna fuck with it for a minute, but I love you.
Yes, I love you too.
I was gonna say, if it makes you feel better, No Rads fell asleep on Alina's live last night. So, like, it's the cool thing to do. It's fine.
No Rads is dope.
It is.
She's dope.
Oh. She said give her a
Love
moment.
No
She's
Rads.
feeding her foster kittens.
What the hell, Kimberly? I love that Alina said the all-lady panel is great, and Kimberly with too many E's said, not Kristen, but you spelled my name right, so you clearly like me a little bit.
She made sure to not use an E. Like, she put effort in there. She doesn't even understand.
That's fan behavior.
Oh, guys, we're a little bit lax on these likes.
Dope.
We're a little bit lax on these likes. You got 15 minutes. Get it up to 1 million.
I don't know what you all want Kristen to threaten you with next, but I mean, she's very creative.
I love that you have taken this madam role for me, and I will be giving you 10%. So, yeah, just let me know what they're looking for, and my serpentine
love
time
you.
will be extended.
One note.
I love you.
Your Y-O-U-R. Otherwise, with the apostrophe, it's your voice is very grating. And also, you're welcome for whomever you are speaking to, because everyone up here talking is goddamn amazing.
Yeah, my voice is very degrading at best.
I can't help that I sound the way I do, so
I like
good luck in life.
Why is
Like
it
a little
tight in
baby
the
cupcake
comment?
angel.
It's not tight. This is friend time. I don't know if you saw the sign. This is friendship time, not meanie head time. So you can take that somewhere else.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
care
all
about
you-
your
all you
mean
meanies can
faces
just
right
shut
now. With your mean faces, go away.
Yeah.
Meaniness is not allowed.
Go the frick on.
Oh, thanks, Sabrina.
Go on, get.
Thank you, Dee, for asking about if
It's
anyone
nice people time, not meanie time.
Quick mental health check with everybody on the panel in the chat. Definitely Pickles. I'm gonna need you, if you can share if you want to in your most TikTok friendly terms, or keep it to yourself. That's fine. That's your business. But I want to make sure everybody has some healthy coping mechanisms that are being included, something that you are doing for your own self-care that just makes you happy and brings you peace, that you should do at least once a day.
I personally look at a lot of Shoe Bell storks, and also like, I can't say the second one, never mind. But yeah, also Colin Pickless, that's adorable.
I cuddle with my cats.
Cats are fabulous. There are a lot of studies that show how positively cuddling a cat, specifically in all forms, will lower your chance of heart issues, lower your blood pressure, obviously, lower your overall stress, improve your immune system, unless you're allergic to cats. And then, good luck.
Then get a puppy like I do.
I remember really random. I remember there was one night when I was on my live and I put the camera on my cat and I had the sticker saying "debate the cat," and people actually came up to try to talk politics to a cat on camera. Obviously,
That's
I was the one
hilarious,
talking,
and I
though.
love you, Ari, for even doing that. And I'm so sad that I missed that. But I
This
don't
was
know.
way back in September.
Oh, okay. But does it count as self-care if I'm like just researching everything that I need to do to move to Scotland and making a checklist? Does that count?
Yes.
It does. You're managing your anxiety, you're moving forward, you're making a plan. Good job being proactive.
Thank you.
How many kilts do you think we could like get on the floor? Respectfully.
Kristen.
What?
How many what?
Many.
Nothing.
You said kilts, pickles.
Oh my god, Parker's narc.
I mean, say it with your
I'm
whole
gonna kick
chest.
Parker.
Don't
I'm gonna
lie.
kick her.
I mean, you know, Celts, kilts, whichever.
I said, Celtic understanding museums. That's what I was talking about.
Pelts. Animal pelts.
Who is it? Who is it? No, not this bit. Oh, no, yeah, not this.
You've got
Hold
her
on.
before.
Not her. Not her.
You've gotten her before.
Not her. Oh, this is it. Hold on. It's her. It's her.
I love it.
Oh shit! Hold on, guys.
Oh, I like this one.
Oh shit! The bed. Oh, look at that.
Bro, I'm about that dress too.
Look at her.
I
need that.
It's
I
our,
need that
our
in my
former
life.
president. Her name is Camellia.
Bro.
Oh my god. Okay, real talk.
I
Since you just said
choked
that
on air pickles. Okay, what
Oh,
the
gosh.
hell?
Real talk, pickles. Do you think that Biden should step down right now and have Kamala Harris sworn in for the last 2 months?
Ari, not going back to politics. Oh my god.
He technically brought it up. He did say the word president.
I don't
Personally,
know.
I think
You're
Biden's
just to
better
be
than me
petty.
because I would've
Yeah,
done that
because
shit already.
I'm sure he's doing crazy. He's already doing crazy. Oh my god, his appointments are insane.
I would do it to be petty just because then they have to throw out that number 47 merchandise.
Yeah,
that would be my level of petty.
Good.
And Ari, right there, that is everything. That level of petty is beautiful, and these are one of many reasons I love you so much.
As
Yo,
president
that
of the
would be the petty I would
FDA, I would definitely close every Mystic Tan location in the tri-state area. No more tans for him.
He uses tan towels, so you'd have to get rid of those.
God, he fucking would. Ugh, no more
Did you
towels.
see his
generals.
picture with Donald Trump when Donald Trump went to the White House the other day? He was smiling like he's got something up his sleeve.
How does he even keep
always
it white
does.
with all that tanner on?
All right, guys, you have another 9 minutes to get 60K likes. Let's go. Y'all are doing amazing. Keep it up.
Tap your political frustrations out on your phone. I
He
believe in
said
you.
60 for 9.
We're almost there. 940K chat. Thank you so much, chat. We're almost at 600 follows for the night too. We're flourishing.
Hell yeah, chat.
How many do you need?
I need 16 more for 600.
Okay. If you are not already following Pickles, I don't care if you do it just for the night. Hit that follow button. Come back tomorrow and unfollow. You're not gonna make me cry, but you might make Pickles cry. But I need
Give
you to
him
hit
just
that
one
follow
night.
button right now
I
tonight.
know,
And
Jay.
if you're already following him, then hit that share button and share it to a couple of your friends that you don't think have met him before. Let's get him
Okay, thinking
16 more
about
followers. Y'all can do
Mrs.
this.
Panda Party, like tapping with all 10 fingers, just set me into such happiness. Please, please, Mrs. Panda Party, just do that in a video for us.
I'm crying. What is your sleep schedule, Pickles? Guys, if y'all know what my sleep schedule is, please let me know. Because I don't either. I don't know.
How are
I
people not aware that Pickles is a Beastie Boy and Sleep is for the weak?
Yeah, we don't talk about Pickles' sleep schedule. That is the Bruno of the Discord.
Can
Yeah,
I
the
follow as
follow
a Trump
button is
supporter?
nonpartisan, guys.
Yeah, you're
It's
more than welcome
nonpartisan.
to.
You
I
fucking
mean,
better.
my love is unconditional, unless you're
You're a
weird.
better person than me.
Alina,
I'll
you
put
could
all the conditions on you.
but you're stuck with us forever. So one of
How
us.
many more we need, Pickles? It is
We
worse than
need
yours, Alina. That is
12
true.
more. 12 more.
12 more. Okay, so 4 of y'all listen to me. I need 12 more. If you don't follow the stream, okay, we got 1 more. Hit that follow button. We got 2 more.
I just like taking control from Ari from occasion to occasion. Thank you.
I love you, Kristen. It's okay. We need 8 more now. I'm keeping track. 7, 6,
It's
5.
6 a.m.
Come on,
Who just
6
sent
more.
someone said good afternoon.
5.
Thank you.
I know that one confused me too. I was like, who's
And
in the
Felice
afternoon
Ciprianos.
right now?
Alina said
5
hate
more.
follows y'all, and sometimes
4.
they're satisfying ones.
I need to make a
Oh,
shirt.
yeah,
Is my
let's
math
do
right? Am I
ones.
keeping up?
Look at this freaking
Do you
awesome
need 4
idea.
more?
Look at this. It's a fringe ship. Look at that.
Oh my god, is this like a jump to conclusions map? It is, isn't it? You
It's
fucking
friendship
dork.
time. I
Where's
just made that up,
TikTok?
chat.
You're
I'm gonna
hilarious.
patent that. That's what you gotta do, chat. You gotta think.
Wait, does the French
Pickles.
ship also have tariffs? Because, like, they're importing and exporting. They're
Yes.
terrific.
Oh no!
Or you
My
don't
puns
want to
will
make
keep
any of that
coming.
out of steel, like any steel. It's going to be so expensive. What are you making your boat out of there, Pickles?
Are you stealing
Quiet. I
our
work in
argument?
steel now.
It's friendship time.
Special shout out to Stinky and Sugar who used the correct your. Thank you.
Time for bed, it's your mother. My mom doesn't even have a Boston accent.
My mom doesn't even have a bed, but she does have a Boston cream pie.
Ooh. Why are you calling out your mom that way?
I just wanted to make Pickles make that face. I'm so sorry.
You guys, I just.
How
I
many
don't know
more
what this chat
followers,
is.
Pickles?
I need 4 more followers, chat. Take
Oh,
your
okay,
stupid...
so I was keeping track very well.
I mean, your awesome little fingers, and you tap that little thing right there. It's this little red button right here, and then you can, whatever this is, join my team.
3, 2,
1 600.
2 more people.
Yay!
1 more person. 1 more person.
No, we're there. We're good.
Be that. We're there.
When you're
Okay,
giving
2 people
We're
popped
good.
up right next. Awesome.
I just
Alright.
saw the fucking sale too. That's so
Now we're
cute.
just 97 follows away from 700. Chat, follow the stream. Let's go. I'm just kidding, but thank you guys.
Oh, we are 1,000 more. Come on, guys. 700.
I know.
300.
It's like the
We're
doomsday
there. 1
countdown.
million likes.
Do you think Ari would be a good voice for the BBC? Because the doomsday countdown is really vibing for me.
Honestly, yeah.
Is it a doomsday? Or
Yeah, so
is it my
did you
cheerleading?
know- I mean, they're the same thing, right?
I guess you're right.
Yeah, I'm stoked for like what is that? Not purgatory. What is that thing when they take all the people? It starts with rapture. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
You said Mount Purgatory? What's a Mount
Like I'm
Purgatory?
stoked for the rapture. I'm just purgatory is my home space. Let's face it.
Hey, oh, hey. Yeah, we were talking about in another live our like most favorite sort of end of the world scenario, and a few psychos were like zombies, obviously, and I was like, why?
Yeah,
I want
absolutely.
an asteroid. I want
Those are
immediacy.
awesome people.
Yeah, I want to live in terror
Hey guys,
for
this
the
is a
rest
good
of
game to
my
play
short
going
life.
out.
Truly. I was like, no, I just want to be taken out en masse and let the world recoup on its own. Like, let nature win. I'm okay with that.
Oh, 1,000% for nature winning. Also, I would like the Dark Lord Cthulhu to rise, so I would really like to see him and pray to him.
Bless.
All right. Well, I think I have done my job just as a friendly reminder.
No, you have to give Steven things. Do it.
What? Okay, so let me, so as a friendly reminder, in about 3 to 5 minutes, Pickles will be ending the live and everybody will be going to Facts Still Matter and saying Pickles Raid and then dropping the Pickles emoji in the chat.
Wait. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be rating Facts Still Matter. Yeah. Let's do that.
Pickles, you were here when that was
Pickles,
decided.
you forgot.
Yeah.
Granted, I did kind of, well, no, I asked first. I did ask, never mind.
I even acknowledged him saying it. So, yeah.
You did.
My brain's
I did
not
ask
good.
you first.
My brain's not good, chat.
Yeah, go to you.
You should
Well,
get a
as soon
new
as
worm.
Facts goes live, somebody needs to be watching that come in here just to be like, Facts is live. So Pickles has the reminder to go to sleep or at least take a mental break. I don't know if he'll manage sleep.
Oh
But
shit, Miss
I'm
Panda Party
officially
said John go to sleep. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm officially at work, so I will talk to y'all later.
All right,
Probably
girly
on my
pop.
lunch break.
Bye, Cookie Bear.
Bye.
Bye, I love you.
Smoochies.
Love you, Ari.
Okay, guys, so a quick reminder to, in 1 minute, we're going to Facts Still Matters live. Also, maybe a trickle-down effect for Jovan. There are a few of them. But yeah, Pickles Raid.
Do love a good Javon. Also, shout out to Birdie the dog. Ari, can you count me down again?
And Ari said that Fax is live.
Okay. Let's make a smaller font. Chat, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. We are going to be passing y'all off. But before I do that... Oop. Don't run out of room. Oh, there we go. Facts Still Matter, chat. That's who we're rating. But chat, if you guys please follow me on or join my Discord. If you guys don't know how to do that yet, just message one of us. I'm tired of showing everybody all the time. I love you guys. I will be live again later tonight when I wake up from my meaningless life in bed.
Everyone
Chat.
here is wonderful. Thank you, Pickles.
Any-
Bye. See you in the underworld.
Adios.
Bye, wifey.
Bye. Alright, chat. I'll see y'all on the flip side. Go raid. Facts still matter. Peace out, guys.